Welcome to Eternal Dread, where fear never sleeps. Tell us where you're watching from, and what time it is, because terror has no limits. If you're brave enough, share and comment, but beware, something might be watching you too. Now, turn off the lights, and let the dread begin. "5 years in orbit, so the prospect of seeing people again excited me. As I exit the military spacecraft, desolate mounds of white sand with sparse plant life greet me. The sun beams in the cobalt blue sky over a vast mountain as the wind whistles through the sands and a lone American flag flaps in the breeze. I furrow my brow and shift my eyes in every which direction. It's midday, where is everyone? Continuing to scan my environment, I stomp through the sand, though turning proves difficult. There were footprints, so I follow them, but they led nowhere, stopping as if the person had vanished. I expand my search, moving inside the compound, going from door to door. On one desk, a bag of takeout Chinese food sat untouched. On another, a coffee cup still warm to the touch. I panic and my mind races. How could this happen? Where did they go? I try my radio several times, but to no avail. My crew helped me land, and now they are nowhere to be found. I feel dizzy because no one helped me adjust to Earth's gravity upon arrival. I need to do something soon, so I go back inside the compound. My head spins as I stumble across a wheelchair, plopping myself into it. Did they power the shuttle off and then disappear? I had nothing. A noise from the radio in my suit then breaks these speculative thoughts. It was a woman's voice, yet no one I recognized. She speaks with a hushed rasp that chills me to the bone. "Thank you for bringing me here," the voice says. I jump in my seat, and a lump forms in my throat. "Who are you? Where is my crew?" I call out, trying to sound assertive and threatening. "They will be back, unlike last time." Last time? What did she mean? "Who are you? Where is everybody? You don't remember me? Every time you peered into that black void of the cosmos, I was there. I've been watching." The strange speaking ceases. Instead, it lets out a horrific wail. Nothing human could make that noise, for its screech pierces my eardrums, causing my headache to worsen. This horrendous howling goes on. The noise fluctuates in pitch and volume, but it never stops. I wheel around in the building, trying to locate the source of this voice. My head pounds and my body needs rest. That was no longer a choice. When I made it to the control room, I stopped in my tracks. A sign of life, yet it raised more questions. One word burned into the white wall. Crotone. The instant I read this anomalous word, an image of a woman flashes into my brain. Deathly white skin, tangled black hair, and a mouth stained with blood. Gravity has no effect on her hair, for it fans out above her. My heart rate speeds up, and I pass out. When I come to, the noises only grow worse. Now coming from both my primary radio and my backup radio. But the noises change. Still similar awful wailing sounds, but there are more of them, and they are deep and guttural. In panic, I realize the noises originate from inside the building, yet here I am confined to the wheelchair. I'm in awful shape, for my body has grown weak. I fear if I stand, my legs may break. The noise grows quieter on my radio, but louder outside the door. I glance at the security cameras and am greeted by a horrifying sight. That mystery woman was correct. Wandering inside the compound was my crew, or at least what used to be my crew. Their skin is gray, their eyes milky white, and a strange gas emanates from their bodies. I have little time to think, evaluating the surrounding room, determining my best course of action. I am unsure of these creatures' intelligence, so I decide to test them. Do they know where I am? How fast are they? I must figure out as much as possible before they arrive at my door. I search for ways to defend myself. Smashing open the glass, I grab the fire extinguisher. I wheel over to the janitor's closet, finding a broom. I break the stick off its handle. This commotion causes the crew to run closer to my location. Thinking fast, I open the sprinklers in another part of the building. It worked, many of them changing course towards this new distraction. I check the cameras again, stunned seeing more things wandering in from the desert. Except these are no longer former crew members. They were in the wrong century, their attire being very dated. Wide-brimmed hats, shirts with those ruffled collars. Is that what the voice meant? Had she made people vanish long ago? With no time to ponder the meaning, my current goal is to stay alive. I continue fiddling with different distractions, but there's so many inside that they are bound to find me soon. My chest tightens and my breathing speeds up as I can see them coming closer and closer. Now I have a choice to make. Do I make a run for it or stand and fight? Well, either way, tough to achieve sitting in this wheelchair. I'm unsure how to kill them, or if they're killable, for that matter. A thud impacts the door, jolting me to my feet. I grab the fire extinguisher and press a button, opening the door. The creature comes barreling towards me, and I swing the extinguisher at its skull, making a loud thwack. I close the door as quick as possible, hoping no more follow. The creature staggers, but continues towards me. I swing again, knocking it to the ground. A horde is built up behind the door, rattling it off its hinges. After I knock the creature out for the third time, a shiny object slips out of its pocket. A key card. I yank it off the floor and slip it into my pocket. I now had a plan. Making sure the thing is not moving, I make my escape. I balance atop my wheelchair, holding a screwdriver in my hand. Adrenaline kicks in when the creature stands back on its feet. Quickly, I climb into the ventilation ducts. Sweat beads on my brow. I work my way through the vents, but I run into a dead end. A loud crash echoes throughout the vents behind me. I panic. They make their way inside the vents. I scoot backwards through the tight corridor as fast as I can manage, now out of breath and heading in another direction. Shadows round the corner behind me, and the pounding of flesh follows. I jump into a room. Pain shoots up my leg as I hit the ground, but I have no time to complain as I limp towards the armory door. Limping at light speed, I wave my newfound keycard as I approach the door. It flashes green and chimes. I dart inside, slamming the door behind me. I flip over the place, searching every drawer and cabinet. Finding a pistol, a shotgun, and the ammo for both, I am now prepared. Strange, my foot no longer hurts. In fact, my whole body feels back to normal now. I load the guns and wait, and not too long after, they find me. Chunks of flesh, brain, and blood splatter as I fire upon these former humans. Just as I expected, headshots did the trick. When I run out of ammo, I just slammed the door shut and reloaded. It was too easy. In half an hour, I massacred 200 of those things. I'm unsure of how it happened, because I'd never been a marksman. I stand surrounded by corpses, soaked in their blood as the realization came over me. What have I done? My suit radio buzzes. Thank you. I have long awaited this moment. As her words cease, I watch the bodies before me liquefy into blood. I retch, my head pounds again, and I collapse to the floor. The impious liquid forms into puddles and seeps into the barren earth, draining until it is no more. I try to stand, but my right ankle is fractured. I no longer have the strength to walk on it. As I lay there, the ominous wail returned. Frantically, I scan the surrounding windows but see nothing. I slide across the floor and grab the door, shutting it, the wailing growing louder. The door shakes with ferocious force, yet I see nothing there. I know how this sounds. Another fake ghost story. Another desperate attempt for attention. But I promise you, if you were me, if you had to hear what I hear every single night, you wouldn't be so quick to call it fake. My sister, Emily, died in a car accident 6 years ago. She was 19, a freshman in college, full of life. Her laugh was loud, contagious. She was the kind of person who walked into a room and made it feel warmer. I was 21 at the time, her big brother. I was supposed to protect her. I failed. It happened on a Saturday night. The roads were wet from the storm earlier that day, the air thick with mist. We were coming back from a party. She was drunk, but I was sober. I was the responsible one. Until I wasn't. I wasn't speeding. I wasn't under the influence. But I made a mistake. A small, stupid mistake that lasted 4 seconds. I checked my phone. Just a glance. A quick look to see who had texted me. By the time I looked back up, the truck had already veered into our lane. The impact was instant. I remember the glass shattering, the metal bending, my head slamming into the steering wheel. I blacked out. When I woke up, everything was too quiet. The kind of quiet that lets you know something is terribly wrong. Emily wasn't moving. Her body was twisted at an impossible angle, her face covered in blood. I don't know if she died on impact or if she suffered. The paramedics said she was gone by the time they got there. I told the police I didn't remember what happened, and they believed me, because the truck driver had been drinking. The blame fell on him. Case closed. No one ever questioned it, but Emily knew. The first call. The calls started a week after the funeral. It was 3:15 a.m. when my phone rang. I was still half asleep, disoriented, but I answered anyway. Why did you let me die? Her voice was crystal clear. No static, no distortion, just her. I dropped the phone. That was the first time, but not the last. The calls kept coming. Every single night. Same time. Same question. I stopped answering, but it didn't matter. She started leaving voicemails. Some were just silence. Others were breathing. Slow, wet breathing, like someone struggling to take their last breath. I changed my number. Got a new phone. Even moved to a different apartment. But it didn't stop. The nightmares. Then came the nightmares. At first, they were just flashes. Headlights. Screaming. The taste of blood. But then they got worse. I started seeing it from her perspective. I'd feel the impact, hear my own screams. I'd feel the glass slicing through my skin, the weight of the car crushing me. But the worst part? The moment before everything goes black. The moment where she realizes she's going to die. The pure terror in her eyes. Every time, I wake up gasping for air. And every time, the phone rings. The text message. Last night was different. I didn't wake up from a nightmare. I woke up because I couldn't breathe. It felt like someone was pressing down on my chest, squeezing the air out of my lungs. I tried to sit up, but I couldn't move. Then my phone buzzed. A text message. Look outside. I didn't want to. I really didn't want to. But I did. And that's when I saw her. Emily. Standing under the streetlight, her head tilted at an unnatural angle. Her arms hung limply at her sides, her body still dressed in the clothes she died in. Blood-soaked jeans, a ripped hoodie. Her face was a mess of torn skin, shattered bone, and rage. But she was smiling. My phone rang. 3:15 a.m. I didn't answer. I just stared. And then she took a step forward. The truth. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen, watching her. But eventually my phone buzzed again. Another text. Time's up. The lights in my apartment flickered. The TV turned on by itself, playing static at full volume. My phone screen glitched, warping her last message until the words twisted into something new. I want you to see what I saw. Then everything went black. When I woke up, I wasn't in my apartment anymore. I was sitting in my car. The night of the accident. The truck was coming. I knew it was coming. I tried to move, to scream, to do anything, but I couldn't. This time, I wasn't in the driver's seat. I was in Emily's. I watched as I glanced down at my phone, as the headlights grew closer, as the impact ripped me apart from the inside out. And then I woke up, back in my apartment. But something is different now. My phone isn't ringing at 3:15 anymore. Because I don't need the calls. I remember everything. I remember what she saw. And I think I finally understand what she wants. I don't think this is over. Not yet. Horror fiction. On a nice calm Sunday drive in his black Toyota. A man by the name of Jake Michaels gets a flat due to a nail in the road. Asterisk, God damn it, says Jake as he kicks the tire. Frustrated with circumstances that have just arisen spontaneously. He got his car to the nearest mechanic shop. The mechanic was a man with a short black beard, deceiving hairline, wearing a baseball cap. As he looks at the car, he turns to Jake. Gonna be a couple hundred, he says to Jake. Jake is shocked. He doesn't have the money, nor does he have car insurance given the prices. Shit, I don't have that kind of cash. Is there any sort of plan we could set up? The mechanic shakes his head. He thinks for a moment and says, Listen, I know a man who would be willing to get it fixed, if you're willing to do a little work. Jake nods his head. The mechanic drives him to a local butcher's shop. The butcher's shop was owned by a man named Richard Fleischman, an older gentleman. He has white beard, bald head, wearing a white shirt with an apron over him. He was holding a cleaver. Jake and the mechanic walk into the shop, the door making a ding once they open it. It was small with a back room and all the things you'd expect in a butcher's shop. Hey Rich, the mechanic waves at Richard. Richard smiles and waves back. Ah, how are you, good friend? Richard says in a kind way. I'm good. Listen, my friend here, he unfortunately got a flat. He was wondering if you'd need some help. Ah, of course, mister. Richard looks at Jake, pausing, waiting for him to say it. Jake Michaels, sir. Richard smiles and leads him back. Richard grabs a broom and mop. All right, Jake, here's what I want you today. I want you to wash the entire place from top to bottom. And I'd pay to have your car fixed. He hands him the mop and broom. All right, sounds simple enough, Richard. S face turns serious for a moment. But there's one rule you must never break. Don't you dare. Go into that door. Richard points to a locked door, and Jake knows it's locked because instead of a regular door lock there's pads and chains. Why yes sir, Jake stuttered confusedly. Richard smiles again, but this time there was something off about it. Well, have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Asterisk, he walks out of the place. That night Jake was doing his routine, cleaning the kitchen. The store part. All of that stuff. But as he is cleaning, he sees the door. Compelled, he takes the keys and opens the padlock. He opens the door. Inside was something he never thought could be in there. Thousands of sliced up bodies. Some with their body parts removed, some with their chest open. It was a sight. He begins to hear a voice behind him. I told you not to. It was Richard sounding angry. He stares menacingly as Jake begins to scream. Richards has a syringe and tries to stab Jake with it. Given Jake is younger and stronger than Richard, he was able to fight him off. But not for long. Richard gets on top of him and manages to inject Jake. Jake slowly but surely loses consciousness. After that night, no one has seen Jake or even heard from him. The butcher somehow got a supply of fresh new meat. No one knew exactly where it came from. One day the mechanic came back to the shop. He had a man with a bun, black glasses, a goatee eye. Hey Rich, this man has a car he needs fixed but has no way to do so. Richard grins. Oh, I know a way for him to pay his bill. He was beautiful. His profile was clever. Plus, he baked cupcakes in his free time. We matched. I broke the ice. He was quick to ask me on a date. Paint and sip, very nice. After a frenzied afternoon of shaving, exfoliating, and spraying, I arrived a cool 4 minutes late. The moment I saw him, I took a mental snapshot just in case this was it. An unfortunate habit stuck firmly in place since 7th grade. His features were elegant and refined, his stature long and markedly lean. The type of person who attracted the eye effortlessly. He was lively and curious, and his nose wrinkled when he laughed. My favorite. With paint smeared and wine guzzled, our masterpieces were complete. It was a brisk, drizzly evening. We bumped against each other every few steps and took turns critiquing each painting, affecting a snobby, highbrow sensibility. His shoulder felt solid despite his wiry appearance. He must work out, I thought. We kissed against a wrought iron fence, bathed in the amber glow of an old street lamp, his tongue gentle and sweet against mine. He pulled away for a moment, cupping my face affectionately. You taste so good. He leaned back in, pressing more passionately than before. His tongue ventured deeper and deeper into my mouth, probing, exploring. Before I knew it, it stroked my uvula. My stomach heaved, and a surge of bile rose in my throat. I instinctively tried to push him away, out of the splash zone, but he was dense and did not budge. My nausea was quickly replaced with sheer embarrassment. He apologized endlessly and admitted that he had not done this in a very long time. The abashed flush only made his face more handsome. I mentally placed our paintings side by side above the tasteful couch we were certain to share in a year, maybe 2. But even perfect evenings must end. I'll call you an Uber, he declared. How chivalrous of you. Thank you, but there's no need. I live like 3 blocks that way. No way. What cross street? 87th in Amsterdam. You're kidding. I live right there, he nearly shouted. We giggled like children as we continued along, referencing 2-hour-old inside jokes. Soon, my building towered over us, the burgundy brick etched in stark, film noir shadows. His jaw hung agape. No, this is a prank. Where are the cameras? This is my building. That's insane. I cried. How did I not realize? A key turn later, we were stomping up the dank, spongy stairs 1, 2, 3 flights up, up, up. With each floor, we grew giddier, more incredulous. I saw my door then, a familiar seasick green, paint chipped at the corners to reveal the previous crimson varnish underneath. A shabby 9A hung slightly askew. He approached it like an old friend. Well, this is me. I stopped dead, my hackles only now raising. Too little, too late. This one. 9A. He paused, calculating, then abruptly bellowed, Yes, ma'am. Home sweet home. He slapped the door sharply. The artful curve of his face twisted very slightly. Something strained and eager was there, right below the surface. Can I come in? I'm curious if it has the same layout as mine. I tested, wondering how far he'd take this. He blushed and shifted his weight, the perfect performance of chaste sincerity. I'm flattered, but I really like you. I'd like to take things slow if that's okay with you. He smiled neatly, but his eyes remained wide, unblinking. There we stayed for an uncomfortably long moment. I wasn't sure where to go from here. I understand. Thank you for a wonderful evening. I presented my hand for a friendly shake, chest puffed out with counterfeit confidence. Behind my ribcage, my heart galloped wildly. He must have heard it too. His spindly fingers laced through mine, the skin cool and waxy. How did I not notice that before? You'll see me again. Sooner than you think, neighbor. His strained cheeriness made my stomach churn. I left him there, outside the door to my own home, and continued up the stairs, fighting the urge to sprint away. Where else could I go but the roof? The night air stung my adrenaline-soaked skin. I flew to the crumbling edge and peered at the dizzying sidewalk below. The minutes slid by slowly, but finally, the front door squealed open. 1, 2, 3 crisp footsteps, and there he was so many flights below me. He looked small all the way down there. He remained perfectly still. What was he doing? I thought of those big cats in Nat Geo documentaries, infinitely patient, ever ravenous. My pulse roared in my ears. I did not make a sound. I swear. And yet, that lovely head swiveled 180 degrees, his wide-eyed gaze immediately locating me. There we remained, tortuously frozen in time. In a split second, he spun on his heels and threw himself at the brick facade with inhuman speed. I swear to you, he scuttled up the side of the building, sinewy limbs flailing violently. My legs took over and dragged me from that spot by force. I burst back inside in record time, but his footsteps already scrambled onto the roof behind me. God, he was fast. I wouldn't make it. I threw myself at the mercy of gravity, hoping those trusty stairs would be there to support me. Sure enough, they came one after the other. In a moment, I was at my door, but those infernal footfalls careened closer and closer with punishing speed. My numb fingers fumbled with the keys. Why did I have so many goddamn keys? Slick with sweat, I managed to shakily insert the correct one, turning it hurriedly. The door rasped ajar, pleading for me to come in quick. 1 foot to safety, I swiveled on my axis. Mere inches behind, he rocketed toward me, joints hinged far past their breaking point. Torso flung back in a grotesque arc so deep that his exquisite skull dragged behind him, slamming mercilessly against each step with an appalling thud, thud, thud. At the threshold, he, or more accurately it, lurched forward like an awful marionette puppet. That refined jaw split open, revealing a fleshy throat with rows of gleaming teeth spiraling into its depths. Just in time, I flung the door shut and threw my weight against it, bracing for an impact that never came. Silence. Then my phone buzzed. One new message. Look behind you, smiley face. My breath caught in my throat. Though every cell in my body begged me not to, I turned my fearful gaze. There, through the living room window, hardly discernible in the inky darkness, the awful thing's eyes bulged, an endless abyss of pitch black. Its taut skin pulled back to reveal a dripping, toothy grin. Then a camera flash. I blinked away stars, fighting to see around the blind spot in my vision. I squinted through the murky glass, searching for that dreadful face. But it was gone. I haven't left my apartment all day. I don't know if I ever will again. The daylight offers some comfort, but with each passing minute, the sun creeps closer to the horizon. I'll update you all tomorrow, if I make it. If not, I hope this post helps someone out there. And please, for the love of God, delete Hinge. I was 17 when my dad died of heart failure. I woke up that morning to the sound of my mom crying, and I knew right away what was wrong. He'd been sick for years, and his own father had died the night before in the same way. According to my mom, my dad died with a smile on his face. At least his last moments may have been happy, because he was not a happy man in life. He was grumpy and mean, and the type who always had to get his way. I still loved him, but in all honesty, I was relieved when he died. He was blind and mentally ill. He was suffering the entire time I knew him. He smoked, listened to audiobooks, and told my brother and me stories. There wasn't much else. Where I live, there's a program where the blind can borrow audiobooks through the mail. The tapes are chipped, so they can only be played on the machines the program sends out. He never learned Braille, so when the tapes came in, I'd sort them so he knew which was which and read the information on the card to him. Then I'd send the old tapes back. All I had to do was turn the information card on the case over, bundle them with a rubber band, and stick them in the mailbox. The day after my dad passed, a bundle of tapes came in the mail. They were all his favorite authors. I don't know why I kept them for as long as I did, but a month after they came, I turned the card over and sent them back with a note that the man they were for was deceased. No more tapes came to that house, and no one asked for the player back. Even when things with my family went downhill, and I was moving every few months trying to get stable, I held on to that machine. I got the first tape 2 years ago, just days after moving into the home I'm currently renting. It took a while to get on my feet, but I was finally living on my own with a stable job and a cheap little moped to get around town on. When I pulled the familiar gray case out of the mailbox, my first thought was the former tenant must have been blind. I took it inside, planning to write a note on the card like I did before when I realized there wasn't a return address. I turned the card back over and blinked in confusion. My father's name was on the card. For some strange reason, my dead dad's name was on the card of the tape delivered to my address. I tried to contact the program to see what was up. They claimed not to have any record of sending it. After I badgered them for a couple minutes, they asked which audiobook it was. I checked the card again and realized it didn't say. The cards were supposed to have the title, author, and narrator printed on the front, but there wasn't any of that. I told the person on the phone, and they sighed, told me they didn't send it, and hung up. Swearing, I opened up the case, and a slip of paper fell out. I reached down to grab it, but before I could reach it, my phone rang. I didn't recognize the number. The call was from a hospital a few states away. My mother had been traveling with a carnival when she suffered a stroke. My older brother was MIA and wanted nothing to do with her, so the next few months were full between taking care of my mother and trying to stay afloat financially. I forgot about the tape until 6 months later, when another came. Same situation. The card was addressed to my father with no return address. I tried to play the tape to see what was on it, but the machine wouldn't power on. The cord was broken, but it could also be powered by a battery. I told myself I'd get some batteries, threw both tapes and the player into a drawer, and forgot about them. By then, my mother was as recovered as she might ever be. She couldn't live alone because she couldn't cook or drive, so I added her to the lease. I really didn't want to since we'd been on bad terms before the stroke, but I couldn't bear to abandon her. Maybe I should have. A week ago, another tape came. I showed her the case, but she had no idea what it was. At first, I chalked it up to the memory loss she'd been experiencing. The stroke hit her hard. She couldn't remember anything about me or our family for a long time, and she had trouble moving like she used to. Her limbs moved awkwardly, and she had to learn how to use her body all over again. I had to help her do pretty much everything at first, and in some ways, it felt like she'd died and the woman living with me wasn't my mother anymore. I went to the store yesterday and bought a pack of batteries. After my mother went to bed, I grabbed the tapes and the player and went to my bedroom. Maybe the tapes were similar to what my dad liked to listen to, and it would give her something to do during the day other than watch TV. I thought that maybe a story she'd heard in passing would jog her memory. I put the batteries in the player, and it powered on. Smiling, I grabbed one of the tapes and pushed it in, but no sound came out. The speakers were busted. Determined to finally find out more about these tapes and prove that I was right and the program had sent them, I dug out some headphones, plugged them in, and hit play. At first, all I heard was soft sobbing and rustling. Did someone record over the book? It couldn't be an accident. Was someone messing with me? My brother? After a few seconds, a woman's voice screamed for help. I paused the tape. It sounded like my mother. Deciding that was ridiculous, I hit play. There were only a few minutes of audio on the tape. It sounded like someone running and screaming for help before being caught. I sat there while silence played for a few seconds, thinking how odd it was. Maybe it was an audio drama? Where were the credits? I swapped one tape for the next. This one was an entire audiobook about stroke victims. I sped through it, and it seemed to be a guide for family members. It went over recovery, support, anything a family member might want to know. I shook my head and moved on to the third tape. This one had only a few seconds of audio, but I listened to it over and over again, not really believing what I'd heard. It was my parents talking. How had anyone caught this? Who would send it to me? Why go through the trouble of putting it on one of those specialty tapes? It must have been recorded during one of those nights where they'd sit and talk about life. My mother asked, "Do you remember what color my eyes are?" My father replied, "Of course I do. My favorite shade of blue." It didn't make any sense. I knew it would bother me my whole life, but at the end of the night, I shoved the tapes and player into the back of the closet. I didn't plan to ever dig them out again. If any more tapes came, I'd throw them back there with the rest without listening to them. This morning, I got up early. I couldn't get back to sleep, so I decided to clean the kitchen. I happened to knock a sauce bottle behind the fridge. Groaning, I pushed it forward a few inches and knelt to look for the bottle. I grabbed it and paused when I saw a slip of paper, lying face up with a simple handwritten message. "Do you remember what color my eyes are?" I grabbed it and pushed the fridge back in place. I threw the note in the trash, hoping to forget about it. My mother woke up a few hours later. I brought her breakfast, and she thanked me. Her hand still shook as she lifted the spoon to her mouth. I couldn't help but notice that her eyes were brown. She's been watching TV in the living room. I told her I needed some documents for tax paperwork and looked through file folders and wallets for old IDs, a birth certificate, anything with eye color. I want to believe I'm being silly, that there's just no way the woman I've been living with and caring for isn't my mother, but every single document says Blue. Hello. I answered the phone. I saw this number on an ad online. You're correct, what do you need? I asked, holding back laughter. I was still in disbelief that the ads had worked. I'm not sure, things keep moving in my house. They're never where I left them when I leave. Her voice was shaking, assumingly with fear. She gave us her address, agreed on a price of $120, and we told her to stay away from the house for the day. We set off for the house with nothing but some salt, an old crucifix, and some walkie-talkies that didn't reach very far. The house wasn't too far away, about a 20-minute drive. When we arrived, she was already gone, though she said she'd leave a key under the doormat. We messed around inside the house for a while, recorded some footage for the website, and left. It was that simple. We did this about 3 more times that day, all callers from a neighboring town. We figured that since we had more callers from there, we'd do those today, and schedule the Hillkit callers for tomorrow. By the end of the day, we had $400. It was too easy. The next day we met up at the Holly Tree. That was sort of our base of operations. Sam took the first call. It was for 66 Holly Hedge Drive, the abandoned house on Sam's road. That's weird, wrote Aiden. Yeah, I agreed. Nobody's lived there for years. Sam thought it must be a prank call, so we didn't waste our time with it and went to help someone else. It didn't take long for us to get another call asking for the same address. Hello. Hi, this is Hillkit Paranormal Society. What do you need? Silence. Hello. I asked, unsure if I had been hung up on. 66 Holly Hedge Drive. It wasn't the same person as before. I panicked and hung up. That was weird, I said, concerned. Sam responded, a lot of people prank calling, I guess. Must be a friend of the first kid. Hopefully. I said. Nobody wanted to admit it, for fear of being made fun of, but I could tell everyone had the same thought. Something was wrong with that house. We moved on to the next house. An old woman called about her dead cat's meows still being heard in her house. I felt bad about some of our clients, because it was mostly paranoid, hyper-religious people dealing with mental illness. But the ethics of it didn't matter. Not with May's life on the line. When we arrived, the old lady was still there, and refused to leave until we had exorcised her dead cat. She handed us the keys, and we let ourselves in. Everything seemed normal at first. We pretended to search the house for where the sound was coming from, but couldn't hear anything. I called for a debrief in Sam's car. We need to fake hearing it. I proposed. Imagine how much extra she'd pay us if we actually did something. Aiden nodded and smiled. We devised a plan to meet up in her kitchen and pretend to hear the cat's meows, lay the salt down, say a few prayers, and make it look as real as possible. We headed in, straight toward the kitchen. We walked around a little, inspecting things, making ourselves look busy. Me and Sam kept glancing at each other, waiting nervously for one to make the first move. At that moment I realized how jealous I was of Aiden. Lying must be easy without having to talk. Did you hear that? I asked suddenly. It's here. Aiden nodded. Him and Sam walked over to the counter. We laid the salt out, and tried not to laugh as I said some prayers I learned at church camp when I was younger. The old lady came inside the house to check on us, and saw what we were doing. She smiled and wished us luck, but as she turned to leave the house, she stopped. We all stopped. We all heard it. A low, distorted meow, coming from the basement door to my right. All of a sudden the old woman didn't seem so crazy anymore. She hurried out of the house and told us to go down to the basement to investigate, otherwise we wouldn't get paid. I looked at Aiden nervously. We exchanged looks that gave the impression that neither of us wanted to be here. As we stepped toward the exit, we heard a door open from behind us. I spun around. It was Sam. He was headed down the basement stairs. What are you doing? I asked, annoyed. Curing my fucking sister. He ran down the stairs, stomping. I felt bad for whatever creature was down there. The sound grew louder as there was a loud snap. The power went out, but the sound kept going, piercing through the dark emptiness of the house. Me and Aiden hurried after Sam. Halfway down the stairs we heard him muttering something under his breath. The meowing had stopped, and in its place, white noise began. TV static. loud and oppressive. As I reached the bottom of the stairs and turned to look at Sam, he was crying, on his knees with his pocket knife drawn in his hand. In front of him, a TV. Impossible, I thought, as the power was still off. Then I read what was on the TV. 66. We ended up getting our money, and only a few days later the old woman had moved away. We had gained quite a reputation around our area. More and more calls came in by the day. We were only a few cases off paying for her surgery. With the rise of clients came the rise of the 66 calls. We were all concerned, and though nobody said anything, I could tell. It was only a matter of time before we got too curious and visited the house. The thought made me sick to my stomach with a sort of excitement. It was a confusing feeling. I knew I shouldn't go, but I yearned for it. Deep down it was what I wanted, but I couldn't tell why. Laying in bed that night, my phone lit up on my nightstand, the low hum breaking the dead silence of my room. I was glad to take my mind off of what happened that day, the thoughts still circling my mind, keeping me up. It was May. This was the first contact she made since her diagnosis. The text simply said, "Come outside." I did as I was told, got dressed and snuck outside. I found her leaned up against the fence outside my house. She looked frail, weak, almost cold. We walked and talked for hours, just like we used to, doing anything to take our minds off both our situations. Eventually we made it to the tree, and May broke what she thought to be news to me. "My parents can't pay for my surgery," she said, clearly holding back tears. I told her I knew Sam had overheard them talking about it. I said that we were making money to pay for it, and she was over the moon that I decided not to tell her how. It's either we're ghost hunting, or we're scamming religious people out of hundreds of dollars, and I'm not sure she'd take too kindly to either of them. I walked her home, and before we got inside, she started to cough. I noticed the hand she coughed into was covered in blood. She looked up at me weakly, her soft green eyes tearing up. "I'm dying, Cal," she said, her voice trembling as she began to cry. I knew it was true. I didn't want to believe it. The calls seemed to be getting worse. More and more 66 calls came in, until there were more of them than the real clients. They just kept coming. We had 2 calls scheduled for tomorrow. They were supposed to be the last. We made it to the first house and couldn't find anything. The man refused to pay us until he had seen something. Clearly, he saw the videos online and just wanted to see something cool. We left without the money. The next case was even worse. On the way there I felt a sense of unexplainable dread. I couldn't stop thinking about yesterday. The TV Amy, the blood on her hand. We needed to help her. We arrived at the house, although something felt off. The grass was overgrown. The walls had weeds sprouting from the cracks in the concrete. The car in the driveway had flat tires and grimy windows. It looked almost abandoned. I reached for the rusted brass handle of the front door. It was unlocked. I stepped forward into the house, and my shoe was soaked. I recoiled and stepped back in disgust. The entire floor was covered in a dark, muddy liquid. The walls were stripped open, revealing burst pipes and sparking wires, which seemed to be twisted to the number 6. A horrible chill shot through my spine. I tossed it up to me being tired. I hadn't slept much the night before, and my mind was just playing tricks on me. Not wanting to deal with this situation, we figured it was just a prank call to another abandoned house. But that was it, the last of the cases we had scheduled. We figured we'd have made enough money by the time these clients were dealt with, so we shut down the website. Sam proposed something like this might happen, but I was too focused on the thought of May being cured and wanting it to happen as soon as possible, so we could finally be done with the 66 bullshit, that I shut it down anyway. When we made it back to the tree I was stressed out. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to see what was in that house. It was as if I was being called to it. As I was about to tell Aiden and Sam about my desire to explore the abandoned house, my phone rang. I hoped it was May, but the number wasn't saved to my phone. I knew it wasn't another client, as the site had been down for hours at this point. I answered it, to static, just like the TV in the house. As I was about to hang up, a voice spoke. It sounded strained, almost like it was painful to talk, like a parched throat, cutting with each word. 66. I threw the phone. I couldn't take it anymore. My hands clasped the side of my head. The feeling returned, the feeling I was being called, drawn to it. The house. I had to go. I wasn't even thinking about May. I just needed to see what was in that house. Cal, what was it? Is May all right? Sam asked me. I felt Aiden's hand rest on my shoulder. I pushed it off out of frustration. I couldn't think. We need to go. Sam asked where. What's going on? The house, 66, we need to go. I can't fucking take it anymore. Sam didn't think it was a good idea, but I didn't care. I felt like I was about to burst. Sam was trying to lecture me on how we need to at least take care of May before going, and that he had a bad feeling about going. Then Aiden began to write. We're only a few $100s off. They should let us pay the rest in installments, right? I agreed and urged them to go with me. Sam was reluctant. He said we should go to the hospital and talk to the doctors first, but we teased him for being too scared to go to the house, and God forbid Sam feel a human emotion like fear. He reluctantly agreed to come. We began to walk. I felt nervous, or maybe excited. It was hard to tell. There was a pressure in my chest, butterflies in my stomach, that only worsened as we got closer. I don't know why I felt this way. I know I shouldn't have. I felt like I was drawn to it, like a guilty pleasure or a bad habit. We walked for about a half an hour, eventually passing Sam's house. I looked through May's window, foolishly hoping she'd look back. We hadn't spoken since the other night, when she told me she was dying. Soon enough she'd have to be fully hospitalized, as her condition kept getting worse. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was my fault, like I was guilty. We were getting closer. I could almost see it now. The mossy, filthy roof, the broken windows, the graffiti on the wall. I couldn't contain my excitement, my nerves. One part of me wanted to turn back and never set foot near the house again. The other part needed to know what was in there. We arrived and stood in front of the two broken down, beat-up cars. Shattered glass littered the driveway. Aiden reached for the door, but I already knew it'd be locked. I made my way around the side as I heard him fiddling with the door handle, and gestured to them to follow me. The side door was unlocked, just as it had been when I went there with May all those years ago. We walked down the side of the house. The walls were littered with cracks sprouting with moss and weeds. The backyard wasn't much better than the front, with overgrown grass and rusted lawn chairs. The glass sliding door to the back was smashed open, so we went inside. Has anyone ever been in a situation like this before? So anyway, it all started last week. I live with 4 roommates, Jess, Lily, Dane, and Miguel. Lily is the one who I'm pretty sure is dead, even though my housemates all say she's pretending. And at first I did think she was pretending. It's an old trick of hers. She's super introverted, and sometimes if she's overwhelmed or just doesn't want to talk, she'll pretend to be asleep. We call it her playing possum. But now she's been playing possum for nearly a week. Her eyes are open, her face is this grayish white and has been turning kind of purplish. Her body is bloating, and I saw a fly land on her eyeball, and I think it laid eggs there. She hasn't changed out of her panda onesie since she started playing possum last Monday. She smells. She smells like a corpse smells, like rotting meat. And that panda onesie, that panda suit is so gross. I'm pretty sure she died in it last Monday, and everyone is just in some kind of denial. But does that even make sense? I mean, how is it 3 other people are all saying she's alive and that I'm delusional? Is it just some bizarre social experiment? I keep waiting for some reality TV host to pop out from behind the potted plant and a hidden audience to start laughing or clapping. I feel like I'm coming unglued from reality. I'm sitting on the sofa as I write this, by the way. Sitting here, looking across the TV room at Lily, who is propped up in the same chair she died in, eyes wide open, flesh bloated and lips purplish and skin just. I think she's going to start leaking into that chair. But let me rewind us to last Sunday. Sunday is when we hit the old lady's cat. It wasn't on purpose. We'd all had a bit too much to drink, and I was driving, and Dane was in the passenger seat, and Jess and Miguel and Lily were in the back, and the cat, it just freaking raced out into the road, solid black, and then there was a thump. My stomach flipped, and then this old woman came out of her house and saw her cat had been hit and screamed and screamed. Lily told her she should have kept her cat inside, not let it wander near a busy road. Anyway, long story short, I think that lady was a witch and hexed us for killing her cat. More specifically, I think she hexed Lily. I mean, I don't think. I know, because the woman said some words in a strange language, and we all called her crazy and drove home. So that was Sunday night. Come Monday, when I came out for breakfast, I was up early as usual. The only other person out in her chair in the living room was Lily, bundled up in her panda onesie. I said good morning, but she had a 1,000-yard stare. I figured she just wanted to be left alone, and didn't think anything more of it until I got home from work in the afternoon. Lily was still in the chair. Same exact pose. Still in her panda onesie. I asked if she was all right. Miguel was playing a video game, and he answered for her. Said Lily was sick and had stayed home from classes. I hope you feel better, I told Lily. She didn't respond. Lily? I said. She didn't respond. Hey Lily, I said that I hope. Chill, just leave her alone, snapped Miguel, who seemed annoyed because I was interrupting his game. I thought it was weird, but I let it go because he was acting so normal. But at dinner she was still in her chair in the same pose and hadn't moved. I tried talking to Jess, who told me, she'll be fine, it's just a cold. This behavior went on for days. And just anytime I tried to ask any of my roommates if Lily was okay, they would act like I was the crazy one. I tried to point out she hadn't changed out of her onesie and was told to quit being an asshole. She's sick. Let her be. At one point I was staring at her from the sofa, trying to catch her blinking, and Jess yelled at me and told me to stop being such a creep, that I was weirding Lily out. They even put up a big cushion in front of her to block her from having to see me, which she clearly couldn't because she was by this point 3 days dead. I assumed once the rotting set in that they would notice, but they just pretended all the harder. And in fact, they even started staging her body. Like, I know it sounds really weird. I don't know why they did it, or if it's some sick social experiment or what, but they moved her. I found her at the table one morning. She was slumped backwards over her chair, sightless eyes staring up at the ceiling. Everyone talked to her like she was alive. By this point she also stank. I mean, to the point I even noticed Miguel and Dane kind of surreptitiously keeping their distance and breathing through their mouths, not their noses, around her. I tried to talk about this to them later, but Miguel just wrinkled his nose at me and said, "Yeah, I know, it's gross. But she's super depressed. Jess says she's never seen Lily this bad before. She's mad upset about that cat. Just let her be. We gotta let her work through this. She'll come out of it. Until then, things like showering and getting out of bed are really hard for her." I almost told him, yes, those things would be hard for a dead person to do. But I didn't. Honestly, I didn't know how to respond. I finally managed to say, "Dude, I think she's rotting in that panda suit." He chuckled and shook his head and said, "Come on, don't be an asshole." I finally did what I should have done from the beginning and called the police. I said I wanted a wellness check on Lily. My roommates tried to send them away, but I came downstairs and insisted and pointed to the corpse in the panda costume in the chair by the television. That chair was really gross by now. And the cops went over to examine her, and I really believed, really and truly, that we were all about to be arrested for having a dead girl rotting in our living room, congealing into that chair. But they pretended she was alive, the same as my roommates kept doing. She never spoke a word in answer to them. Never moved. Later Jess took me aside and told me my actions were uncalled for, and that all I did was make things worse for Lily. So now I'm not sure what to do. Update. It's been several more days since I wrote the above stuff, and as you can imagine, her body became severely decomposed. Also, I confronted my roommates. We got into a huge fight. I told them that clearly the witch's hex had done something to Lily, that it was blinding them, and we were all living with a dead girl. They looked shaken after I pointed out the smell. The way Lily wasn't eating, was literally rotting. They told me they thought I was seeing things, but the entire house reeked of death. None of us could stand it. We could all smell it. I heard Miguel and Dane whisper about the smell later, but they clamped up at a death glare from Jess. So I finally decided to take action. Last night, I bundled up the corpse in the panda suit and drove it out to the woods. There's these high bluffs out there. I tossed the corpse down the rocks. The animals out there will pick it to pieces, if it isn't already too rotted for them to eat. I came back home and also cleaned up around the house and put that disgusting chair out on the curb and finally went to bed. In the morning I woke up to find Jess having a panic attack. She demanded to know where Lily was. I told her Lily left, and Jess accused me of lying. Miguel seemed relieved though. While Jess went out in her car to go searching for Lily, Miguel told me he could finally breathe again, and that it really had smelled bad in here and someone needed to do something. He said he hoped Lily got the help she needed, but that this wasn't the right place for her and she probably needed inpatient treatment. I refrained from telling him that I thought it was way too late for a hospital. Anyway, her body being gone should be a good thing, except I think the hex is now hitting the rest of us. Because Dane, he's always a late sleeper. He didn't wake up through Jess's freak out or my conversation with Miguel. But now it's afternoon, and I just came out and found him sitting next to Miguel on the sofa playing video games. Only, he's not actually playing. His eyes stare straight ahead of him. His hands don't move. There's a first-person shooter on the screen, and Miguel keeps telling Dane he needs to step up his game. But Dane is literally doing nothing, seeing nothing. I think he's like Lily was last Monday. like the hex hit him and now he's dead, but nobody can see it. I don't know if I should wait for his body to rot, or if I should just take him out to the bluffs sooner. If this plays out the same way, Miguel won't stop pretending Dane is just fine. Jess will come home and also believe that he's still alive. Even the police will believe it. Why am I the one the hex didn't hit? Why am I the only one who can see that they're dead? It started on my 8th birthday. That's when Mom began to be afraid of the dark. After my party, we cleaned up together. I was still a kid, but I'd started to realize just how hard life had been for her. I didn't know the details. I barely even knew the broad overview of the story, but I knew she'd been through a lot. I pitched in where I could, doing little things like cleaning up to try and make life a bit easier for her. We were almost done cleaning when it happened for the first time. She walked into my bedroom to put some of the gifts in there. The lights were off. I still remember her shriek. It remains nestled deep within my mind, permanently hidden in some forgotten crevice. It sounded like an animal caught in a trap, desperate and pleading. I was in the kitchen, putting away the dishes and getting ready to take out the trash. It pierced through the whole of my being and left me firmly planted there. A part of me wanted to run to help her. She was my mom, and I cared about her more than anything else. But most of me was too afraid to do anything. My mom was the strongest, bravest person I knew. If something scared her, I wasn't sure I wanted to find out what it was. For about a minute, I was standing right where I was. Her shrieks kept reverberating in my ears, the only sound I could hear. I'm unsure if my brain was just repeating that initial cry out of shock, or if she'd kept screaming over there, but it was all I could hear. Eventually, I snapped out of my shock and ran towards her voice. The door to my room was slightly ajar, and her silhouette was just barely visible in the dim lighting of the hallway. I burst into the room, grabbed my mom's hand, and yanked her out. I didn't look inside. I'm not sure if that was a conscious decision or just an oversight in the rush. At the start, I was leading her, but within moments, she was in front of me sprinting and almost dragging me along. Her screaming had stopped at some point. We ran out of the front door and sat outside by a street light. I looked down at my wrist, bruises dotted across it from how hard she'd gripped onto me. She called the police, frantically explaining that someone had broken into our house. I was too young to understand how frightening that thought was, too naive to fully grasp her fear. The night blurred together after that, the mixture of my drowsiness and shock resulting in a deep confusion as to what was happening around me. I was surrounded by the red and white lights of police vehicles. They took statements from my mom and me, and after sweeping the house, let us go back inside. My mom was terrified of returning, but she put on a brave face for me. Even back then, I could tell that she wasn't really smiling, that she didn't mean it when she said everything was okay. My mom didn't let me leave her side after that. She took me to her room and insisted I sleep there. We shared her bed that night, though it was a bit cramped. That was the first night she kept the lights on when we slept. She moved my bed into her room the next day, telling me I was to stay with her from now on. I moved to turn off the lights before going to sleep, and she screamed at me to leave it on. She said that she needed the lights to be on. I jokingly asked her if she was afraid of the dark. She replied with a serious tone and said that she was. She told me that I should be too. I complained about the sleeping arrangement every night, but my mom didn't budge. She didn't allow me to sleep in a different room, and never allowed me to turn off the lights. Every night, I'd ask her why the lights had to stay on. I whined about how hard it was to fall asleep when the room was so bright. After a few weeks, she finally responded. She told me that the darkness was a world of its own. It hosted monsters, creatures that wanted nothing more than to drag me into it. The light would lock them away and keep me safe. I should always keep the lights on, she said. It was the only thing that would protect me. Her warning scared me to my core. Sleeping was near impossible for me after that day. Every night I'd lie down in bed and picture the monsters kept at bay so close to my bed. Hideous shapes with horns and hooves, gnarled teeth and long claws, 2 heads and uncountable arms. Grotesquely tall and inhumanly large, they absorbed the full size of whatever shadows I encountered. A child's imagining of what evil looked like. I knew little of what real monsters looked like. My imagination kept growing as I grew up with that fear festering inside me. Sometimes I'd see a face come out of the shadow's edge, or a figure take form within them. Clothes in the closet, a chair at a strange angle, a tree outside our window. Anything and everything morphed into nightmarish shape when it came in contact with my terror. When I turned 10, my mother made me go back into my room to sleep. Friends and relatives had commented on our strange sleeping arrangement and advised her I needed my own space if I was to develop into a functional, independent adult. She told me I would have my own room, but I had to keep the lights on at all times. She didn't have to remind me. Her singular warning from years ago had traumatized me in a way that I'd never forget. There's something deeply unsettling about seeing fear in your parents. These were the strongest people in your young life, the ones you'd go to for help when you were scared or uncertain. When they give you a warning that grave, with terror in their eyes and desperation in their voice, it etches itself permanently into your memory. It took me a while to get used to this setup. The first night, I didn't sleep at all. I was too afraid. I felt like my light grew dimmer as the night went on, that the shadows in the corners of my room were growing stronger and larger. The second night started off as a repeat of the first. I couldn't sleep and found myself scanning the room with paranoia. At one point, I saw my closet door open, a pale hand wrapped around its wooden frame. I tried to be brave, to convince myself monsters weren't real. Then I saw the man step out from behind the door, draped in shadows and embodying my every fear in his eyes. I screamed louder than I ever had, my pubescent voice cracking as I forced out every last molecule of air from my lungs. My mother was in my room in an instant, not even bothering to check around the room or speak to me. She dragged me out of bed and rushed me outside. We were at the same street lamp outside our home as we were 2 years ago. The same bruises had bloomed on my wrists, like old scars resurfacing. She called the police, and they went into our home, yet again. They told us they found nothing, and that we should return now. My uncle visited the next day after my mom insisted. He pulled me aside and sat me down. He told me that my dad had hurt my mom in some really bad ways. The man had left a mark on her that still haunts her to this day. She sees him in places he couldn't be. She was scared of him and projected him onto everything. She was seeing Dad in the shadows when there was nothing there. My uncle told me I was the man of the house now, and I had to keep my mom safe from whatever she was imagining. He said I'd have to show her that there was nothing to be afraid of. I had to be strong for her. I nodded and told him I would, lying with enough confidence to convince him. I wanted to be strong, of course I did. But how could I? I was scared too. I saw something the night prior, and it terrified me. It didn't matter if no one else saw it, I did. My uncle and a few cousins stayed over that night. Some of them slept in the living room, and others in my room. For the first time in many, many months, I felt safe as I slept. With so many people around me, I knew nothing could get to me. My mom's shriek pierced through my peaceful sleep and abruptly woke me. I heard countless footsteps move as my cousins and uncle ran into her room. Once the sounds of running had died down, there was silence for a bit, and then yelling. Indecipherable, but clearly argumentative. After a few minutes of my uncle and mom screaming at each other, silence finally returned. My uncle visited my room to speak to me again. He said that my mom claimed to see my dad in the closet. When he went into her room and searched inside, there was nothing but an old coat. She was just seeing things in the dark. She was hysterical, my uncle said. She was losing it, and she was too stubborn to get real help. He told me that I'd have to take care of her, to show her that there was nothing to be afraid of. They all left the next morning, leaving only me to take care of my mom. She would wake me with her screams maybe once a month, and I'd go over to her room to nervously investigate. There was never anything there. Some days it was a coat, other days a pair of boots or a chair. But it was never what she claimed to see. Every false alarm helped reinforce the idea that it had all been in our heads. It took me a while, but I slowly grew past my fear. I still kept the lights on, but it felt like more of a habit than a fear response. I had finally begun to sleep soundly. Eventually, I convinced her to see a psychiatrist. She was making real progress there. I was proud of her. She was moving past some really deep-seated trauma and working through the horrific damage my dad had caused her. She apologized to me frequently for scaring me like that as a kid. I always told her it was okay, that I didn't hold anything against her, and that I loved her. It was almost my 17th birthday when we began to grow comfortable with the dark again. It had been over a year since her last episode. She was smiling again. We'd stay up some nights and watch movies together. I'd still see her eyeing the dark corners and occasionally sleep with the lights on, but it was never anything beyond that. Nothing I deemed alarming, at least until the morning of my birthday. I got out of bed at noon and was lazing around in the living room when I realized I hadn't seen my mom yet. I walked into her room to see what she was up to. It was chaos, pure entropy. It was wholly unlike her to leave the room this messy. It made no sense. Everything was out of place. It looked like there'd been an earthquake or something. That's when I realized something critically important. She wasn't here. I scoured every last inch of the apartment before calling her. She didn't pick up once. I called everyone I could, friends, family, neighbors, co-workers. No one had any idea where she could be. I called the police, and I filed a missing persons report. They came by and searched our house and took notes. I always expected her to return at some point. She never did. Everyone told me she'd run away. Even her psychiatrist told me she likely had a strong episode and decided to leave as a fear response. I guess I believed them. My uncle became my legal guardian, though he didn't really involve himself much. What I inherited from my mother was enough to finance me, and he didn't mind me staying at my old home. He was nice enough about everything and often asked me to live with him, but he understood that I couldn't just leave this place behind. Leaving here would feel like cutting all ties with my mother. It would be like admitting she was gone, accepting that she wouldn't come back. I couldn't bring myself to do it. I think that's why I stayed even when the darkness started to ripple and flow. It became fluid, a liquid black that flooded the home every night. Living alone had reignited my fear of it on an instinctual level. I was leaving all the lights on out of fear again. I felt like a caveman, huddling around a fire to keep mythical beasts at bay. It got bad one night. I saw monsters in the shadows again. I was too old to be seeing this, mere months away from graduating high school. I was ashamed of myself, reduced to little more than that 8-year-old boy who had to sleep next to his mother. I awoke in the middle of the night, and was certain I saw a figure at the foot of my bed. I did my best to hold in my scream, to conquer my fear. It might have come out as a choked gag or choppy gasps, but it didn't come out as a scream. It felt as if the figure vanished at my awareness of it, the noise frightening it back into the void it came from. I turned on my phone's flashlight and scanned my room. There was nothing. Of course there was nothing. But I was still scared. Though it's embarrassing to admit, I walked over to my mother's room that night. I hadn't been in there much since she'd left. It was a painful reminder. But I hadn't gotten rid of her stuff either. It was in the same state the police crew had left it in. A confusing mess, much like my own emotions about her disappearance. I lied down on the left side of the bed, the half I'd slept on about a decade ago. She always insisted that she needed to sleep on the right side, that it was her half. I slept peacefully that night, dreaming of her, of our family. When I woke up, my back ached. I thought I must have slept wrong or turned weird or something. As I slowly got out of bed, I realized what it was. There was a lump in the mattress. A lump right under the very spot I was sleeping under. I pulled back the sheets and uncovered a deep cut made into the mattress with a wooden box stuffed into it. I pulled out the box and opened it. It only contained two things, a journal and a gag. What the fuck? I opened the journal and was immediately horrified. Every entry was an account of an episode. Fears and visions and self-assurance. She never stopped seeing him. The episodes continued. She'd just forced herself to be quiet. She gagged herself to keep the screams at bay. She was worried that she might be considered insane, that she might lose custody of me. She'd tortured herself to keep me from worrying, to keep everyone from worrying. She kept it all to herself, and then she just vanished. I cried for hours that day. It was a mix of guilt and loneliness and shame, and fear. The fear came at the tail end of it all. When I stumbled across an earlier entry, I found her describing her vision in detail. She must have stopped doing it later to help avoid the visions. She described what she saw as a crooked exaggeration of my father, a man I'd never seen. She described his tall figure and skinny frame. She talked of angry eyes and a permanent scowl. She feared his silent rage, the scars it had left her, and some of the new ones that the visions did. Some nights, her hallucinations grew stronger. There were nights he'd strike her through the shadows. Her mind went so far as to even imagine the bruises and pain the next morning. I felt my gut wrench at that revelation. I knew those bruises. I saw them on her too. She told me they were the result of vitamin deficiencies and blood conditions and whatnot. I'd believed her, why wouldn't I? She was my mom, after all. But why did she lie to me? Why did she go on thinking that she was hallucinating them if I saw them, too? Did she think she was imagining me asking? That she'd imagine me caring? I spent hours in that bed, confused and afraid, attempting to piece it all together. I didn't even notice that night had fallen already. I hadn't left the bed all day. I put the box on the nightstand and decided to lie down, rolling over to her half of the bed. I didn't even have the mental energy to worry about the darkness. I was too caught up with concern for my mother, too racked with guilt for even fear to take root. But fear finds a way. I woke up in the middle of the night, cold and sudden, afraid. My hair stood up and goosebumps spread like wildfire across my skin. Void rippled and broke, and I saw him slither out of it, tall and lanky and cloaked in shadow. I saw him walk across the edge of the room, where the black was strongest. I saw him take his first step out of it, his first step towards me. He stopped right there, just a stride closer to me. His eyes looked at me, studied me, before he stepped back into the dark and left. I was nothing more than a child again, longing for my mother's guiding hand. I read her journal, desperately scouring for any advice she may have left me. But it seemed she didn't know much more than I did. The only shield she had ever used was the light. A single lamp being her only defense against whatever that creature was. I was unsure if this would work, but it seemed I had no other options. I left all the lights on that night, and it seemed to have done the trick. He didn't show himself. I thought I was safe. I convinced myself that the light was enough. The lie was reinforced by my continued success. He didn't return for the first few days. I found myself wondering if maybe I had just hallucinated it, too. If my mom's paranoia and the trauma of her absence had blossomed into this delirium. There was no such thing as monsters and ghosts. I was just being childish. But he returned about a month later, walking through the light like it was nothing. The lamp flickered with each step, and the shadows grew longer. He had come a few steps closer to my bed before retreating back into the black. I knew then that my mom had lied. The light had never been enough to protect us. It had just helped her feel safe. I was afraid again. The fear had returned to me, and it was greater than ever. I couldn't bring myself to brave another night in that accursed place. So I hit the road. I went to a new hotel every night, endlessly on the move. Too cowardly to ever stay in one place. He'd never know where I was sleeping, right? So how could he ever find me? I was so sure it would work. Maybe it was just my desperation that fueled that confidence. But it did work for a while. Almost a full year. However, I guess that initial doubt never left me. My fears of him remained, maybe even grew as he kept his distance. He visited me in my dreams last week with the faintest smile on his lips. I saw him for the first time the next night, little more than a tiny shadow in the very edges of my room. He's been getting closer since then, getting stronger every night. Moving didn't make a difference anymore. I think he caught on to that trick. I went as far as I could. I even took a flight. I tried prayer and pleading, confession and ritual. I turned to every deity and faith, desperate for any way at all to keep him away. None of it mattered. Tonight, he's actually made it to my bed. He's lying down on the other side. I can feel his weight on the mattress now. It's just a hallucination, right? My mind playing tricks on me? He's not real. He can't be. Please, don't be real. Okay, before anyone here calls me crazy, or starts trying to use WebMD or the DSM to diagnose me with a mental illness, let me explain myself. I think most of us had an imaginary friend when we were younger. Whether you remember it well, or just in passing, you probably had an imaginary friend in some way, shape, or form. Maybe it was a stuffed animal that you personified, or maybe it was just the voice in your head that kept you company. For me, it was the latter. Growing up, I was an only child. Combo that with the fact that I was homeschooled until high school. It probably isn't surprising to hear that I didn't exactly have many real friends. To be honest, my social circle consisted of my mom, my dad, and my grandmother, who was in charge of my homeschooling while my parents worked. Don't get me wrong, even without friends my own age or people to hang out with, I wasn't an unhappy kid. In fact, I think I had a pretty good childhood. My grandmother says I had a pretty active imagination as a kid, and it delighted her to see how well I could keep myself entertained. Maybe I should introduce my imaginary friend. I called him Co. I can't remember if that's what he told me to call him, or if I came up with it, but that's his name. I'm not sure exactly when Co came into my life, but he was there with me through everything. Through the good and the bad times in my life, Co was there. During homeschooling, my grandmother would even make lesson plans to include Co, setting up assignments for him to complete and giving him questions to answer, which he always got right. Whatever we did, Grandma would always find a way to include Co. I want to make one thing clear. I never saw Co. I didn't know what he looked like, or if he looked like anything, but I could hear him. Not audibly hear him, but like the voice in my head kind of hear him. You know how you can hear what you sound like in your thoughts? Imagine that, but a totally separate voice, distinct from your own thoughts, ringing in your head. I knew Grandma couldn't hear Co. The same way my parents couldn't hear Co. If Ko wanted to say something to my parents or my grandmother, he told me what he wanted to say, and I communicated it for him. That meant that when Ko was participating in class, I was answering the questions on his behalf. Like I said a little earlier, Ko never got an answer wrong during class. I wasn't a dumb kid by any means. In fact, I think I was quite smart for my age, but Ko knew answers to questions I'd never have a reason to know. I think whenever I answered those questions right, speaking for Ko, my grandmother just assumed I'd been studying, or that I was like one of those genius kids. I'm sure you're wondering exactly why I'm bringing any of this up. If Ko isn't imaginary, it sounds like I've got the perfect cheat sheet to life, right? I could use him to pass any test, nail any interview, and overall better my life, right? Well, for a long time that's exactly what I did. Except Ko didn't just guide me through the academic portions of my life. He gave me answers for every part of my life. For all the skeptics still reading, I'm sure you've already rationally explained this as the overactive mind of a lonely child. Clearly, I actually knew the answers to any of the questions my grandmother put on a test. That I was using my imagination to solve my childhood and adolescent problems, coming up with the solutions myself, and using my inner thoughts as a springboard. I can't blame you for believing that. Even typing this now, I realize how absolutely insane this all sounds. I've typed and retyped some parts of this so many times, wondering if this is even worth posting about, or if anyone would take it seriously. Ko says I shouldn't, and for the first time in the memory of my life, I'm about to do the opposite of what Ko tells me. Yup, my not-so-imaginary friend Ko is still with me. Even as I write this now, I can hear him in my head, screaming at me to stop. That I'm making a mistake. That no one will believe me. But I can't help but wonder. Why does Ko not want anyone to know he exists? That he really exists, I mean. Ko won't answer that question, and when I ask, his response is a simple, pleading request. You just need to trust me. I've spent my entire life, all 27 years of it, trusting Ko. Listening to everything Ko tells me to do, and I have to admit, I think my life is better because of it. I graduated top of my class, both in high school and in college. I landed a comfy job, have a comfy life, and even have a lovely wife who is expecting our first child. Every single good thing that has come to me has been with Ko's help, following his instructions. I applied to the college he told me to. Applied for the job he told me to. Married and fell in love with the girl he told me to. As I type this now, admitting it to myself in a tangible way, I wonder if I ever had any agency in my own life, and the thought that I didn't terrifies me. I'm sure a lot of you are wondering why I'd care. I just said that I'm living a dream life listening to Ko, so why would I want to change anything? Why would it bother me that I don't have traditional free will if my life is perfect? Why would I even think about it? I mentioned earlier that my wife is expecting. She's far enough along now that she learned it was a boy. Ko had already told me that it would be, despite me asking him not to tell me early, but I still feigned excitement for her sake. When we got pregnant, my wife and I decided to save the discussion of names for after we knew the gender. After finding out officially yesterday that we were having a boy, we spent all of last night trying to come up with names. I was practically no help, because Ko was flooding my mind with only one name. Ko. I tired to hold back. Something about naming my son after my imaginary friend just didn't sit right with me. But Ko was persistent. More persistent than he'd ever been about anything before in my life. It was like I'd never had a choice as the name left my mouth. For the first time, while following Ko's suggestions, I felt like something was wrong. My wife smiled and told me she liked that name. I smiled too, but behind that smile a seed of doubt had now been planted. Doubt about every facet of my life that Ko had directed. I began to wonder if Ko's suggestions were ever really suggestions. If I ever had any choice in the matter when Ko told me to do something. Ko tried to wash away my worries, telling me that if I just kept listening to him, my life would always be perfect. But I need to know how much control I have now. I need to know that I have control over my own life, because as crazy as it sounds, I'm not so sure that I do. That's why I'm writing and posting this. I guess this is kind of like a test. A test to see if I really can resist Ko. To see if I have any agency over my own actions. I want to know exactly how much free will I have, so I'm posting it here. I don't think I have to worry about anyone I know personally coming across it. Even if they did, the only people that would potentially know who I am based off the information given are my parents and my grandmother, and I'm pretty sure none of them use Reddit. So that's about it, I guess. Thank you all for being my springboard and my confidant. If I have any updates after this, I'll give them, but I'm not exactly sure what I'd update with. I was thinking of maybe visiting my grandmother. She's in hospice care now in her very old age, but she's still cognizant. I wanted to ask her if she remembered anything in particular about my childhood that seemed weird or different, or if she remembers anything in particular about Ko. Ko hates the idea, but that only makes me want to do it more. I think Ko has resigned himself to the fact that I am going to post this, whether he wants me to or not. For the last few paragraphs, he's been pretty quiet, but I can't get the last thing he said to me out of my head. You will regret this. Well, I suppose I'll find out. So that carrot, I guess I'll give you guys the backstory. Basically, my grandmother used to make her own soy sauce, which was like next level shit. Like, I don't know if umami is a real thing, but if it is, this soy sauce was it. We used to visit my grandparents about twice a year, and the soy sauce was always a highlight. My granddad had a garden. They'd do like a stir fry with fresh veggies and pork. Oh, that shit was bananas. Or there was this rice noodle dish she'd make. I don't know what all was in it, but I know it was the soy sauce that made it so insane. I would literally sell my soul to get another taste of the stuff. My granddad eventually passed away, and after a few years my grandmother got super old and couldn't really do much on her own, so we had her move in with us. She stayed with us about a year before she died, but she never made the soy sauce during that time. That whole period felt like a slow end to my childhood. Honestly, when she stopped making the stuff, I think I grieved more than when she died. Not because I didn't love her, but it was just such a part of who she was. It hurt worse than when she started forgetting my name. When we eventually buried her, it felt like she'd already been gone for over a year. Pretty soon after she passed, I went off to college and eventually moved across the country to teach at a high school in Raleigh, North Carolina. I'd visit my parents like once a year or so and call my mom on her birthday, but for the most part, I was pretty detached from my childhood, and I didn't really think about it much. Anyway, like 6 months ago, I got a new client named Tianhua, and it pretty much floored me. That was my grandmother's name. I hadn't really thought about her in years. Just seeing her name unlocked something in my subconscious, because the memories started flowing, and oh God, it's sucking on the window. What the actual fuck? Okay, I shoot it off with a broom. Sorry, this is kinda stream of consciousness. I swear I'm getting to the point. I just want to make sure y'all have the backstory in case it's relevant. I'm kinda at a loss here. So yeah, I got all homesick and shit, and I ended up using all my vacation time and heading back to my parents. All my grandmother's stuff is in the attic, and apparently no one in my family had gone through it in the 12 years since she died. My dad was kind of apologetic when he admitted he hadn't touched it, but I understand. She was his mom. Mostly it was your typical old people stuff. Like someone boxed up the contents of a Goodwill. A porcelain figurine of a teddy bear nurse, embroidered bed covers that were probably white at some point, a pendant of 2 dolphins nose to nose making a heart shape. That last one at least was sterling silver, which I guess would be cool if I were willing to sell my grandmother's old jewelry, lol. I looked through it for like 2 days before finding her old soy sauce equipment. I wasn't really looking for it specifically, but when I found it I was like, oh shit, this is what I was looking for. If that makes sense. Anyway, the crazy thing is, in one of the jugs I found a letter she had written me, apparently shortly before she died. It was really sweet, and I don't really feel like sharing it with you guys, but I suppose giving y'all more context is better, in case it's relevant. So yeah, here it is transcribed. My dearest granddaughter, as I sit by the window watching autumn turn to winter, I find that my thoughts are mostly on spring and summer. I am reminded of the many beautiful moments we've shared. You have always been such a joy to me, and I am so very proud of the person you are and are becoming. I have a special gift for you, one that has been passed down through our family for generations. It is the cherished recipe for making our family's jjangyeol soy sauce. This recipe is more than just a list of ingredients. It is a piece of our heritage, a symbol of love for those who came before us, and of dedication to preserving our traditions. I remember the first time I made our beloved jjangyeol. It was with my grandmother, your great-great-grandmother. How could I possibly forget? Here there's some Cantonese that I don't understand, followed by an exclamation point, and in the end, a transcendent pleasure, black as night. It was then that I understood the importance of this craft, and I have cherished it ever since. You were always the one. I knew it from the time you were a baby. You always liked her best. I just wish I had more time. I wish I could be there in person to watch you make it for the first time. But I find myself wandering in a fog most days, the moments of clarity fewer and fewer. So I'm writing you now, in the hope that when the time is right, you will pick up the baton and carry it forth. I know you will treat it with the same care and respect that I have. The equipment may be old, but it is sturdy and has served me well. If anything breaks though, no worries, pots and jars can be replaced. The recipe, written in my own hand, is enclosed with this letter. Follow it with patience, love, and utter precision. Remember, my dear, that making jungyo is not just about the end product. It is about the process, the time spent creating something truly special with all the generations who came before. With all my love. More Cantonese. Grandma. So yeah, that was the letter I found with it. And I'll just say preemptively, I know it sounds kind of gushy, but if any of you guys make fun of my grandma, I'm not gonna engage. I'll just block you and report you to the mods, simple as. Anyway, the recipe was there, like she said, along with some hair tied up in a ribbon. Which was weird, but at the time I thought it was just like a sentimental thing or whatever, and I left it in the envelope. In hindsight, it's kind of whack that I lugged all of the equipment back to NC with me, but I honestly didn't really consider not taking it. I kinda had tunnel vision. It was weird. And the same with making the soy sauce. It was literally all I thought about. I didn't even dawn on me how weird the recipe was until I caught myself bending over the brew, dropping pieces of my grandmother's hair in, and chanting something, in Cantonese I guess. I'm kinda getting ahead of myself, 'cause it's not like I blacked out or anything. I remember the whole brewing process, but it just didn't seem weird until that moment. See, I hate hair in my food. I mean, I know everyone does, but I straight up won't finish something if I find a hair in it. I even threw up one time when I pulled a 2-foot long hair out of my gumbo. Gag, 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 gag. I still can't eat gumbo. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. But all that to say, it was like my disgust at intentionally adding hair to the mix kicked whatever nostalgic obsession had taken over. It was kind of a, what the actual fuck am I doing moment. And then with the benefit of hindsight, it all seemed insane. I mean, I was making soy sauce, so not everything was weird. I had to soak and steam the beans, and there was toasting and grinding the wheat. But each day during the initial fermentation, I had to add a piece of parchment with Cantonese characters on it, yeah. There's a paintbrush with the equipment that looks ancient as hell. And then every evening during the brining period, just as the sun went down, I'd chant something over the mash, yeah, I know. I don't speak Cantonese, but my grandmother scrawled out whatever it was in English letters. That took like 4 months. But again, I honestly didn't think anything of it until after it was in the ceramic aging jug with the soy mash filtered out. That's when the recipe had me adding the hairs, gag. So that pretty much brings y'all up to speed as far as the brewing process goes. I mean, at least as far as what I've done. The recipe did call for one more thing that I did not and will not do. Cough adding 4 drops of my own blood. Like, how the hell did I read that for months and not burn all of that shit? smh.vlw cals, nvl, nvnl, vlnas vlonas and vlonas las cadon cas vlon k. Sorry, Lo. But yeah, I didn't do anything else to it after adding grandma's hair. I just left it out in the yard. The recipe had me move the jug outside for the final aging process, so it was already out there. I just haven't touched it since. And now it came back, and has been tapping on the glass for like the last 3 paragraphs, which I have been trying to ignore sigh. I know I should probably be more scared for my life than I am, but it's been crawling around for like 3 weeks now, and I'm kind of past all that. But I guess I should fill you guys in. We're almost there. Basically 3 weeks ago I'm sitting on my back porch, and I see this black amoeba-like thing, but maybe more splashy than amoeba? I don't know, I've never actually seen a giant amoeba before. Anyway, it comes around the side of the house and races across the yard after a bird, and then fucks it back to where it came from, looking all disappointed when the bird flies away. So yeah, that scared the shit out of me. I won't go into all the details cause nothing has really come of it, but I called animal control, multiple priests, Buddhist, Shinto, Catholic. I even tried getting a hold of the Vatican cause the Catholic priest didn't really take it seriously. Pretty much, when anyone else comes around, it takes off, of course. I'm not sure if anyone believes me about it, but whatever. I bought holy water on eBay, which didn't do shit. I tried putting garlic around, but it ate most of it. I had the idea to try appeasing it, I'm not really sure to what end, but I found out it doesn't really have any particular affinity for Asian food, who knew? Mostly it eats the eggs from my fridge, or any small animals it manages to catch. There's got to be like 24 squirrel/lizard/bird carcasses around my house. I think it's even gone after my neighbor's cat a few times. Yes, I've tried fire, soap, diluting it with water. The thing is it's really good at foeing whenever it's threatened. and it's pretty much impossible to trap. I don't know what else. It likes to hang out in glass container. But yeah, it's taken to watching me for like hours at a time. I mean, it doesn't have any eyes, but I know that's what it's up to. It mostly keeps its distance, but sometimes it's a bit obstinate and doesn't want to move. I have a bleach spray I use if it does anything super annoying. I taught it to quit bringing bones in the house. Honestly, that's pretty much the current situation. Maybe there's more, but I think I've been pretty exhaustive. So I guess, I don't know, I'm kind of at a loss. I'm not really even sure what to ask. Has anyone had something like this happen to them? Also, what the hell do I do now? Ooh. Does anyone have any ideas for names? JK, LOL, that shit has got to go. Hope you guys aren't offended that Reddit is literally my last option XD. If oversharing were a sport, Veronica would take Olympic gold. I'd like to say I'd known Roni all my life, and most people would believe it based on how much I knew about her. There wasn't any part of her life she didn't tell me. Stories, memories, and ideas flowed out of her effortlessly, restraint being a completely foreign concept to her. I never minded, though. I'm perfectly content to let her talk herself hoarse, even if my ears fell off. She needed the release as much as I needed the noise, an effortless symbiosis that powered our friendship. I knew how she almost cut her thumb off with a paring knife when she was 6, how she snuck 3 people into her room through her 3rd-story window, and where her mom hid the colored contacts. People couldn't even tell her mom wore them in the first place. Despite all of it, the stories, embarrassments, long nights watching scary movies, everything, she found ways to ask about me between breaths. My hobbies, interests, and aspirations were absorbed with as much clarity as her own. And she remembered too. She could recall fine details about anything, even if I'd only mentioned it once. For better or worse, Roni has a big memory, and an even bigger mouth. We went everywhere together, clinging to each other like conjoined twins. We were a package deal that wouldn't be separated. That's what made college that much more scary. High school finished unceremoniously, Roni graduating with high honors and a fancy scholarship to UPenn to study biochemistry. I didn't have the aptitude she had, so I settled on a quiet state school an hour from my house. In hindsight, I should have known the world wouldn't be kind enough to keep us together. I hadn't known her for that long, but it felt like a piece of me was scooped out, the space she occupied refusing to fill. I felt hollow, weak, gray. A promise to stay in touch and continue to talk every single day seemed just as hollow. Anyone in a long-distance relationship knows how Herculean a task like that can be, especially between college students. Over time, little by little, we fell out of touch. Calling every Sunday turned into every other Sunday, then a few times a month. I would respond to her posts, always being met with an enthusiastic, "Let's catch up soon," followed by even more weeks of silence. Time marched onward, and Roni receded further into my memory. By my senior year of college, I only thought of her when I smelled old pennies or lavender perfume, or when I'd go to our favorite coffee shop back home, times like that. After I graduated college, I found myself stuck. I was unsure of my expectations and equally unwilling to find out. My diploma says I had a degree in biology, but was that truly what I wanted to do in life? As many other broke college graduates come to realize, I probably should have figured that out before the loans piled up. With bills flooding my mailbox and no time to regret my decisions, I found a job at a body donation facility. Without bogging down the flow, this is the gist. The company connects the recently deceased with organizations that can use their bodies for science. Those who want to donate their bodies to further scientific and medical education are taken to the facility, processed, and dismembered according to the needs of the client. After that, their body parts are shipped to them in big, metal trucks all across the country. So, as the title suggests, my job is to process the donors, dismember them, and package them. Lucky me. Despite the grotesque nature of the work itself, I work alongside a great team, the pay is good, and I finally feel like I've carved a path for myself. If that means I have to work in a literal ice box with dead bodies every day, so be it. Adjusting to the smell was easier than I expected, the N95 doing most of the heavy lifting. But even for the more difficult aspects, it was relieving to know I had good co-workers to lean on if I needed it. Unfortunately, this seemed to be one of those days. Aaron, the most senior of us, was the de facto leader, responsible for reading out the orders, indicating what specimen needed to be procured from a given donor. Lukewarm coffee in hand, she scanned through her clipboard, occasionally blurting out procurement notes. Patient 5. Cephalic, bilateral, P3, and eviscerate. Who wants it? Cephalic means head, bilateral means both arms, P3 was shorthand for pelvis to toes, and eviscerate means, well, exactly what it sounds like. Calling them our patients always made me chuckle, but it felt more natural than calling them donors. We obviously weren't treating them, but we handled them with the same level of care. After a pause, Jesse's hand rose lazily. Yeah, sure, I got it. Also, how many total today again? 11 total, Aaron replied, eyes never leaving the clipboard. Ideally, we'll be out of here on time. Don't fuck anything up, Messy. Jesse scowled at her, her faint grin peeking out from over the clipboard. He grumbled out a weak retort, Nina, Ty and I snickering at the two of them. Aaron continued, the 5 of us silently choosing our patients for the day. We all ended up with 2 patients, Aaron solemnly taking the extra. She droned through the memos, gave us a curt nod, and shooed us toward the changing rooms. The mornings were always slow, but we had the luxury of working at our own pace. We gowned up in silence, slipping our masks and goggles on before moving to the box. The box, as it was affectionately nicknamed, was our workspace. Large metal lab tables lined the windowless room, blinking LEDs above each one. An industrial tool closet sat in the far corner of the room, housing all of our daily equipment. Contrary to my assumptions, the box was typically flooded with a pungent lemony smell instead of the stench of death. The scented chemical cleaners cemented a permanent citrus odor into the space, interrupted only by the assault that was procurement. The worst part of the box was the ventilation, predictably. Massive gusts of air pumped into the room, just cold enough for us to work on the donors without freezing ourselves. A neat row of human-sized cubby holes lined the back wall, all of them adorned with walk-in freezer handles. Canvas-covered gurneys were parked against the other wall, a line of mottled gray toes peeking out from the end of each one. The only color in the room was the neon yellow tags separating each donor, tied to the big toes like yard signs. Ty yawned audibly, dragging his hand through the tags before moving to the tool closet, flicking on our portable speaker on the way. Aight, who needs what? Anything specific or just the use? Just scalpel and saw for me, please, I chirped, the mask muffling most of my voice. Ty flashed me a thumbs up, taking requests from each of us in order. Setting my supplies aside, I found my first patient and wheeled them out to my table. Each patient always had their documentation at their feet, complete with a medical history, cause of death, and procurement details. I quickly scanned the paper, eager to get the first one out of the way as Led Zeppelin crackled out from the speakers. Peeling back the canvas, I greeted my first patient, their shriveled gray face and milky eyes offering no reply. My face tightening reflexively, I went through my usual assessment. I checked his entire body for surgery and fracture scars, peeled back his eyelids for any corneal abrasions, gently palpated his stomach for any excess gastrointestinal movement, and flexed all of his appendages. All scars accounted for, no abrasions, no GI movement, and all appendages had full flexion and extension. Writing down my notes, I watched as his half-open eyelid drooped close, gravity attempting to revert my inspection. Aaron often had to remind me that it's not like they're gonna protest, but it still gave me the creeps watching bodies move without my help, especially after jostling them around so much. Forcing my goosebumps to recede, I was interrupted by Nina, a look of indignation plastered on her face. Hey, you good over there, Nina? Huh? Oh yeah, sorry. Check this out though. Poor girl. I set the documents down, all of us now clustered around Nina's patient. She was just as gray as my patient, but her face was covered with purple bruises, a long gash wedged between her eyebrows. From a quick scan, I figured maybe it was from a fall, but her torso told another story. A smattering of brown and purple bruises painted her skin, her chest visibly concaving in the center of it all. She had to be no older than mid-50s, younger than the majority of our patients. I caught a pitted sigh from Aaron, striding over to gently palpate the stomach. A wretched crunch and gurgle escaped the woman, a dark maroon pool rising in their mouth. Wincing at the guttural noise, I watched the donor's sallow stomach distend once more, the pool in her mouth draining back inside her. Ugh, how tragic. Car accident, yeah? Yeah, Nina sighed, eyes downcast. No older than my mom, too. Just terrible. She trailed off, the rest of us digesting the scene. Ty, the least experienced of us, chimed in. So wait, that was her blood? How does that work? Well, Aaron grunted, wiping her hands on her smock. Most likely rupture from the crash. Internal bleeding from an aortic rupture, I'd say. Nina, she have eviscerate orders? Nina slipped her gloves off, flipping through the folder of documents carefully. Nope, not her. Violet forearms, knee down, and pelvis. Why? We're gonna have to discard the rest anyway, so after y'all finish your first procurement, we can check out what happened together. She patted the patient's bony shoulder, the rest of us nodding eagerly. Hey Jesse, slide that trash over here. Jesse positioned the trash beside the patient's ribs, already knowing where this was going. With practiced precision, Aaron lined up a scalpel blade between ribs 9 and 10, dragging the blade swiftly between them. Tar-black ichor drained from the incision, a sickly waterfall of blood cascading into the trash noiselessly. Give, 20 minutes draining before you go for that pelvis. Unless you feel like getting showered. Nina shrugged playfully, Jesse's eyes puckering beneath his goggles. Hey, not this early, Ninny. I've already queued just to get high, and I don't want my tears mixing with your gut juice. We all groaned in unison, the mere mention of Nickelback putting a bad taste in our mouths. Jesse raised his hands defensively, Ty giving him a light punch on the arm before sauntering over to his table again. Smiling inside my mask, I walked over to my station, immigrant song gracing my ears once more. My first patient was a cephalic, Violet hands, an AP3. Going for the head first was always a pain, but it made the weight distribution for the P3 a little more manageable. Cradling his head in my arms, scalpel at the ready, I glanced up at the row of gurneys. For whatever reason, the last one in the row caught my eye, and it only took a moment to realize why. Despite all donors having a yellow ticket on the toe, one gurney at the end of the line was missing theirs. I frowned, hoping Ty didn't lose it accidentally. Counting as I went, the last gurney had no paperwork or tag anywhere in sight, my frown turning to intrigue. Hey Aaron, I called out over my shoulder. You sure we only had 11 today? Aaron looked up from her donor, scalpel in hand. Yep, just 11 today. What's up? There's an extra in the line. Late arrival. It wasn't uncommon for us to get 1 or 2 donors delivered throughout the day, but they were always dropped off with their paperwork and yellow tag. Aaron groaned, already irritated at the possibility of lost paperwork. Wasn't told about any extras today. Maybe they just came early? To be processed tomorrow? Fair enough, but wouldn't they have their documents and stuff? Personal effects too. I mean, they're supposed to, Aaron continued, sidling up at the foot of the gurney. She peeked under the tarp, squatting down to look around and underneath the donor. Guess they're missing theirs. Mind wheeling them over to the auxiliary freezers down the hall? I'll try to get a hold of our delivery guys and see what the deal is. No problem, I replied, setting my current patient's head down. I traded spots with Aaron, rolling the mystery donor down the dark hallway to auxiliary storage. Beyond the strange lack of documentation and yellow tag, other things felt off about the donor. As the gurney's badwill echoed noisily, I noticed their toes were much pinker than other donors were. It wasn't unheard of to get a young donor, but it was certainly rare, and all the sadder. The canvas had a thin layer of dust on it too, typical of donors who've been left out for a few days. I certainly don't remember anyone behind on their work, especially for a donor this young. What gives? Was this supposed to be in our caseload today? I shook off the notion. Erin is a robot when it comes to bookkeeping. She wouldn't have forgotten one. Stepping into the auxiliary freezer room, I pushed my donor toward the nearest open cubby, the freezer door already open for preservation. Lining them up with the cubby, I suddenly stopped cold, a wave of confusion climbing up my spine. They didn't just move, did they? No, I saw something move for sure, but that can't be. I must have moved funny when I was lining them up. Scrunching up my face, I grabbed the corner of the canvas, intent on ripping it off and onto the floor, but I was stopped yet again. Movement. A shift underneath, near the face. I knew I wasn't imagining it, but then... What? How? I swallowed hard, unable to process the scene as I dragged the canvas off. Finally exposed, I sighed in relief, laughing at myself sheepishly. Her paperwork was just sitting on her face instead of her legs. Of course it would shift as I repositioned her. I shook my head in embarrassment, thankful Jesse or Ty weren't there to make fun of me. The donor was indeed young, a cavalcade of blonde hair spilling out behind the thick manila folder. Her hands rested gently at her sides, palms toward the sky in peace. Her skin was remarkably clean, bereft of any bruising or scar tissue, save for a nearly imperceptible scar on her thumb, just below the joint. I blinked for a moment, processing silently. So if she does have her paperwork, I should bring her back, right? Picking up the documents, intent on finding their filing date, her face shot spikes through me. Eyes anchored on her visage, the folders slipped from my grasp, the sounds of falling paper echoing in the isolated room. Mouth agape and hands trembling. I grabbed the wall for support as a torrent of memories overwhelmed my senses, my breathing rapid and shallow. It was Roni. Her cheeks were slightly pink, but she was most certainly dead. I wheezed through my mask, the world refusing to stop spinning. Worst of all, with her eyes half open and palms to the sky, she was smiling. Smiling like a fool, teeth glittering in the low light, not another wrinkle in sight. The color drained from my face, a torrent of physical shock setting in. I wanted to scream, I wanted to puke, and I wanted to leave. Even now, writing this, I don't know what compelled me to stay, but I eventually hobbled over to her, my eyes the size of dinner plates. Hundreds of questions flooded my brain, spiraling into a vortex of panic and grief. Then all at once, it merged into a perfect, all-encompassing dread. Roni's eyelids drifted closed, moving without my help. This whole thing started with my parrot, Mango. He's an African gray, the kind of bird that picks up words and phrases like a sponge. I've always loved how he mimics the sounds of my daily life. The ding of my stove, the creak of the front door, even the way I laugh. It's like having a sweet little echo of myself in the house. But over the past few weeks, Mango started saying things that don't belong to me, things that don't belong to anyone I know. I've loved my house since the day I laid eyes on it. It was built during the days of American pioneers, and is by far the oldest house in the little town I live in. It's really a work of art, creaky and falling apart as it is. But now, I can't imagine spending one more night in that place. And it all started with Mango. He's been my companion for years, almost a decade now. I had him before I bought the house, and he's lasted longer than my first and only marriage, if that means anything. At first, the problem was subtle. I'd hear him mutter "long day," in a voice I'd never heard him use before. It was low, rough, gravely, broken, fragmented, and slurred a little, like someone who smoked too much was drunk off their ass. I thought nothing of it, assuming that he picked it up from a TV show or podcast I left playing. After all, he's super smart. He can learn new words and phrases after hearing them only a few times. But then it got weirder. A few days later, I was in the kitchen washing dishes when Mango said, "Gotta be quiet now, Joey's home," in the same voice as before. I froze, my hands still in the soapy water. Joey is my name. I turned to look at him, but he just stared back with those beady black eyes, head cocked to the side like he was willing me to react. "What did you say, little buddy?" I asked, drying off my hands and getting closer to his cage. He cocked his head further, shuffling on his perch. It looked like he was about to say something, but he kept quiet. The next day I heard him say, almost time, almost time." It was the same voice, that low, gravely, and completely unfamiliar drawl. This time, though, he continued to squawk, muttering phrases that seemed English in tune, but lacked the coherence a sane mind draws between words, like he was regurgitating a list of syllables that a non-native speaker would think mimicked the bustle of conversation at a party. This time I went up to his cage and opened the door. "Mango, where are you hearing this?" He didn't answer, of course. He just clicked his beak and ruffled his feathers. Then later that night, Mango said something off kilter again. I was sitting on the couch, scrolling on my phone, absently flicking a toy around to keep Mango entertained. Mango squawked a few times, trying to catch the toy with his beak. Then he said, "Ah, Joey's home." My blood turned to ice. The way he said it, so sure of himself, like it was directed at me, sent chills down my spine. I sat there, staring at Mango, trying to make sense of what he'd just said. My mind raced through all the possible explanations: TV, radio, a neighbor's voice somehow carrying through an open window. But none of it added up. The voice was too distinct, too deliberate, and I'd never heard it before. I didn't sleep much that night. My heart skipped a beat with every creak of the house, every little sound that used to remind me of the beautifully historic place I lived in. I kept telling myself that it was nothing, that I was overreacting. I needed to sleep, I had work tomorrow. But deep down, I felt like something was wrong. Dreadfully wrong. I slept for what might have been a few hours at most. Bright sunlight streamed through my sheer curtains, waking me up before my alarm. I made sure to play with Mango before leaving for work, and tried to get him to say more in that voice. I tried imitating it, because sometimes that prompts him to repeat similar things, but he wasn't very chatty. He usually isn't first thing in the morning. I decided I would get to the bottom of it, whatever it was, after I got home from work. that would put my mind at ease. It was a Friday, so at the very least, I could stay up and annoy Mango until he said more in that voice. Maybe then I'd recognize it and figure out where he was hearing it from. When I got home, I went straight for his favorite treat, bananas. That usually turns him into a chatterbox. He's an absolute slut for the things, and will start begging for some the moment he catches a whiff. Banana, he said. Banana. Banana, please. Banana. Squawk. I actually taught him to say squawk. I think it's hilarious. I laughed and fed him a morsel. Good bird, Mango. Say, I love you. Gimme kiss. Moi, he said, imitating a bird he saw online. No, say I love you. I love you, he said. I rewarded him, and he started hopping up and down on the table, talons clicking on the wooden surface. I continued getting him to repeat things, warming him up before trying to imitate that voice again. Then it happened. It only took one try. I drank some Coke and let it stick to the inside of my throat, then yelled for a few minutes, praying that my neighbors wouldn't hear, to strain my voice further. When my throat started to get sore, I did my best impersonation of the voice. It honestly wasn't even close, but it still worked for Mango. I rasped, out of breath, Joey's home. Almost time. Mango flapped his wings. Joey's home. Joey's home, he said in the voice. I held up a sliver of banana. Banana. Please. I love you. Nobody. Talk about, I said, then dropped my voice back to the rasp, Joey's home. He obliged. He's home. Joey's home. Oh no, he's back early today. Back to the attic. The attic. Then he broke off into more of the broken half-syllable muttering, sounding like someone who belonged in a loony bin. I held out a big chunk of banana. Good boy. The attic? I haven't been up there in months, years maybe. It's just a dusty, half-finished room filled with holiday decorations and sad memorabilia from my failed marriage. Good boy, he said. Keep going, buddy, I affirmed, trying to coax him to say more. Attic. Joey's home. Back to the attic. Pronto. Joey's home early today, my little Joey. My boy. I looked at him for a while. He just shuffled back and forth, cocking his head in the way parrots do. I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach. I knew I had to check the attic, that I had to see what was up there, just for my own peace of mind, or else I wouldn't be able to sleep that night. I gave him another big chunk of banana before setting him on my shoulder. I felt safer with his weight there, little claws digging into my skin through my shirt. I grabbed a flashlight and headed up to the attic. I pulled on the string hanging from the ceiling, and a ladder sprang down. Immediately the must of dust, lumber, and insulation assaulted my nose. It wasn't altogether unpleasant. I took a deep breath, flicked on the flashlight, and began to climb. Stay close, Mango, I murmured. Stay close, Mango, he parroted. I love you. Love you too, bud. The beam of my flashlight cut through the murky air. Particles filtered down from the ceiling. It was surprisingly hot in the attic, given the temperature outside. It wasn't really a huge space, and half of the attic doesn't even have flooring installed. It's just fluffy pink insulation and wooden beams. The part which had a floor, plywood laid over wooden beams, covering the insulation between, was stacked almost to the A-frame ceiling with a disorderly array of boxes. Some of the boxes were plastic tubs, and when the flashlight hit them just right, they gave off a dull reflection. I fumbled for the light switch, flicking it a few times. The room stayed dark. Fuck, I said. The bulb must have burned out. I angled the flashlight down toward the plywood floors. The boxes kind of made a twisting hallway through the middle of the attic, ending with a small window facing the street. The blinds were shuttered, but a soft glow from street lamps managed to squeeze between the cracks. Something rustled from the other side of the attic. I took a sharp breath in, heart pounding. Hello? I asked, then waited for a beat. Is someone there? Silence. The only sound was of my thudding heart. I love you, squawked Mango. I nearly leapt out of my skin. I shushed him, regretting the decision to bring him with me. I called out again. Hello? There wasn't a response. Slowly, ever so slowly, I inched my way down the cardboard hallway, sweeping my flashlight back and forth. I peered through slivers of darkness between the towers of boxes, sometimes catching a glimpse of the pink insulation behind them. I was almost to the window at the end of the hallway when I came to a wide gap between two stacks of boxes. I could clearly see where the dust had been disturbed recently, like someone was barely able to squeeze past, and their belly ended up as a Swiffer. Hello? I floated again. I listened intently, but didn't hear a thing. I felt my palms sweating against the cold metal of the flashlight. I was suddenly thankful that I had such a big flashlight, the kind night watchmen carry that double as a club in a pinch. I pushed between the gap in the boxes, barely able to squeeze through myself. What I saw next will stay burned in my memory forever. There was a small layer of plywood on the floor resting between the wall of boxes and the slanted part of my roof. On it was a pile of assorted food wrappers along with a makeshift bed. The blanket was in tatters, barely thicker than a bride's veil and torn in more places than it wasn't. Then I saw the pictures. They were taped to the back of the boxes from floor to ceiling. And they were all pictures of me. Pictures of me playing with Mango, pictures of me in the shower, pictures of me eating dinner. Most of them were taken from above, from what I would later find to be small holes drilled in my ceiling. Some of them, though, the ones of me sleeping, they were taken from below. From in my house, standing beside my bed. There were close-ups of my face, eyes closed, sleeping peacefully. My stomach lurched. I was suddenly very aware of how sweaty my palm was against the flashlight, how slippery it was. I switched it to my other hand and dropped it in the process. It landed with a crack, plunging me into darkness. I swore and Mango squawked. I had almost forgotten about him on my shoulder. A pile of boxes crashed down from the other side of attic, near the door. I jumped and almost careened backward off the plywood floor and into the open insulation/wood beams. I fumbled back through the gap in the boxes, but I couldn't see shit. I could hear labored breathing and thudding footsteps moving away from me, toward the attic door. A silhouette was hunched over, outlined against the light streaming in the doorway, ladderway, from the house below. The person was huge, though I didn't catch a good look at them. A grunt, followed by a slam, and the room grew even darker. Mango squawked and fluttered on my shoulder, his wings slapping the side of my face. All I could think about was the dim glow behind me, the faint glimmer of street lamps filtering through the blinds. I would be silhouetted. Whoever was in the attic with me be able to see me, but I wouldn't be able to see them. I swore and dropped to my knees, crawling back through the gap in the boxes to search for my flashlight. "Hello, Joey," the person said in that familiar, gravely voice. They were breathing heavily. I froze. I strained my eyes and ears, trying to see the flashlight I had dropped without making a sound while simultaneously trying to echolocate the intruder. My hands were shaking. I was absolutely terrified. I groped blindly for the flashlight. I heard the person march deliberately, their labored breathing coming closer with each step. Mango was clinging to my shirt with his beak, as well as his claws now, biting into my flesh. I think it hurt, but in that moment I couldn't feel a thing. I was numb with adrenaline. Finally my fingers closed around the cold grip of my flashlight. I stood up, with Mango clinched to my back now. "Come out, my little boy," the voice said. Oh, the voice was even worse in person. Mango did a damn good job with his impersonation, but his little beak could only do so much. The real voice had weight behind it. When Mango parroted, I thought it sounded like a smoker. But a smoker's lungs weren't healthy enough to talk with such weight. This voice filled the room, deep and powerful. It boomed again. "Come out, my love. I want to see your pretty face." I shivered and clutched my flashlight. I smacked it against my palm, frantically clicking the on-off button, and it flickered on. The beam revealed a monstrous person. Long, patchy strands of hair clung to their peeling scalp. They were nearly naked. A huge belly protruded underneath a Hello Kitty t-shirt that did little to cover skin. It was the only article of clothing that she wore. The thing had breasts. I could only assume it was a woman. Her tits sagged over her protruding belly like cascading Yule logs, long and skinny, pulled tight into her childish t-shirt. Her legs were too thin to support such a build, and I thought she would topple over at any second. But they proved plenty strong as she marched toward me, one deliberate step at a time. She cocked her head like Mango so often does, and licked her lips with a dry smack. "Joey, my honey bear, you look dashing." Her voice maintained a deep croak, bubbling like a derelict engine. I stuttered, trying to find my voice. "Who are you?" She smiled. "I'm your new wife. Much better than that whore, Lily, that you used to fuck." She said my ex-wife's name with such spite, such malice. I didn't know what to say, how to even respond. I think I shook my head, but honestly I can't remember much detail past that. It all happened so fast. She lunged toward me, closing the gap in seconds. I yelped, stumbling backwards, and crashed into the window behind me. Mango flew off my shoulder into the darkness, and I fell to the floor as she reached for me. Her hands were soft and oily against my face. Snakeskin, I thought as her weight landed on top of me. I screamed and thrashed. Her breath was hot and wet against my skin. She clawed, muttering nonsense as I tried to shove her off. "My boy," she said. While we struggled, Mango flapped in circles above our bodies. He dived at her a few times as she held me down, pulling at my waistband. "Give it to me." "What the fuck?" I shouted. She was too heavy, too strong. Where did that strength even come from? I thought as her spindly legs wrapped around me, keeping me pinned. "Give it to me," she demanded, yanking at my pants and trying to lick my face all at once. I pushed with all my strength, shoving her face away from me with one arm while searching desperately for the flashlight with the other. When my fingers closed around the cool metal, I didn't hesitate for a second, slamming it into her back. She let out a huff of air into my face, a gagging stench, and rolled off me. I pushed to my feet, clutching the flashlight. Mango dived at her again, and she snarled, swatting at him. I heard a thick slap as her hand collided with Mango, sending him hurtling through the darkness outside of my flashlight's beam. I lunged at her with both hands, not really thinking so much as reacting. I pushed, and she toppled through the wall of boxes behind her. She crashed through the insulation and drywall ceiling, supporting it into the house below. A plume of fiberglass enveloped me, and I heard her moaning through the opening in the attic's floor. I peered through the hole that she punctured. She was laying on the floor of my upstairs guest room, groaning loudly. I watched for a second, still unbelieving and out of breath, then sprinted for the other side of the attic where the ladder was. By the time I made it to the room, she was gone, leaving only a few drops of blood and fluffy insulation on the floor. I was pretty shaken up, but I still managed to call 911 and explain what just happened. A few minutes later, cops showed up with sirens blaring. I explained everything to them as well, and they took my statement. A few officers stayed with me in my living room, while others conducted a manhunt outside, but they didn't find her. She escaped. Other officers conducted a search of my house, gathering evidence. I insisted to come with them in the attic to find Mango. The woman had swatted him, and I wanted to make sure he was okay. He wasn't. He was still breathing when I found him, laying atop some insulation. Meek little breaths. Both of his wings were bent at odd angles, and he fluttered lightly. "Oh, Mango," I said, cradling him in my hands. He didn't respond. An officer offered to give me a ride to the vet's office. I held Mango the whole way, saying little prayers for his little body in the back of the police cruiser. I called ahead on the way there, and they had an emergency line with someone on call. They informed me that the vet could be there within an hour, and gave me instructions on what to do with Mango in the meantime. He died before the vet showed up. His last breaths were shallow, barely a whisper. I sobbed and felt awkward in front of the cop, but they turned their attention elsewhere, as if to give me privacy. In the days that followed, I felt hollow inside. I left the house, leaving everything behind. I couldn't bear to be there. The cops told me they'd call if they found anything, but the days stretched into weeks, and their updates became less and less frequent. They never found her. Never even got close. They assured me that she was probably long gone, miles away, that people like her drift from place to place. They said it to comfort me, but it only made things worse. She was obsessed with me, that much was clear. She knew where I slept. So I sold the house at a loss, barely able to stomach the thought of stepping inside again to pack my things. Even now, weeks later, I can still see her, her sagging body, her oily fingers, the way she licked her lips and called me her boy. I dream of her sometimes, nightmarish things. I wake up drenched in sweat, convinced she's in my new apartment's ceilings, the walls, and I can hear her labored breathing. Sometimes, I hear the floor creak in the dead of night. Sometimes, when the night is quietest, I swear I hear a voice. A rasping, low, fragmented whisper. "Almost time, Joey. Almost time." I didn't live in a very nice household. Okay, well, it was nice and all, it was a big estate, but it wasn't nice. My dad was angry. My mom was angry. My brother was angry. Basically, everyone was angry all the time, every day. If I wasn't getting empty beer cans thrown at me by my dad, I was getting my toys broken by my mom. And if I wasn't getting either of that done to me, I was just plain getting beaten up by my brother. Sibling love and all that. Needless to say, I spent a bunch of time hiding in various places around the house. So naturally, I found some weird shit. It's worth mentioning the house we lived in. It was old. Like, it had been in our family since America became a country. My whatever great-grandpa on my father's side was a pretty wealthy Englishman, and built it way back in the 1700s. It had been owned by my paternal family ever since. So yeah, it was pretty fucking creepy. A lot of it can be explained, and a lot of it can't. The big unexplained happened when I was 10. My brother, Todd, was just about to turn 18. In my family, that means getting the house. The oldest son would always inherit the estate when he turned 18. That's just how it went. Todd was already planning all of the grand things he'd do with the estate. My parents would move into a smaller condo closer to the center of town, since they were already ramping up for retirement. And what were they planning on doing with me, their 10-year-old child? Well, it was up to Todd, and Todd was a dick. So he decided to move me to the old servants' quarters on the edge of the property. I tried debating it, but you can probably guess how that went. So I was hiding in my most recent hiding spot, the basement linen closet, black eye and shattered lip, when I heard it. A creak. Wasn't too out of the ordinary. The house was almost 300 years old, but something about it felt off. Deliberate, like those cartoons when the character is trying to sneak around. I carefully opened the closet door, just enough to be able to peep out with one eye. What I saw made me stay in the closet until morning. It was another eye poking out back at me. It was watching me too. I couldn't make out the details, I was too panicked, but I remember how cloudy they looked. Almost inhuman. I leaned all my weight against the door, trying to hold it shut just in case it tried to open the door. It didn't, but for the rest of the night it knocked. And knocked. The weird thing is, sometimes the knocks weren't coming from the door. Sometimes it was behind me, sometimes it was farther away. And it was fast and heavy. Didn't even seem like knocking. I don't remember when I fell asleep, but I must have at some point, because I woke up to Todd. "Tim, wake up, dipshit, and get out of the fucking closet, gay bitch," he said, forever the clever artist of words. As I opened the closet door, I noticed things were kind of off. Nothing super out of the ordinary, just off. Like the air was heavier. As I closed the door, I realized why things felt weird. The door was practically shredded to pieces. It was trying to get in. That day, I did what I rarely ever did. Stayed with my family all day. It was hard to endure, but not as bad as whatever the fuck happened last night. Still, night had to come, and I eventually was alone in my room, trying to fall asleep. Then I heard it again. A fucking creak. This time from my own closet. I woke up and peeked my head out from under the covers, still traumatized from last night. Nothing. No eye. But then I looked a little longer. No, nobody was staring me down, but somebody was there. My closet. He looked tall. Too tall. His neck was the worst part. Bent where it shouldn't be, looking almost like a snake. I stared at the tall man, too terrified to move, when I realized he really wasn't that tall afterwards. I was just looking at him wrong. His gray, rotting feet were lifted off the ground. This really was a ghost. Then he opened his mouth. He looked like he was trying to tell me something. He kept choking over his words. I guess eventually he got so frustrated, he just let out the worst sound I've ever heard. The most disgusting, visceral scream I think I'll ever be privy to in my life. He suddenly thrust towards me, and I finally got control over my body and ducked under my covers until the next day. I saw things like that for the next few days. Maybe it was a gaunt, hairless creature staring at me through my third-story window, or maybe it was a woman with matted hair and blood around her mouth I saw in the kitchen out of the corner of my eye. But something was always watching me. Eventually, I felt like I was going crazy. So crazy, I did something I never thought I'd do. I was in my room, when suddenly, I saw the creepy neck guy from my closet again. I tried to ignore him, but he got so close I could feel his energy sucking the life out of me. I turned around and snapped, "What? What do you want?" Then he backed up. He floated to my door, entering the hallway. As he went, he turned around and motioned for me to follow with a bony, long finger. And not knowing quite why, I decided to follow him. Maybe I was out of options or something. I followed him, all the way back to the basement, which I hadn't been in since the incident in the linen closet. And he showed me something I never thought I'd find, a section of my house I hadn't found yet. It was a secret hatch. He used his long finger as a key to open it, which I thought was gross, but didn't say so because I thought I'd be rude. Then he motioned for me to go in. Hesitantly, I entered the secret room. Documents. Boring. But 10-year-old me knew well enough that if a monster shows you something, it's probably important. The paper was delicate, but I still read it as carefully as I could. My relatives had a deal of sorts. I still can't quite understand it. All I know is, there's a reason my family has stayed so wealthy this long, and it wasn't because we were financially smart. It came at a cost, though. Turns out, the estate wasn't going to the eldest son. It was going to the son that survived. Wealth, the papers said, came with consequences. Wealth wants bodies. Maybe it was an unfortunate tumble down the stairs. And it was fast and heavy. Didn't even seem like knocking. Maybe it was an untimely suicide in his own bedroom. His neck was the worst part, bent where it shouldn't be, looking almost like a snake. Maybe he mysteriously fell out of the window. It was a gaunt, hairless creature staring at me through my third-story window. Maybe she suddenly fell ill after eating a special cake her father made just for her. It was a woman with matted hair and blood around her mouth I saw in the kitchen out of the corner of my eye. No matter what, the youngest member of the family would always end up disappearing. No evidence of them even existing, other than these papers. I looked up, horrified. I was the youngest member of my family. Was I born just for this? So my family could keep their wealth. As I looked up, I saw all of them. They all stared at me, and while I used to be scared of them, as I looked into their gaunt, cloudy, and dark eyes, all I could see was me. This was my family. I had to save them. The woman with blood around her mouth gave me a shovel and pointed to the door that went outside. Was that where they were? Still, I knew what I had to do. It took a lot of time. The outside of my house was big after all. But I knew I didn't have a lot of time. Todd was turning 18 in 2 days, so it was just a race against the clock. The sheer determination and fear I had motivated me, and eventually I found it. I found them. A mass grave, no doubt where I would have been if I hadn't acted when I did. Skeletons of my family, just piled there like nothing. I looked behind me. They were all staring at me, their kind of scary but also sad eyes looking hopeful. One by one, I recovered their skulls. It took a while, but I returned them all to the rightful owners. Slowly, I watched as they changed right in front of me. Their necks were less bent, their hair was less matted, their eyes were less dead. Like a piece of history, right in front of me. They were at peace. "Is this it?" I asked. "You guys can go now. I saved you." The one whose neck used to be bent, but was now back to a more respectable angle, smiled. It looked like my own smile. "Not all of us are saved, young Timothy. There is one youngest child left to be saved," he said, finally able to speak. "We'll handle this, little one," the lady said, and I watched as they floated towards my house, where Todd and my parents were in the dining room, making plans for when Todd inherited the house. I don't know what they did to them. I do know that I never saw them again. I should have been sad my whole family was gone. But I wasn't. Something in me felt free. Now, I've truly gotten to know every inch of my house now. It hasn't changed much since my childhood. If anything, I've changed. I'm no longer scared of the things that go bump in the night. I know it's just my great aunts and uncles saying hi. My son Cade is smart. He's only 6 years old, halfway through the first grade, and he's already begun reading books that even I struggle to get through. He's a sharp kid, but he has some quirks. And listen, all kids have quirks. One thing I've learned as a relatively new father is that kids are weird. They talk to the walls, eat bugs, see things in the reflection that aren't there. You get the gist. Kids really do the darndest things. But recently, my son has reached a new level of oddity. One that is out of my jurisdiction as the oblivious, goofball dad who still makes hot dogs for every meal. I became a single parent after my wife passed a few years back. It's been impossibly difficult, I won't sugarcoat it. Being the sole caretaker of Cade has been the single hardest thing I've ever had to do next to attending my wife's funeral. Cade, though he was only 4 at the time, took his mother's passing hard. He would ask for her constantly, throwing wild fits, thrashing around like a fish out of water. At any minor inconvenience, he would BG for his mother. I didn't know how to handle it. He'd often throw tantrums in public, wailing like a banshee in Home Depot as passers-by would stare with judgment spilling out of their wide eyes. I felt utterly helpless. All I could do was attempt to calm him in a hushed tone, promising that Daddy was there to help him. But Daddy was not enough. Every child needs their mother. I remember wishing I had the funds to take Cade to see a child psychologist or at least a licensed medical professional. I work in construction and barely make enough to pay each month's rent, let alone provide health care for my poor son. Looking back now, I should have downsized so I could afford it. Cade's explosive fits continued until about a few months ago. These tantrums would occur every other day, if not daily. Then suddenly they dwindled to once a week. Then after another month, none at all. I was relieved, to say the least. It was a weight off my chest to avoid the pointed glares from strangers on the street as I'd haul a hysterical Cade into the car. Practicing the patience I didn't know I had until fatherhood. But once Cade's meltdowns ceased, a new issue presented itself. One that scared me far more than any tantrum I've seen him throw: imaginary friends. I know what you're thinking. Every kid has imaginary friends. And you're right. But Cade's imaginary friends were a little bit different. He called them the audience. It began one night during dinner when I had the bright idea to sauté some spinach alongside boiling the usual hot dogs in hopes Cade would get his greens in somehow. I scooped a heap onto his plate and placed it in front of him, beckoning him to try. "It's good," I said, feigning a smile. "Popeye eats it to get big and strong." Cade looked at the plate, quizzically looked at me, and looked back at the plate. He sat there for a while, staring the spinach down as if were the innards of an alien creature. He looked at me again as if I might be crazy, then pushed the plate away. "No, thank you." "Cade," I said warningly, my dad voice making an appearance. "You have to at least try it." Cade made a humming noise, as if pondering this deeply, and began to stroke his chin. "I'm not sure," he had said finally. "Let me ask the audience." Cade turned to face a window next to the kitchen table. The window faced our backyard, though dusk had long since departed. The outside world was dark as doom. My son, staring out into a window of nothingness, appeared as if he were simply looking at his reflection. The lights in the kitchen and the contrasting darkness outside created a mirror-esque effect. "What do you think?" There was deafening silence for a moment. I arched an eyebrow, waiting for the imaginary response from this mysterious audience. It was the first time I'd heard him mention them. I figured it was his new foolproof method of avoiding any vegetable consumption that evening. After a moment too long, Cade turned back around to face me. "They said no." I scoffed and gestured to his plate once more. "I'm sure they did. Now go on. Have a bite." "No, I can't. I'm not allowed," he said again. "Cade, knock it off. Please eat your spinach." "No, Daddy." They said no. I had assumed he would whine like he usually did when he didn't get his way. But this time, his tone sounded different. Desperation clung to his voice, as if he were begging me to understand. I dropped it. I was too tired to fight him. He went to bed with a belly full of hot dogs unaccompanied by sautéed spinach. Unfortunately, the audience wasn't as easy to get rid of as a plate of boiled hot dogs. The following week, Cade's imaginary friends made an appearance once again. I was trying to get Cade in his pajamas for bedtime. The usual routine went: pajamas, teeth brushing, bedtime story, lights out. Always the same order. But tonight was different. Cade decided to brush his teeth before changing into his pajamas. "What about PJs, buddy?" I asked him, curious about his change in routine. He had been doing this bedtime routine the same way since before my wife passed. I imagined the routine was comforting to him, reminding him of when my wife was still around, which is why it was so odd that he had decided to switch things up suddenly. "The audience told me to do it this way now," he replied with a mouthful of toothpaste froth. There they were again. The audience. A sudden curiosity crept into my mind. "Why?" Cade glanced at his open bedroom window quickly. "I don't know. They just did." A sudden chill ran down my spine. I hadn't remembered those curtains being opened. Curtains are always closed before bedtime routine. I walked to the window and pulled them shut. After story time, when it was time for lights out, Cade refused to let me touch the light switch. "Dad, the audience wants the lights on." Cade cupped his tiny hands over the switch against his bedroom wall, creating a makeshift barrier, refusing to budge. I rolled my eyes. "Nice try, Cade, but the audience doesn't get to decide the rules." Fear flashed on Cade's face as he snapped his head to look at me wide-eyed. "Don't say that, Daddy." His calm tone was eerie, and I took a step backward. "Cade, please. You can't stay up all night just because the audience told you to." "Yes, I can," Cade responded, his voice low. He was staring at the window, curtains closed and all. At this point, I was thoroughly unnerved, if I'm being honest. Something in my gut was telling me these imaginary friends were not very friendly. Not just an excuse to get out of vegetable eating, but an excuse for Cade to be up to no good. Even still, I had paternal duties to attend to. "Well, tell the audience to say goodnight." I scooped Cade into my arms despite his pleas and tiny fists of rage. I placed him gently on his bed and made my way towards his bedroom door, flicking the light switch off, signaling he had no choice in the matter. The lights in Cade's room remained on. I stopped in my tracks, spinning around, trying the switch once, twice, 3 times again. The lights didn't turn off. The switch must have been broken somehow, I thought. Despite my rational explanation for the phenomenon, the panic that began to bubble in my chest did not subside. "You're sleeping with me tonight." The next morning, the light switch started working again. and I was able to exhale the breath I hadn't realized I had been holding. But that feeling of relief didn't last long, as the week that followed was filled with even more peculiar coincidences. I say peculiar, but I think a more suited adjective would be horrifying. On Friday, Cade said the audience doesn't want him to go to school. I get a flat tire on my way to drop him off. On Monday, Cade says the audience doesn't like Jacob because he hogs the soccer ball during recess. On Tuesday, Jacob falls and breaks his arm. He'd be out of school for 2 weeks. On Thursday, Cade says the audience doesn't like Mr. Teddy, Cade's favorite stuffed animal, anymore. Mr. Teddy is found slashed open from the belly up, fluffy guts spilling from his abdomen. I began having trouble deciphering whether this was Cade's new method of acting out, or if there was really some ominous force at play. I could have rationed each occurrence away by blaming Cade, but I knew in my soul that Cade wasn't that kind of kid. He was sensitive and bright. He was no teddy bear killer. The audience began to infiltrate my thoughts more than I would have liked it to. It was all Cade talked about, and more often than not, the audience would lead Cade down the path of destruction. Everything came to a head this past Saturday night while I used the bathroom, leaving Cade unattended in the living room watching an episode of his show. As I was washing my hands, I heard a loud crash, followed by a glass shattering. I ran to the living room and found Cade, looking guilty as ever, standing next to a wedding picture of my wife and me. Glass scattered across the hardwood floor, smashed to bits. My instinctual response was to make sure he wasn't hurt, which, thank God, he wasn't. But afterward, an inexplicable anger coursed through me. Cade, why would you do something like that? It wasn't me. It was them. The Audi Dash. Go to your room. I shouted, and Cade scurried up the stairs in tears. After a few minutes of feeling consumed with guilt, I started towards his room to apologize. I stood in front of the doorway for a moment, preparing myself for a long apology when I heard Cade's voice. He was talking to himself in his room. Well, he was speaking to someone, but I heard no response. But I don't want to do that, I heard him murmur. I love my daddy. I walked into Cade's room the second I heard him referring to me, and he looked spooked, like I had caught him with his hand in the cookie jar. He was positioned by the window, kneeling, facing the blackness of the night beyond. I could have sworn I saw something moving by the window, a figure cloaked by the lightless sky. Cade, I said slowly, who are you talking to in here? Cade didn't respond. Instead, he got to his feet, arms hanging by his sides, and dramatically flopped onto his bed, face pressed into the mattress. This was Cade talk for, get the hell out of my room. Though I was still fixated on the window, exposed by the open curtains, I snapped out of my trance to focus on my priorities. Cade, I say softly, Daddy is very sorry for yelling. Cade let out a humph, but kept his face against the mattress, refusing to look at me. Is there something you want to talk about? Maybe a reason why you're feeling sad. I tried to coax it out of him, but he wouldn't budge. It wasn't me, he had said, his voice muffled by the bedding. It was them. You didn't break that picture of Mommy and I. No, it was them. His voice cracked and he lifted his face, tears spilling down his cheeks. They're everywhere, Daddy. I don't like them anymore. Who, Cade? Who is everywhere? Cade was practically choking on his sobs now. The audience. They told me that you don't like me anymore because Mommy died. They told me Mommy got sick and lost all her hair and now she's in the ground. My chest seized up. Cade, who told you that? I had never told him his mother had gotten cancer. I rarely ever speak of her passing, for that matter. My wife and I had purposely sheltered him from the very end of her life, only allowing the happy memories to seep through the cracks of his memory. They did. They told me to open all the curtains so they could get you, Daddy. As much as I hate to admit it, at that moment, I was terrified. I felt my heart rate spike as I watched my son, dripping in saliva and salty tears, imagining phantom arms reaching through the window sills and dragging us into a never-ending nothingness. Sweetheart, I take a deep breath, attempting to steady my voice. There's no such thing as the audience. They're imaginary. They're not going to get either of us. You're safe and sound here with me. I pulled him into a hug, squeezing him tightly as if to show this audience they were not taking away my Cade. They're real, I heard him whisper, his head buried in my shoulder. That night, I lay with him in bed until he fell asleep. I was careful not to wake him as I kissed his rosy, tear-streaked cheeks goodnight, ensuring he was finally out. I felt at peace knowing he was tucked in bed, safe. I made my way downstairs to tidy up the kitchen, cleaning the pile of stray dishes left from dinner. I went over to the sink and began scrubbing. I had only gotten through maybe 3 or 4 when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I froze instinctively, fixating on the pan in the sink mid-scrub. There was something in the window, something my intuition was screaming at me not to look at. It was peeking at me, rising slowly into my peripheral vision. I felt the hairs on my arms rise, a chill running through me. Something was right in front of me, standing in front of the window. I couldn't bring myself to look. If I'm being completely honest, I was scared shitless. I could feel it staring at me, its eyes burning into the top of my head. I was afraid that if I acknowledged it, it would truly and entirely exist. In my motionless trance, I felt them begin to appear. They were all around me, their presences, one by one, being made known in front of every window of the house. This was their debut. I could feel each one in my bones, peering at first, then slowly rising in front of each open window in our home until they had reached their full length. Then they were all around me, staring at me through a thin sheet of glass. It was only a matter of time. I couldn't move, aside from my shaking hands still clutching that bubble-soaked pan in the kitchen sink. All I could think about was my son. Cade was still upstairs. I couldn't abandon him. These things had been tormenting him for weeks, and now was my chance to put a stop to it, to protect him. I knew I had only one option at this point. I sprang into action, launching myself from the kitchen sink and racing to my son's room. I saw them in the windows. They didn't move, didn't even flinch, as I bounded up the stairs. They were colorless blurs as I ran past them, realizing then, and only then, that my house had far too many windows. I could make out some of their features, and honestly, I wish I hadn't. Their eyes bulged unnaturally, so wide you could see the whites of them from top to bottom. And their mouths gaped open like the Scream painting, far too wide for any human caliber, as if they had unhinged their jaws. Their skin was moist and pale and hairless, with swollen heads and skinny necks, bone-thin bodies, gawking at me with that fixed expression, as if they were enthralled, captivated by the show. But there were no screams, none except for my own, of course. No sounds besides the thumping of my heart as it hammered into my chest. I nearly tore Cade's door off of his hinges, finding him sleeping peacefully in bed. That's where we've been for the past few hours, hiding under his covers, waiting for this nightmare to end, if it ever does. All I know is this: if your kid ever tells you they're talking to the audience, run. My wife will not stop eating. April 23rd. Chapter 1. My wife's sickness. I texted in a group chat with all of my friends. Are we ready for tonight? Everyone responded, agreeing that they couldn't wait anymore. How all of them would get drunk and have the best time of their life. We had a party for one of our other friends, just stupid guy stuff, hanging out, the fun adult life. I was getting ready to party with all my friends tonight, food, alcohol, games, and more good stuff, if you know what I mean. I dropped a big cooler by the front door, and I heard a sudden loud thud from upstairs. I ran up to see my wife on the floor, holding her stomach hard, like she could squeeze out her own organs. I ran up to her asking if she was okay. She only grunted and whimpered like someone had just attacked her. I grabbed my phone and called 911, asking for an ambulance. I was with her the entire ride to the hospital, holding, gripping, tightening her hand with mine. She was in pain, and I couldn't do anything. I didn't even know what was happening to her. After a few hours of waiting at the hospital, impatiently walking around the room, waiting for any kind of news, it felt like days. Until I heard the click of the door opening, a doctor walked inside of the room with a chart. I asked him, "William, finally, what the hell happened to her?" The doctor sighed, looking at the chart again. "Doctor, we don't exactly know. Her stomach seemed to have just grew a few inches. You'd normally see this in a long-term effect, gas, toxic waste, fluid buildup. It also looked scarred." "William, what, like something cut her stomach?" "Doctor, and healed it in a matter of minutes. It's not something that even we can explain. But what we can do is offer her a prescription of probiotic supplements, something to help her pass waste easier, and maybe something to help with the pain." "William, what else can we do? This isn't normal, right?" "Doctor, I'll say give it a few days, 2 to 3 weeks maybe, come back and we'll see how everything is." "William, right, thanks, doctor." I took her home, made sure she was staying in bed to rest, and made her take her pills. She hates pills, but she needed to. I unfortunately had to cancel of my friends last minute. They whined, but I didn't really care at that moment. My wife was in pain, something strange had happened to her, and I felt sick to my stomach, this feeling of weakness, unable to do anything only to wait and see what stupid fucking pills are going to do. Sorry, stress of the job was why I was excited to go out with my friends. We went back home, and I had trouble sleeping. My wife kept making weird clicking noises and stomach grumbles. I tried waking her up a bunch. She wouldn't wake up. So, I eventually tuned it out and went to bed. April 24th. I woke up today to my wife, well on the toilet, vomiting and well shitting. She was sitting on the toilet holding a bucket in her lap. It was like this for an hour. I went outside of the bathroom after 10 minutes of pauses between long coughing and gagging on her own vomit. I couldn't take it. I called the doctor again, asking if this was in any way, shape, or form even possible for someone. He told me that, "Doctor, it's possible the sudden change in her stomach caused something to make the pills more effective than needed, and to just be by her side with water, a lot of water." Another 10 minutes passed by of god-awful sounds that I couldn't bear to hear it anymore. I wanted them to stop, but if they did, I'm worried of what that would mean. Would it? No. I have to be there for her. And finally, I ran into the bathroom, holding a cup of water near her and putting my hand on her shoulder. "William, honey. Honey, are you all right?" She breathed out weakly, trying to grab the cup. Of course I helped her, moved her head back and poured some water slowly inside of her mouth. It smelled awful in there. I didn't care at the moment. My wife looked like shit, and all I could offer her was a cup of goddamn water. She choked on it. I grabbed a few tissues and cleaned around her mouth. I had the curiosity to peek inside of the bucket and noticed a red liquid mixed with everything else. I knew it was blood, a lot of it. How could it not be? But there were a lot more fluids combined with everything. After a long 6 hours of cleaning everything, the toilet, the bucket, the bathroom, the shower, my wife. I told my job I couldn't come in for a few days. My wife was sick. I got a bit of an attitude from my boss, but I didn't care. My wife was my importance. She was my priority. I loved her. Even with everything going on, she had not prayed today. I knew she was a Christian, so were her parents. She was born into it, raised with it. When I hadn't seen her put her hands together like she always did, even when sick, especially when sick. I didn't like that thought. I put her to bed after everything. She asked me, coughing like she was about to spit out her lungs, "Erica, could you get me something to eat?" My eyes widened a bit, the pure shock of that question. I'm not sure why it affected me so much, the thought of vomiting all that time. How could she even eat? But thinking about it, how could she not eat? Her body was probably the most fragile and weak that it's ever been. I agreed, told her I'd get her a bunch of different stuff. I went downstairs. We had a lot of leftovers because, well, we ordered a lot and didn't cook much. I brought her a box of half-finished pizza, mashed potatoes, a brunch leftover we did last Sunday, a few drinks, and a bunch of other things. She started eating them like her stomach was on the verge of eating itself. She chomped down on everything I had brought her. I didn't think of it much at first. In all honesty, I didn't know what to think. I was worried about her. I was just happy she was eating after that horrible morning. April 25-27th. She was in bed all those days. I called around families, friends, anyone who could potentially give some sort of explanation of what was going on. She was eating and eating. I had to order $200 worth of food for her, and only her. We only had 2 meals so far. I'm hungry too, but not as much as she is hungry. I've been texting my friend Tom. I've known him since we were kids. He's been as helpful as he could be. What could he really do? I let him know how she was, how things were, and what mostly was happening. I was tired. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard her yell out to me she was hungry. I told her a few times that the delivery guy was a few minutes away. I was tired. I already said that I hadn't slept for a long time. 36 constant hours awake, blinking away from collapsing, hungry and worried. I hadn't even realized by then, but my eyes and body felt so heavy. It felt like tiredness was adding extra weight to my body, and then, without even realizing it, I woke up joltingly and looked around. It had only been 2 hours. It took me a good minute to remember what was going on, my wife, the food outside. Right. I got up and got the food at the door. It had piled up. I'm sure they were probably asking questions. It didn't matter. I picked it all up and brought it upstairs, keeping a few things for myself. I turned on the television and began eating. I had a bunch of fried stuff from everywhere. I just needed to eat something. I heard her upstairs eating, crunching, savoring, like she had never eaten before. I wasn't disgusted, but I was concerned about what I was hearing. How could this happen? Why was she like this? I shook it off and took a few bites of my food, until I realized something crucial. I had ordered fried fish. I must have ordered it without even realizing. I just picked a bunch of food. It didn't seem to matter to her. And I was tired. My wife is allergic to seafood. Anything that is fish, it could kill her. I dropped everything and ran upstairs, practically launching myself into the room. I even thought about breaking the door down. Thankfully, I didn't, but I entered the room, yelling at her to not eat anything. But she had eaten most of everything, including the seafood I had ordered. William, shit, I'm so sorry, honey. I didn't realize I ordered fish. Where's your EpiPen? I looked around frantically, everywhere, anywhere. And she looked up at me. Erica, what do you mean? I feel fine. It's been like 10 minutes, I feel fine. Really? William. What? What do you mean? I went up to her and looked at her. She did seem totally fine. The fish somehow hadn't affected her like it did back when we were younger. She had to go to the hospital for practically a week, needed help breathing and everything. I stayed in the room for another 5 minutes with her to make sure she was fine. I had the EpiPen ready, just in case. I don't know what was worse. The feeling that she was going to react at any point, or that she just continued eating. Chapter 2, Experiences. April 28th. I was downstairs texting Tom again. Even he was baffled. He was aware of her allergy. It says online that in a few rare cases, allergies can leave the body or with a lot of treatments and pills. Not the ones my wife had gotten, and she hadn't left the house. Hell, she had left the bed since she came back from the hospital. I was officially concerned about everything. I thought this would have gone away after yesterday, but after the fish incident, I'm not sure what to think, and I'm on high alert on everything. She asked me at first to get more seafood. She wanted to try it. I was reluctant at first, but eventually agreed. Maybe this was her way to actually get better. A very small part of me thought it would have been over after a few more days. I cooked up some of the salmon I bought and brought it up with her pills and some water. She barely waited for me to put the plate down and started eating. I thought she was about to bite into my hand. I was startled a bit, but I quickly put the pills to the desk with the water. William, don't forget to take your pills. Erica, right, yeah. My pills. I walked back downstairs. I had the EpiPen ready next to the drawer next to our bed, just in case. But I never needed it. I admit I crashed down onto the couch and fell asleep. All the sudden energy from last night with my sudden panic about what I let her eat boosted me up, and well, now it finally got to me. I'm not sure what had happened, but when I woke up to an awful chewing sound, crunching and chewing. It was night. I had slept for maybe 10 to 12 hours straight. I got up and walked to the kitchen. I turned on the light, seeing my wife eating the rest of the salmon that I had bought, except I hadn't cooked that one yet. Raw fish isn't exactly bad for you, sushi and such, but seeing it just in action, it felt haunting. This was the first time since that day that I had seen her out of bed. I was a bit relieved, but afraid to approach her. She looked up at me, chewing. God, I hated that noise. The disgusting gooey noises it made, the wild sadistic tearing of meat and other materials through her teeth. Erica, hey Will, sorry. I figured you fell asleep. I just got so hungry. I didn't want to bother you. I saw you on the couch and decided to get something. William, it's fine, Dash. How are you feeling? Erica, HM. Mostly hungry, but hey, I'm working on it. Sorry for making you overwork and everything. William, heh. Don't worry about it. It's just about making you feel better. I'm glad I can help. I forced a smile on my face. I'm not sure why. Why didn't I just smile? I was happy to make sure she was healthy. Erica, I'll stay here for a bit, grab a few more things, if that's okay. William, maybe actually you could comment with the eating? I'm spending a lot of money to give you so much food in so little time. I understand you can be hungry, but this isn't normal. Erica, well, I don't know what to tell you. I'm just in a hungry mood. I need food. William, then I'm taking it out of your account. I can't spend all this money on just food. Try to eat less too. I walked upstairs into our room a bit pissed. Before I started my ascend, I heard clicking from the kitchen. I looked back to see my wife, still eating. I brushed it off thinking it was just background noises and went up to our room. I expected it to be filthy, full of trash, when I entered though. The room was clean, only the best was filthy, and the room smelled like if you walked through an alley of dead animals. Where did all of the boxes ordered and bags gone to? I started taking off the sheets and put them in the washer. I used some Febreze to cover up the awful smell. I don't know how she lived in this room for 4 days now. Just eating. As always, whilst waiting, I texted Tom, telling him about everything that had happened up until now. This time though, I actually called him. I needed to hear someone's voice, anything but the disgusting damn chewing and crunching I heard for the past days. William, hey man. Sorry for suddenly calling, I'm not doing too good. Tom, no worries man. It's completely understandable. A lot of weird shit is happening on your end. How is she, by the way? William, I don't know. She seems physically and mentally fine, just eating so much. She took out the trash. She can get out of bed, just doesn't. The doctor told us to give it 3 weeks, but I kind of want to bring her back sooner. Tom, I'd say to call them, let them know what's going on, that you're worried for her and, well, from what you told me, you spent a lot of money and have not been earning much. How much longer can this go on? William, yeah, no, you're right. I'll call them, get an appointment, get this whole thing fixed, and add one more thing. Tom, what's up? William, I need a camera, like a nanny cam or something. April 30th. My friend Tom got me a camera to set up inside my house, in the living room and in my bedroom. From time to time, I'd check to see my wife chomping down on the next food I had gotten for her. I didn't watch any longer than that. Reminds me that I tried getting her to the hospital today so that Tom could set up the cameras. She did not want to leave the house. The doctor had to come over on his day off. I apologized to him. He went to check out my wife, and he had somehow brought Erica outside long enough so that Tom could set them up. Afterwards, the doctor told me that she wasn't eating properly. She was losing weight. I chuckled sarcastically. William, are you fucking serious? All she's been doing is eating. I'm down $500 in food only for her, and you're telling me that she has not been gaining weight? Doctor, something she might be doing, not actually eating, maybe, or exercising when you sleep. The best thing you can do is keep helping her. Make sure she eats. William, she's in bed all day. She watches TV shows about cooking, for God's sake. We talked for another 10 minutes. I had denied that Erica wasn't eating. She was eating. I know she was. My wife didn't exercise. She watched what she ate. She didn't eat too much or too little. She had a good metabolism. Something was wrong, deeply wrong. That night I even checked my suspicions. I had spent way more than $500. I had to stop spending so much, from whoever's account. This was an absurd amount of money to spend on food for 1 week. May 1st. She's eating again. I don't know what she was eating. Her hands were covered in a substance, but it was meat that I could smell, either expired or something else. I went to bed at around 8 p.m. last night. I slept on the couch. I thought I'd check the cameras, see what they picked up. I checked the live feed of her eating like she was a king, had food everywhere like I hadn't even cleaned the sheets. I had ordered her a few things again, not knowing what she had eaten yesterday. Kind of freaked me out. I made sure to order extra. I had made some breakfast for myself before doing so. I looked at my eggs and pushed the plate away. I couldn't bear the thought of eating. I reviewed the footage. Christ, I was almost thankful I hadn't eaten my eggs. I would have thrown them up right after. At 9 p.m., she had gotten up from the bed, walked downstairs to me sleeping on the couch, and she just stared at me from the stairs. I sped up the footage, stared at me for 2 hours straight, not moving an inch. Her eyes darting me through the dark. After exactly 2 hours and 13 minutes, she suddenly moved to the kitchen. I couldn't see anything. I should have thought about putting one there, but I could see a tiny bit into the kitchen. She was looking through the fridge, anywhere that could have food. She couldn't find much, canned food and such. Midnight, she was done with most of everything. Sauces were left, condiments, powdered products like soup and spices. A few minutes passed by of her gathering all of it. She couldn't possibly, right? As I thought, she couldn't do what I thought she was going to do. She did exactly that. She opened the lids and packets of all of them and chugged them. I couldn't see her face, but I could see her chest and her arms. I knew what she was doing. I closed the laptop immediately. I could hear the loud and horrifying gulps that were thudding inside her throat. I choked a bit, gagging. It took me a good hour to recover from what I had just seen and heard, but even then I was disturbed. I'll never forget it. I sent the footage to Tom. I wasn't crazy, and I needed someone to know what was happening to my wife, and I had to know what my wife was doing to herself, hopefully seeing why she was doing this. I took a breath and continued watching this cursed footage of a woman seeming like she was poisoning herself. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., she drank and ate cleaning products, charcoal, strong alcohol like it was nothing. The cooler that I had brought for the party, I hadn't emptied it, she did. Ate all the food in it, drank all the beers, alcohol, and even ate the weed I was going to bring. She didn't smoke it, she ate it. She desperately looked around for more things to eat. She went back upstairs. I switched cameras to saw her eating the bags that once held the food she ate. That's how she was getting rid of the boxes and bags. She wasn't taking the trash out. She was eating them. Plastic, cardboard boxes, paper. I could feel my heart race, pumping faster. I was panicking. What happened to No? What is wrong with her? After her feast, she stopped and looked down at the floor in a weird way, and I realized after a bit she was staring at me. Not at the camera, but me downstairs. She knew where I was. She knew exactly where I was at that moment. I knew she had watched me, but the sight of it felt like a hunter stalking its prey. I closed the laptop once again. I didn't want to know what the hell was upstairs pretending to be my wife, pretending to be human. I could feel every hair on my body standing. I was on edge. I was scared, afraid. Every and any question was popping into my head, sending me into this crisis. I had to get a grip. I had to know this was real. I rubbed my hand with my fingers, feeling everything around me, my smells, my mouth, my touch. I started panicking even more, but then I saw a picture on our wall. Upon seeing it, I remembered a lot about my wife, everything that we've lived together. When I met her parents, how nervous I was. When I asked her to marry me, I breathed out like I hadn't sucked out air in forever. The relief, but then the sudden realization hit me even harder after. This was real. This is happening. I had to keep ordering food for it. Keep it at bay. Keep it here. Chapter 3. The Monster in My House. May 3rd. I went out yesterday. After all of that, I took an extra day, spoke with Tom about the situation. He told me to potentially get out of the house for a few days, in which I agreed. I didn't take anything with me. I took my phone, wallet, and keys and left the house. I went to my parents. I explained that I needed a break from Erica. I didn't tell them exactly what was going on, but I told them that I needed to see them. I can connect the cameras to my phone. I was afraid to check. But inside me I needed to. How far would this go? She could actually take this. After forcing myself to eat what my mother had made me, it wasn't bad. But thinking of eating only made me think of what I had seen my wife do to herself. I had a lot of water to force everything down my stomach. I looked at my phone and opened the surveillance app and looked. I almost dropped my phone on the floor. My face went white, my whole body froze. She was on the couch eating the fabric, tearing through the leather on the covers, the cotton inside. I could see the kitchen and it was ravaged. Everything was open, glass was shattered, the doors of the cabinets almost broken off their hinges. "William, what the fuck?" I whispered out, trying to cover my words. "Mom, what's wrong, dear?" I spaced out. I didn't even realize my mother was standing near me. I looked up at her, hiding my phone. "William, nothing." "Mom, sorry. Just Tom sending me a stupid photo." "Mom, oh I see, are you alright? You look tense. Do you want some iced tea?" "William, yeah, I'm fine. My job is just a tad stressful. Nothing I can't handle, I promise. But no thanks. I have to get going." I once again forced a smile on my face. I hated it. My own mother. I couldn't tell her what was going on. How could she understand? The video seems like enough evidence yet. No, I couldn't bring her into it. I had to take care of myself. Whatever that meant. I left the morning after, telling them thank you for taking care of me. But I had to talk this out, with Erica, of course, lying. I went to someone, hoping maybe someone had some answers, her brother. I asked him what had happened to their family, seeing if anything could relate to my current problem. Erica never talked about them. I only met them when I was younger, and they had died a few years before I married her. He was a bit hesitant at first, but he told me he didn't know much about what had happened either. "Ray, I wish I could tell you, but the cops only said that they disappeared, or missing, and to not hold out hope. Me and Erica just accepted it. Not much we could have done. Their house was emptied out. Nothing from the past or from now was found." "William, nothing was found?" "Ray, not a single object. It looked like an empty box, like a newly constructed house." "William, something wrong is going on with your sister, and I don't know what to do. I thought you might know what was happening." "Ray, wait, what? What do you mean? What's going on?" I thought about explaining, but even I had trouble believing me in my own words. So I showed Ray the footage, and he was taken aback. He was horrified, but he looked like it didn't affect him as much as it affected me. "Ray, our dad texted us too, saying that our mom would not stop eating. Whatever she got her hands on. He didn't have video, but we never believed him, or we thought he was talking crazy. We didn't think God. William, what do I do? What can I do for her?" "Ray, I'm not sure. This isn't normal. Can anyone even do this? Can anyone come out of this alive after ingesting all of that shit? Is it even Erica anymore?" I thought about it, how it could even be real. How could it even be her anymore? She had drunk cleaning products and looked as healthy as ever. That's not human, not anymore at least. "William, what do I do? I can't just leave her there. What if she eventually leaves the house? She's already tearing up the furniture." "Ray, I don't know, but if that thing was also responsible for my parents' death, and now somehow is infecting Erica, the best thing to do would be to try and kill it. I hated to say it, thinking it could still be my wife, but I agreed. This creature needed to be put down. It needed to be killed. I left the house, not wanting Ray to be a part of this. I took my car and left to a gun shop. I didn't own a gun, but I had a license. Never thought I would have had to use one, especially the person I loved the most in life. I got a Glock 17, nothing too fancy, something quick. I headed home. I wondered what went wrong, what had happened to us, and what caused this. So many questions, and yet so little to no answers. I didn't even know if that thing eating my couch was my wife anymore, if it was even, I don't know what it was, and it insulted me by mimicking my wife, our memories together. I arrived at my driveway and immediately knew something was wrong. I walked up to my door, and it was gone. I already had my weapon ready for whatever was waiting for me. I walked inside on edge. I aimed at every little noise or movement my ears and eyes could catch. I was nervous and scared. I didn't know if I had what it took to do it. The living room was cleaned out. And I don't mean the room was cleaned. It was empty, completely empty. Had she eaten everything? I walked into the kitchen. Same thing, all the cupboards were empty. The microwave had no more door. Everything that wasn't nailed down or could be removed easily was gone. I went upstairs, same thing. My bedroom was cleaned out. Not a single crumb of whatever that thing considered food was left. I think it didn't eat the house because it would have raised even more suspicions. The house looked like no one had ever lived here. Portraits, clocks, furniture, and the newly placed cameras too. Nothing. And the worst part, she wasn't there either. I ran outside in the backyard, and I heard the neighbor's kid screaming. I turned to look, seeing something that resembled my wife on all fours, biting down on the kid's arm, having it fully inside of her mouth, like it had no throat to cough on. Just a mouth. The thing looked like my wife, but its teeth had been broken, making them sharp. Its eyes were wide, like they hadn't slept. Its torso was mostly bones, at least of what I could see. It was dirty, dark, and expulsed by the most awful smell of rotting meat, waste. It itself was dead, yet it needed to eat. I was horrified, but I mustered the words, screaming at it, "William, let go of her." I shot at its leg and the bullet hit it, but it didn't puncture its skin. The bullet didn't go through. It just stopped, slowly being dragged inside of its body like it was eating it. This gun was useless. I put the gun back in my pants, and I ran over and hopped the fence, grabbed a wooden bat that was on the ground and grabbed it. I played a bit when I was younger. Let's say my swing was brutal. I swung at the thing's face, and it clunked, hitting full force, even breaking the bat. All three of us fell down. It let go of the girl's arm, and she ran off into her house calling out for her parents. I didn't really want to or have the time to think about why that had worked. I took the rest of the bat and plunged it into the chest of the thing. It screeched this unholy scream and kicked me off of it, absorbing the rest of the bat into its stomach. It sent me crashing into the fence, and I blacked out for a few minutes, and that's all it needed. I came back to the creature being gone, and the door of the house was gone. I stood up and went inside of the neighbor's house. It had been cleaned out or eaten out. William, God damn it. No. I crumbled to my knees knowing what it had done. I was about to give up until I heard that loud, disgusting clanking of teeth, tearing through material, gnawing into its stomach. It hadn't left the house. The noise it made, it never left me. I knew it was that monster, but what else could I try? Bullets didn't work, melee weapons either, but maybe like any other wild animal, any other savage beast. I stood up and ran to my car and opened the trunk, grabbing a fuel canister. I had it in an emergency just in case. We ran out of gas on the highway one day on vacation, and I made sure to always pack an extra in case. She always made fun of me by packing extra, just to be careful. I closed the trunk hard, staring at the gas can. I only had one way to light it. Chapter 4. My wife was eaten. I entered my neighbor's house and poured gas on every entrance, windows, every possible exit so it couldn't get out. But before I could reach outside, its long, disgusting hand grabbed me. Its fingers felt like knives slowly slicing into my skin. It threw me back inside into the wall. I looked up at it, and before I could take out my weapon, it pinned my left hand into the wall with its sharp finger. I squealed in pain and looked up at this greed creature. I still didn't understand. Why, how these hundreds of questions, these thoughts rushing into my head, were suddenly silenced by my own voice as I spoke to it. William, what are you? What are you? Why were you pretending to be her? I know you're not her. I heard it quickly gasping and wheezing. It was laughing at me like the answer was obvious. I felt fear and rage growing inside of me. but it opened its mouth slowly in an unworldly way. In all directions its mouth started growing, expanding. I was looking at an abyss that I was going to become a part of it. Then the little girl suddenly stabbed the creature at the top of the head. I could see a sharp broken piece of wood sticking through inside its mouth. It yelped out and backed away. Looking at the girl it screeched, shouting so loud it roared through the entire house, shattering the windows. In that quick instance, that sharp pain in my hand I felt when it nudged its claw out gave me the adrenaline rush, and I took out the gun from my pants and shot at the ground, igniting the fuel, and the thing turned its head back at me. I was somehow able to move out of the way. I ran for the kid and jumped out of the window. It hurt a bit, but nothing to what I had been through for the last week. I kept her safe, and so did her parents before dying of that monster. I told her to leave. I told her to get as far away. Anywhere but here. William, get out of here, kid, go. Get somewhere safe. She took off running on the sidewalk away from the house that had caught fire. I could hear it inside, screaming trying to get out. I turned around and walked away, hoping it was over. But the thing is smarter than I believed. It jumped out of the second floor window and crashed onto me. It was burnt, revealing its actual body. It was horrifying. I can't give much detail, but this thing, it spoke. I couldn't understand a thing. It spoke in tongues or another language. It kept me inside the house, knowing I wouldn't get out now. I had accepted my fate. It'll burn. It'll burn with it, but I had to try something. Couldn't let my life go out in vain. I could see inside its body through its mouth, like I saw before, a complete abyss. Nothing of light could be coming from deep inside of this bottomless pit. It grabbed me and I couldn't move whilst it forced me down its mouth. I probably bled out inside its stomach. The police and firefighters soon arrived. They had found the little girl and started putting out the fire. The house was finished, but not like there was anything worth it there. The thing was gone. There was nothing, no one but an empty burnt house. The police kept both houses on lockdown and even evacuated the neighborhood. Everyone there was asked to stay with family or friends. A few days into the investigation, they had apparently even found a few blood spots in the forest near William's house, all identified to be animals. They had also found half-eaten carcasses of raccoons, cats, dogs, whatever else you could find outside, even a deer. She was probably caught in the action. A few months had gone by, and nothing had happened more. Everyone was moved back into their house. A missing case was closed for William and Erica. Of course, to no avail. The case went cold. And 2 years later, still nothing. The house was rebuilt. New people have been moved into the houses. And I don't know if William is dead. I'm hoping. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm hoping for his sake that he is. God, please let him be dead. I don't want to know if he is. I think the thought of this story having its own ending, my ending, I guess I'm going to find out what happened to him soon anyway. It's been 2 years since this happened to my best friend, William. I've been the one writing this story. I've read his texts and reviewed his footage multiple times, police reports, and everything else that was given to me that I was able to access legally. I've also talked to Ray, Erica's brother, the little girl that survived, and the investigators that were on the case. My name is Tom Drumming, and I'm writing about what happened to my friend, William, because yesterday morning, my wife went to the hospital, and today I saw her on the toilet, and she's been there for almost an hour now. I can hear her vomiting. I need help. My wife and I, both tired of the frantic pace of life back in the States, decided to move to Scotland 5 months ago. We found a small, weathered farmstead on the edge of a quiet town, the kind of place you see in postcards, rolling hills, fog creeping through the valleys, a patch of forest across the road. Everything seemed perfect at first. The people in town were friendly enough, the kind that wave when you pass them on the road, but there's something off. It's not the kind of thing you notice right away. It's the subtle things, the long, drawn-out silences at night. The way the wind sounds different here, like it's carrying whispers. I didn't notice it immediately. I was busy settling in, working on repairs around the property, getting used to the rhythms of the land. But over time, something started to bother me. It crept in, like an itch you can't scratch, until it was too much to ignore. It started with the dreams. At first, they seemed harmless. Vivid, sure, but harmless. In each one, I was running through the thick, dark forest across the road. My heart would race, and the world around me would pulse with an unnatural rhythm, like the very ground beneath my feet was alive. But then the dreams came more often, night after night. Each time they grew more real, more urgent. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, heart hammering in my chest, only to find myself lying in the same place I'd fallen asleep, the quiet of the house pressing in around me. One night, I had had enough. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, something was watching. So I left the warmth of my bed, pulled on my jacket, and went out onto the porch, trying to shake the restless feeling. The cold air hit me like a slap, but I didn't go back inside. I stood there for what felt like hours, staring across the road at the forest, the trees standing like silent sentinels in the moonlight. That's when I saw it, a shape, just beyond the edge of the trees. A shadow that didn't belong. I don't know why I didn't tell Shelley right away. Shelley's my wife, by the way. She already felt so out of place here, so far from home. She'd taken to humming lately, and I feel like it's a nervous tic for her. I didn't want to make things worse for her, especially when I wasn't even sure what I'd seen. At that moment, I convinced myself it was nothing, just the shadows playing tricks, the kind of thing anyone might mistake for a person out of the corner of their eye. But it wasn't like I could just dismiss it, either. I mean, the forest across the road isn't exactly close. There's a stretch of yard between the house and the trees, and whatever I'd seen wasn't standing out on the road. It was deeper, further in, beyond the line where the trees start to swallow up the light. I'd also been having those bad dreams. And how could I trust my own eyes when I was barely sleeping, waking up in the middle of the night with my heart pounding? I didn't know what I had seen, but I didn't want to scare Shelley. Not when she already felt so displaced here. She might think I was losing it, but that was the way things were for a week or so. Pretty simple. Shelley and I settled into a routine. I worked from home, so my days were spent in front of a screen, responding to emails, writing reports, and the like. Shelley had inherited enough money that, as long as she kept some funds tucked away in index funds and didn't splurge on things we didn't need, we could live comfortably here. The farmstead was quiet, peaceful even. We had plans. We'd start small, make some repairs, and maybe get a few animals. The previous owners had goats and sheep, though the enclosures weren't in much better shape than the rest of the property. Most of the posts weren't even in the ground anymore, and a few of the stone fences were buckled and broken. I filled in the gaps where I could, but there was one spot, a stretch of old stone wall, that looked like it had been hit by a car. Still, the place was cheap. I had no complaints. The goal was early retirement, and we were on track. The slow, quiet life was exactly what we had envisioned. Then something happened to Blair. Blair was a nice enough girl, always smiling when she rode her red bicycle with the little basket in front, straight out of a movie. She lived a few properties down the road, and would pass by each afternoon on her way to work a shift at the local pub on the edge of town. She usually returned just past Shelley and I's bedtime, unless she got off early. We'd had our few nights out in town, chatted with her more than once. She was friendly, always waving and ringing her bike's bell as she pedaled by. It's a shame, really, what happened. I remember the last time I saw her. It was a Tuesday afternoon. I'd been working on the gateway to the property when I saw her ride by, her bike against traffic. The bend in the road is wide enough that I never really questioned why she'd ride closest to our home before deciding to switch back to the proper side. She rang her bell, waved, and said hi without slowing down much. But then I saw something as she pedaled past, something over her shoulder, dangling from a branch. A little pendant made of twigs, twine, and a dried flower. It reminded me of my dreams. I don't know why, but I walked over and took it down. It wasn't even on my property, but it gave me the creeps. A sense of something not right, as if it radiated malice, though I couldn't explain why. That night, I was woken by a shriek, piercing, frantic, pulling me from sleep. My heart was racing. I bolted upright, my mind scrambled. I went to the kitchen, stepped toward the window, and looked out. There it was, the silhouette. I didn't go back to sleep. Blair didn't ride by the next afternoon, or the next, or the one after that. This didn't sit well with me for the following nights. Daytime felt fine, though it was the kind of fine where you just feel safer when the sun is up, and the shadows haven't crept in yet. But eventually, the police showed up at our door, asking if we'd seen anything. That was the first time Shelley heard about my dreams, and also the first time I felt the sting of ridicule. The officers pointed and laughed as I told them about the shriek in my dream, how I woke up and saw the silhouette outside through the window. They didn't take me seriously. It sounded valid enough. Blair had lived alone in an apartment, and there was nothing to suggest foul play. She could have just packed up and left after her shift, the way some people do when they get the urge to start over. Aside from her boss doing a wellness check, no one else seemed overly concerned. With my suspicions brushed aside, Shelley seemed to relax. We decided to have a drink in Blair's memory, to toast our good neighbor who maybe, possibly, had just run away. I wish I hadn't drunk so much. By the time we got home, I was tipsy enough to stagger, and Shelley was far beyond that. I shouldn't have driven. But aside from my terrible parking job, no real harm was done. We stumbled into the house, too drunk to care about anything else, and fell asleep quickly. But in my dreams, things had changed. The pulsing now danced in red and blue at the edges of my vision, like neon lights flickering in time with my heart. This time, I wasn't in the forest. I walked toward it from my own home. In the distance, a lute played, soft, lilting, and strange, carried on the wind. It wasn't the song itself, but the whistle that followed it, a tuneful, rhythmic whistle that drew me in, like a melody I should know. I reached the road, and that's when I heard it, a woman's giggle, light and playful. I crossed the street, shoving branches aside as I swayed into the forest. Even though I'd peered into it countless times, every time the light seemed to disappear the moment I got close, swallowed up by the trees. But not this time. The moonlight broke through the canopy, and it led me to a circle, a ring of small stones, moss, and mushrooms glowing faintly in the pale light. Inside the circle, a young woman danced, graceful, hypnotic. She seemed so familiar. Shelley? No, it wasn't her. But as I tried to focus on her, my vision blurred, and the figure was shrouded in shadow. And that's when I saw it. A bike. A red bike, just beyond the woman, leaning against a tree. The same red bike Blair had ridden. The same basket. And the same little bell. My heart pounded. I glanced back at the woman, and the instant my eyes met where hers would have been, something happened. Her neck snapped to an unnatural angle. Her arms dropped to her sides, and her wrists tilted in such a way that her fingers, her nails, pointed straight at me, like they were attack vectors ready to strike. The sound of a lute string snapping echoed in the dream, and that was when my body went into full prey mode. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to escape, but my legs wouldn't move. That was for less than a second. It felt like an eternity, though. I violently pivoted, my body sluggish, weighed down by the alcohol, before I lurched into a drunken sprint. The pulsing in my head grew, as if the rhythm were tearing through the soles of my feet. Thumping echoed behind me. Vibration. Branches cracking under the weight of something much bigger than I could imagine. This couldn't be Blair. No, that wasn't her. The figure in the forest, there's no way that was her. I crashed into trees, my shoulders scraping against rough bark. I hadn't wandered this deep into the forest. But I could see it now, the road, just a little further. The thumping grew louder, the air hot and foul, pressing against my back. My skin crawled, my heart hammered, feeling as though it might catch fire from the terror flooding through me. I reached the road, stumbled into the ditch, and collapsed. My knees buckled under me, and the drunkenness I had managed to escape during the sprint came rushing back in full force. I hit the ground face first, but I forced myself onto my back, panic driving me to scramble for some defense, to prepare myself for whatever was chasing me. And that's when I saw it. A little girl, in the treeline, stopped and stared right at me, next to something much larger. The thing I had seen before. But now, next to the girl, it was massive. Trollish. Ogreish. Dark, oppressive shadow cloaked them both. My heart stopped, and my vision blackened. And then I woke up. 6 a.m. What a terrible dream. Shelley still looked angelic, lying beside me, sound asleep. I rolled over, desperate to bury myself in the warmth of slumber, finally convinced that I was safe. But then I saw it. Mud. Tracked in through the door. I could see it from the kitchen all the way up to the bed. My boot prints. My boot prints? Pain shot through my shoulders and my knees ached. My back burned, stiff as a board. Grass stains on my palms. Dirt under my fingernails. Shelley woke up before I could finish cleaning the mess. It didn't take much for her to convince herself that I'd gotten too drunk the night before and stumbled outside before we went to bed. She scolded me, made me promise never to drive in that state again. I nodded, although I hadn't really been listening. Her reasoning seemed sound enough, that in my drunken stupor, I must have wandered outside, tracking in mud before collapsing into bed. And maybe she was right. I was well past buzzed, to say the least. But something gnawed at me as I patrolled the yard. The ground around the house was solid, dry except for the usual morning dew. We hadn't had any storms lately, no rain to soften the dirt into mud. I had reasonable doubt that whatever was smeared across the floor had come from our property. Then there was the gate. Just past the old iron gate at the front of our land, 2 clumps of upturned grass disrupted the otherwise undisturbed earth between the stone fence and the ditch, proof that I'd fallen there. I could picture it too clearly, staggering, breathless, tripping over my own feet, landing hard. But if that was true, how had I made it back inside? And why couldn't I remember getting up? Honey, the pie's ready, come back inside. What? Even looking back, I can't believe I was so lost in my own head that I hadn't noticed Shelley was baking. I couldn't even tell you how long I'd been pacing outside that day. Rhubarb and juniper pie. If you haven't had it, you should. Back in Pennsylvania, we rarely saw juniper berries in the markets. But here, they were everywhere, growing wild along the trails, sold fresh at every farmer's market. Shelley had taken to them quickly, experimenting in the kitchen, turning them into something sweet, something familiar. The pie didn't make me forget, but for a little while it grounded me. And really, wasn't everything fine? The house was warm. The days passed quietly. Aside from the nightmares, nothing had happened. I told myself that over and over. Shelley was happy. She came home from town in high spirits, chatting about little things, the baker's new scones, the neighbor's new dog. Meanwhile, I had been dampening our home's energy with my suspicions, with my paranoia. Maybe that was all it was, adjusting to a new place. Maybe the tension, the unease, the sense of something lurking. Maybe it was just me. The following days, no dreams, no strange noises, no Blair, just wonder. Wonder turned into dismissal, and dismissal turned me toward forgetting it all, until this week. My mood had lifted. The nights were silent. The house felt like ours again. I focused on finishing the stone fence out front, salvaging old rocks from a collapsed section of wall deeper in the property. The work was satisfying, almost meditative. With each stone I set in place, it felt like I was putting something behind me. Until I found it. I was wedging a large rock into the top of the fence when I heard another stone shift, a dry, scraping sound, just a few feet away. I paused. A loose stone, my natural prey. I nudged a few with my boot, and one moved too easily. Loose. Smiling to myself, proud of my manly blue-collar senses. Guys who work on computers can be handy too. I pried it free, ready to set it with fresh mortar. And there it was, a small pendant, nestled deep in a pocket between the stones. Twigs twisted together, bound in fraying twine. A dried flower, brittle and colorless, woven into the center. Not truly colorless, rowan, long past its bloom, a cream-white husk of what it had been. This wasn't lost or forgotten. Someone had placed it there. Hid it. The edges of the stone were too precise, too deliberate. I could see the raw scrape of metal against rock, pale and dustless. I knew this fence. I had been working on it all day. Nothing kept the weather out. Not the damp, not the wind. And yet, the hollow where the pendant rested was fresh. If it had been there long, rain and time would have taken their toll. It should have been blackened with rot, disintegrating into the dirt. It wasn't. I reached in. The moment my fingers touched it, the air shifted. A gust of wind swept through. Not a natural breeze, but a single, deliberate push of air that curled around me, lifting the fine hairs on my arms. I froze. There, riding on the wind, was a sound. A whistle. High and thin, almost tuneful, deliberate. Too deliberate. It didn't come from the trees or the distant road. It came from nowhere. From everywhere. Something inside me recoiled. My gut tightened like I'd swallowed ice water. Then, just as fast, my fear burned away, smothered under something hotter. Anger. I was tired of this. Tired of the tricks, the whispers in the dark, the things just outside my sight line. Whatever game this was, I was done playing. I didn't take it inside. I wouldn't. Instead, I carried it far out back and threw it, hard, into the underbrush. Let the woods have it. Let whoever put it there come and get it. I could even feel like they were watching. The hairs on the back of my neck raising, just for me to pat them back down. I dusted off my hands, turned toward the road, and started walking. I was going to our neighbor's house. I needed answers. By the time I reached the Aikens property, the sun was leaping from its peak, pressing heat into my shoulders, soon to set. Stuart and Elsie were always welcoming. They'd hosted Shelley and me once together, then Shelley plenty more times on her own. My visit was met with the usual warmth, right up until I asked about the Fultons, which, honestly, wasn't long past our greetings. I'd planned to ease into it, to start slow and ramp up the questioning so I wouldn't sound insane. But the moment I mentioned the last family to own my house, the atmosphere shifted. Subtle but undeniable. Stuart and Elsie stiffened, their easy smiles tightening. "Well, what do you need to know about them?" Stuart said. "They aren't coming back." "What? What?" Elsie shot him a look, then quickly softened her voice. "What Stuart means is, well, There's not much of a legacy to them. And they shouldn't concern you. Not reassuring. Not even close. I pressed. What's that supposed to mean? Are they? Yes. Stuart cut in. Then hesitated. Kind of. Wah. Isla's been missing. Alexander is most definitely dead. Something heavy settled in my gut. My thoughts scrambled to piece together questions faster than I could ask them. Stuart must have seen it on my face because he exhaled and continued before I could interrupt. Alex and Isla were good neighbors. A little odd, but happy. Moved in 7 years ago, no fuss. Always friendly. Isla especially. She used to stop by often. His voice softened for a second, like the memory was bittersweet. Things only got strange in the months before Isla disappeared. Elsie folded her hands in her lap. Neither of them looked at me now. She told us Alex wasn't sleeping, Stuart went on. Not just trouble sleeping, wasn't sleeping at all. Some nights she'd wake up and he was gone. But he always went to bed with her. Always woke up beside her. She thought maybe he was sneaking out because of money trouble. She never got an answer. He rubbed his thumb over the edge of the table, thoughtful. The week she stopped coming around, he said, the police visits started. My mouth was dry. Alex was clean, Stuart said. Not a single person believed he hurt her. You have to understand, he wouldn't. They weren't just some new couple who moved in. They grew up here. Childhood sweethearts. That house was their first home together. Stuart exhaled sharply, then stood and walked to the far window. He pulled back the curtain, revealing a small, familiar shape tucked on the sill. A pendant. Twigs, twine, and a dried rowan flower. The same damn thing I found in my fence. Wards, Stuart said. He picked it up, rolling it between his fingers. Alex gave us a bunch of them. Told us to tuck them around our homes. Said the forest took Isla. Said it took his wife. And before he left, he told us to keep the wards up. My skin prickled. Left? I asked. Stuart's fingers went still against the twine. He said he was going to get her. He placed the ward back on the sill, then crossed the room to another window. This time, he pulled the curtain back and gestured outside. Last time we saw him, he said, nodding toward the bend in the road near my house, was that night. I stepped closer and followed his gaze. A couple 100 yards away, just past the curve, lay the treeline. The forest's edge, dark even now, with the noon sun glaring overhead. The wind barely stirred the branches. It was clear that night, Stuart continued, voice quieter now. No moon, no clouds, just stars. He exhaled through his nose. We watched him walk in right there, lantern in hand. Never saw him come back out. Something inside me sank. They found him the next week, Stuart finally said. His parents went to check on him. Guessed through everything, he'd never missed his Wednesday call with his ma. He let out a slow, weighted breath. Coroner said heart attack, but he was in his bed. On his side of the bed, looking up at the ceiling, arms at his sides. Fully dressed. Mud on his boots. I swallowed. We keep the wards up, Stuart said, voice low. He looked down at the one in his palm, frowning. Just in case. Stuart opened his mouth to say more, but I cut him off. I shouldn't have even let him speak as long as he had, not after realizing what I'd done. What I'd taken down. The wards. They had been separating my house, my wife, from whatever was in the forest. My stomach clenched. I need to leave. Now. Please, can I have one of those wards? Elsie looked like she was about to protest, lips parting with the kind of words people say to reassure themselves more than anyone else. That I wouldn't need it. That Alex had lost his mind. That it was just a story, just superstition. But Stuart knew. He raised a hand, silencing her before a single syllable could escape. His expression was unreadable, but there was something in the way his gaze lingered on me. A wait, a quiet understanding, like he had been waiting for this. With a small nod of his head, he gestured toward a drawer. Elsie hesitated, then opened it. Inside, lying in a thin layer of dust, were 3 more of those brittle little charms. Twigs bound in knotted twine, flowers long dead. They must have been sitting, forgotten yet deliberately kept. I didn't wait. I grabbed them and turned for the door, my pulse a dull roar in my ears. I had to get home. I had to get them back up. Before sunset. As I stepped off the porch, I heard it. The soft, deliberate click of the Aiken's door latching shut. And then the lock turning. I must have looked like a madman, sprinting straight for the house. I didn't care. I needed time. As much as I could steal before the light bled from the sky and darkness took its place. Cutting through the yard, my breath ragged, I caught movement, a figure in the window. Shelley. She passed by the bedroom window upstairs, the soft glow of the lamp outlining her familiar shape as the sun began to lower itself beneath the other side of our home. Relief crashed over me so hard I nearly stumbled. She was safe. Here. Home. Unaware of the wards I had torn down, unaware of what I had let in. But relief was fleeting. Urgency took its place. I didn't slow down. I couldn't. I barreled through the front door, barely remembering to close it behind me before rushing to the windows. One by one, I placed the wards, my hands shaking as I set them on the sills. They felt too small, too fragile. Would they even be enough? Above me, Shelley moved across the floorboards, the creak of her steps steady and light, humming a tune I almost recognized. Familiar, reassuring. But there was one more ward. I had to find it. Without stopping to catch my breath, I tore back outside, the last remnants of daylight stretching long and thin over the grass. The sun was almost gone. I ran. To the back. To where I had thrown it. I found it faster than I expected, almost as if it had been waiting for me. Snatching it from the grass, I didn't hesitate. I sprinted back, my pulse hammering in my ears. The sky had darkened just that much more, shadows stretching and swallowing the last light. I nearly slammed into the front door as I stumbled inside and closed it behind me, heart still pounding. I recouped for 30 seconds or so, catching my breath. And then the handle turned. The front door creaked open a few moments later, and there was Shelley, standing in the doorway, holding a little woven basket full of juniper berries. Her face was flushed from the cold, strands of hair falling loose around her cheeks. I shoved the ward into my pocket, forcing my breath to steady. She giggled. "Well, what had you running like that, you goof?" Her smile was warm, teasing. "Couldn't even hold the door for your wife." I blinked. She wasn't home. "I thought you'd been inside," I said quickly, covering the rush of unease creeping up my spine. "That's my bad, darling." I pulled her into a hug, burying my face in the warmth of her neck, breathing her in. She smelled earthy, crisp, with the faint bite of juniper. She leaned back slightly, brushing her fingers through my hair. "I told you I was going out to pick berries today. Didn't I do good?" Her voice was soft, sweet, but something about the way she said it made my stomach twist. I had heard her. Upstairs. Humming. Walking. Moving through the house. I swallowed hard, tightening my arms around her just a little. "You did so good, honey." I forced myself to let go. Forced myself to act normal. "Be right back," I murmured, stepping away. I slipped around the corner, pulling the ward from my pocket. Like a burglar, I crept up the stairs, my pulse in my throat, holding the ward out in front of me like some kind of idiot. I swept each room as if I were clearing a house in a war zone. Nothing. Closet clear. Bathroom clear. Hallway clear. My muscles loosened, but only slightly. Then from downstairs, "Honey, are you done hiding from your wife now?" Her voice was sing-song, playful. I exhaled, forcing the tension from my body. "Yes, I am." I ducked into our bedroom, knelt down, and slipped the final ward under the bed, right beneath her side. Extra protection. The rest of the evening passed peacefully. We curled up together on the couch, watching Bob's Burgers while the rich, earthy scent of juniper pie filled the house. That should have been the end of it, but I wouldn't be writing this now if not for the dream. It started with me waking up, sitting straight up in bed. The sheets beside me were cold. Empty. A giggle drifted through the room, soft, familiar, wrong. My head snapped toward the door, just in time to see Shelley's bare feet disappear around the frame. Jolted, I threw the covers off and followed. The wooden floor was cold against my feet as I stepped into the hall, catching the faintest sound, bare feet slapping softly against the stairs. She was heading down. I reached the landing just as the front door groaned open. I rushed to pull my shoes on, the laces tangling under trembling fingers. When I finally looked up, she was already outside, skipping, dancing, drifting, straight toward the trees. The moment I crossed the threshold, the dream shifted. The moonlight dimmed. The sky felt too low. My vision tunneled, narrowing toward the trees as though the house behind me no longer existed. The closer I got to the woods, the louder her humming became. And then the lute, a melody, plucked softly from the shadows, rising to meet her song. I stepped past the brush, and there it was, a small ring of stones, moss, and mushrooms glowing faintly in the pale light. My stomach turned to ice. At its center sat a juniper shrub, half-picked clean. A string on the lute snapped with a sharp, jarring twang, and I woke up, next to no one. The bed was empty. The house was silent. I rushed downstairs, my pulse still hammering from the dream. And there on the kitchen table was a note. Went to drop off the pie at Stu and Elsie's. I'll be back around noon, baby. Signed, Shelley. That's not right. That's not right. She doesn't spell her name like that. A slow, creeping chill spread through my chest. I turned the paper over in my hands, searching for anything else, something to explain why my skin was crawling. But the handwriting was perfect. Too perfect. Like it was trying to be natural. Trying to be her. I swallowed hard and turned on my heel, bolting back up the stairs. I dropped onto my hands and knees beside the bed, heart in my throat. I lifted the bed skirt. The ward was gone. A sharp wave of nausea rolled through me. My mouth was dry, my hands clammy as I pressed my palm to the floorboards, scanning for something, anything. And then I saw it. Faint, nearly invisible against the wood. The smallest outline of a footprint. Dry mud, barely more than a smudge, as if someone had carefully wiped it away. Almost perfectly. She almost had me. It's 10 a.m. right now. I need ideas, guys. What do I do? Note, on the way home tonight, my girlfriend and I were driving back from a friend's house. The sun had just finished setting, and something big, furry and black leapt from a ditch in front of our car. My girlfriend hit the brakes, but not in time as whatever it was rolled under our car. We came to a stop, and I got out of the car to look for whatever it was she hit, but it was gone. There was tracks where it came out of the ditch, but no tracks anywhere showing where it went. There was no blood, or fur stuck anywhere on the car. It seems to have just disappeared, and so when we got home I wrote this story. Hope you all enjoy it. The Big Black Dog. It was a quiet evening, the kind that only a country road could offer. The sky was painted in soft orange hues, the sun beginning its descent behind the trees. Julia, an animal lover, was driving home after a long day at the shelter, her car humming along the winding, forgotten back road. She often found peace here, away from the bustle of the city, and tonight, she was savoring the solitude. But then, out of nowhere, it appeared. A massive black dog, almost unnatural in its size, darted across the road in front of her. Julia slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a halt just as the dog collided with the front bumper. Her heart dropped. She quickly threw the car into park and jumped out, adrenaline coursing through her veins. "Oh no, no, no," she muttered, rushing toward the dog that now lay motionless on the gravel. The dog was large, its fur sleek and dark like midnight, and it was as if it weighed more than it should. But as she knelt beside it, she saw the shallow rise and fall of its chest. It was alive. Relieved, Julia reached for her phone to call for help. But before she could press a single number, the dog's eyes snapped open. Its pupils were completely black, no trace of white to be seen. It lunged at her with unnatural speed, sinking its teeth into her leg. The pain shot through her like lightning, and with a scream, she shoved the dog away, her phone slipping from her hand and clattering to the ground as she fell back. Desperately, she scrambled to her feet, but the beast was already up, its growl echoing through the trees. Without thinking, Julia turned and ran into the woods that bordered the road. She could hear the dog's heavy footsteps pounding behind her, each one getting closer, faster. Branches scraped at her arms and legs as she pushed through the underbrush, her breath ragged, but the dog never slowed. It didn't make sense. The dog was too large, too fast, too relentless. And each time she thought she had outrun it, or somehow stunned it, the dog would rise again, more enraged than before. Julia's heart raced as she glanced over her shoulder. The dog was closer now, its massive body emerging from the shadows like a ghost, its growl low and menacing. She darted left, hoping to throw it off, but the dog followed without hesitation. It was impossibly fast, snapping at her heels, its black eyes glowing with fury. She stumbled, her foot catching on a root, and before she could regain her balance, the dog was on her. It leaped into the air, knocking her to the ground with bone-crushing force. The air left her lungs in a sharp gasp. She struggled, kicking at the creature, but its jaws were locked around her leg, and every movement felt like it was pulling her deeper into the nightmare. With a burst of panic-fueled strength, Julia grabbed a jagged rock from the forest floor and swung it at the dog's head. It connected with a sickening thud, the dog yelping and releasing her leg. For a brief moment, Julia thought she had won. The dog staggered back, a deep gash now visible on its forehead, blood dripping from the wound. It seemed dazed, disoriented. But then, something unnatural happened. The dog's body twitched, and the wound on its head began to heal, skin knitting back together at an alarming rate, the gash disappearing before her eyes. the black eyes fixed on her once again, filled with a primal fury. It growled low and deep, and Julia's stomach turned. It charged. She screamed and bolted toward the road, not daring to look back. Her heart hammered in her chest, her breath coming in desperate gasps. Branches lashed at her skin as she ran, her body aching, but there was no time for pain. The sound of the dog's claws scraping against the earth was deafening, always right behind her. Just as she thought she was losing her lead, she glanced back and saw it. The dog was limping, its shoulder twisted at an odd angle, yet it was still gaining ground, almost as though it wasn't even injured. With every step, the wound from the rock was closing, and the dog was moving faster, angrier. She pushed herself harder, hearing the deep, guttural growl growing louder. The sound of the dog's claws raking against the dirt filled her ears, making it seem like the ground itself was coming alive beneath her feet. She broke through the tree line and saw her car ahead. It was so close. Almost there. She reached it, slamming the door shut behind her, fumbling for the keys as she started the engine. The car jerked forward, tires screeching as she sped down the road, her eyes locked on the rearview mirror. At first, the road was empty. No sign of the beast. Her heart began to slow, the terror slowly receding. But then her stomach dropped. The dog was behind her, running, its eyes black as night. The gash on its head was gone, and the limp was nothing more than a memory. It was faster now than it had been before, its massive form a shadow in the fading light. Julia's knuckles turned white on the steering wheel, her foot pressed hard on the gas. She didn't dare look away from the mirror as she sped faster, the dog's silhouette growing larger with each passing second. No matter how fast she drove, no matter how far she went, it was always there, closing in on her, chasing her down the road. The sun sank lower and lower, until the last sliver of light disappeared. As the sky grew darker, the dog's form seemed to dissolve into the shadows. Its black eyes blinked out, fading into the night. For a moment, it seemed as if the dog itself had vanished, swallowed whole by the darkness. Julia's pulse slowed, her breath steadied, but the chill in the air was still there. She glanced back into the rearview mirror, scanning the road. The dog was gone, but just as she thought it was over, she saw it. A fleeting shadow in the distance, faster than the car, gaining on her again. The dog had never truly stopped running. The darkness was its ally now. The sky turned red at 9:42 a.m. I was on Fifth Avenue, coffee in hand, when the first ripple of sound reached us. It wasn't a boom or a crash. It was a low, gut-deep vibration that made the air feel too thick to breathe. People stopped, looking around like confused animals before a storm. Then the ground trembled. Windows rattled. The coffee shop behind me spilled customers into the street. Nobody knew what had happened. Phones buzzed with emergency alerts, but they were vague. Global impact event. Seek immediate shelter. Some people ran. Some stood frozen, staring up at the sky like answers might be written there. But there was nothing, just that red haze deepening across the clouds, turning the sun into a dull, bloody smudge. A woman next to me clutched my arm. Is it war?" she asked, her voice trembling. I had no answer. Minutes later, the first shockwave hit. I didn't hear it so much as feel it, like the earth itself had been struck with a hammer. Every car alarm in the city screamed at once. Glass exploded from windows in a shimmering rain. People fell to their knees, clutching their ears. My coffee slipped from my hand as I stumbled back against a taxi. Somewhere, a building groaned like a living thing, steel and concrete protesting the strain. I didn't know it then, but halfway across the world, an asteroid the size of Alaska had plunged into the heart of the Indian Ocean. The impact released energy equivalent to tens of billions of nuclear bombs, vaporizing millions of gallons of water and punching a hole through the Earth's crust. A column of steam, molten rock, and debris shot into the sky, breaching the stratosphere and darkening the sun within minutes. The shockwave traveled through the Earth's mantle, triggering earthquakes that shattered cities from Mumbai to Perth. Entire islands vanished beneath walls of water as tsunamis surged outward, racing faster than jet planes. Indonesia, Sri Lanka, the Maldives, gone within hours. The waves hit the coasts of Africa and Australia next, flooding entire nations before barreling across the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. In New York, thousands of miles from ground zero, we felt the earth shudder beneath our feet. The Hudson River surged beyond its banks, flooding lower Manhattan with icy water and dragging cars and debris through the streets. Bridges groaned under the strain, and the Statue of Liberty vanished behind walls of mist and rain. The moment the first shockwave passed, the streets of New York became chaos. People screamed and ran in every direction. Cars collided as drivers panicked, and glass from shattered windows crunched beneath my shoes as I stumbled forward. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears. I didn't think, I just moved. Adrenaline carried me through the crowd as if my body had decided to survive before my mind could catch up. Sirens blared from every direction, but their wails blended into the background noise of panic. My phone buzzed again in my pocket, another emergency alert flashing across the screen. Shelter in place. Avoid exposure. Take cover immediately. I remembered turning onto a side street to avoid the mass of people flooding Fifth Avenue. The pavement beneath my feet trembled with aftershocks, and somewhere in the distance, a building collapsed with a sound like thunder. Dust and smoke hung in the air, making it hard to breathe. When I finally reached my apartment building, 7 blocks away, it was as if my legs gave out all at once. My breath came in ragged gasps as I fumbled with my keys, hands shaking too hard to grip them properly. Behind me, the distant roar of the Hudson River swelling over its banks echoed through the air. I shoved the door open and staggered inside, slamming it shut behind me as if that thin piece of wood could keep the world out. The stairwell was dark, the power had already gone out, and I had to climb 6 flights of stairs by the faint glow of my phone's flashlight. Every step echoed like a countdown, each breath fogging the air as the building's temperature dropped. When I finally reached my apartment and locked the door behind me, I stood in the silence and let the weight of everything hit me all at once. My pulse pounded in my ears, and my hands wouldn't stop shaking. Outside the window, the city burned beneath a sky that no longer belonged to us. And that's when I realized, the world as we knew it had ended. But I was still here. Then rain came as I watched from my window. Thick and black, carrying ash and pulverized rock from halfway across the world. By nightfall, the fires had begun. Molten debris, hurled into space by the impact, rained down across the globe like falling stars. Forests ignited from Siberia to the Amazon. Cities burned as flaming stones crashed through rooftops and shattered glass towers. Smoke and ash choked the skies, blotting out the moon and turning night into a suffocating, endless twilight. The days that followed were a blur of fear and desperation. The air grew colder as the sun disappeared behind a veil of dust and soot. Crops withered in the fields, and animals starved or suffocated as the world entered a nuclear winter. Cities fell silent as their people fled or died. Governments collapsed. Communications failed. By the 3rd week, New York had become a city of shadows. The streets were filled with abandoned cars and the distant echoes of footsteps that never seemed to come close. Fires burned unchecked, their smoke mixing with the ever-present ash that fell from the sky. Somewhere in the distance, the Hudson River continued to rise, fed by storms that never seemed to end. The air smelled of salt and decay, and each breath burned my throat. I rationed what food I had, conserving cans of soup and crackers like they were gold. Water was harder to come by. The taps had stopped running within days, and the bottled supply in my apartment wouldn't last forever. I collected rainwater when I could, filtering it through makeshift cloth screens to catch the ash and grit that fell from the sky. Nights were the worst. Without power, the world outside my window became a void of blackness, broken only by the distant flicker of fires still smoldering in the city's ruins. The silence was so deep it felt alive, broken only by the occasional distant crack of collapsing buildings or the howling wind that carried the distant echoes of sirens and screams. I slept in fits and starts, huddled beneath blankets and coats as the temperature inside the apartment plummeted. The cold seeped into my bones, and I woke each morning with frost clinging to the glass and the ache of hunger gnawing at my stomach. Still, I held on. It's been a year now. New York is a city of ghosts. Most of its people are gone, lost to hunger, sickness, or the long, silent sleep that comes when the cold becomes too much to bear. Those of us who remain live like shadows, scavenging through the frozen ruins, our breath fogging the air as we huddle against the endless night. The fires have long since burned out, leaving only blackened shells of buildings and streets choked with ash and debris. Snow falls year-round now, gray and heavy, carrying the taste of smoke and iron. The air is thin, and each breath feels like pulling ice into my lungs. I've stopped keeping track of the days. The sun still rises somewhere beyond the clouds, but its light is weak and distant, casting only a faint, dim glow that barely touches the earth. Sometimes, when the clouds break, I look up at the sky and wonder if anyone else is still out there, or if we're all just waiting for the last ember of humanity to flicker out. I don't know how this ends. But when it does, I hope the earth remembers us not for how we died, but for how long we tried to hold on. My grandfather passed away during a blizzard. It was a freak October storm that tore through the Northeast like a knife through butter. I remember my mom calling him in a panic, and I could hear his gruff, dismissive tone over the phone. Pappy Jerry was like that often. Despite being damn near 80, he insisted on staying in his decaying home. It was nearly 2 weeks before the roads were clear enough, and Mom made the pilgrimage to Pappy's homestead. When she arrived, she discovered he had been completely snowed in. She called out to no response, and began digging. She had found Pappy glued to his porch chair, frost and icicles still clinging to his ghostly visage. He was bundled up, yes, but he was as stiff as a board, a broad smile etched onto his face forever. The screaming began shortly after this discovery. Paramedics had tried desperately to calm my poor mother, but they ended up having to restrain her. Cops on the scene were bewildered. He was sat perfectly in his rickety old chair. His expression was that of joy and mania. The strange thing is, as the first responders and paramedics began to clear away the snow, they found evidence that someone had built snowmen in the yard. 2 or 3 large snowmen with button eyes and gumball smiles littered Grandpa Jerry's front lawn. Mom never truly recovered from discovering her father's remains. She was sitting quietly in the back during the funeral, a veil hiding her hysterics. She would wake up screaming in the night, and my dad would hold her as she sniffled and wept into his arms. Every time I visited home, she seemed to get worse and worse. Some days she would just sit in the den, curled up with quilts and heavy blankets staring into space. When the time came to clear out Granddad's place, it was left to me and my dad. The inside of his decrepit tomb was a hoarder's wet dream. Newspaper lined the walls, and the floor was a parade of trash and dust. It took over 3 dozen trash bags just to clear out his den. The kitchen was a moldy mess, the bathroom a biohazard, and the bedroom stank to high heaven. I was shocked at the state of it, honestly. Jerry had become a recluse past couple year, but I remember him being very outgoing and clean. He used to travel and world and bring back all sorts of trinkets and toys to spoil us grandkids with. Which leads us to the lamp. The lamp was tucked away in the corner of a dresser. I scoffed when I found it. It looked like the most stereotypical Arabian lamp you could ever see. It looked like Jerry had plucked it right out of a Disney movie. I heard rustling behind me and turned to see my dad carefully tearing the crusty sheets off Jerry's mattress. I held it up for him to see, like jingling keys for a baby. Dad eyed the lamp and let out a hearty chuckle. "That's your grandpa's old gin lamp," he replied so casually. "It's his what?" I sputtered with laughter. "Yeah, Jerry picked it up at some market in God knows whereiston." My father explained. He'd show it off at parties, dare people to rub it, that sort of thing. I don't know if he actually believed in it, but he'd get super pissed if anyone called it a genie lamp. Said it was disrespectful. To that he shrugged his shoulders. I glanced down at the lamp skeptically. I pocketed it and returned to my work. A magic lamp sounds crazy, but in the back of my mind I remembered something. When my mom was growing up, Grandpa Jerry lost his job. Money was tight for a long time, until one day Grandpa came home grinning ear to ear. He said money wasn't going to be an issue any longer, and that he didn't want his little Sarah to worry any longer. It was true. Grandpa then had a seemingly endless supply of cash, said his investments had finally paid off. My mother could never recall what exactly he invested in, but the money flow didn't end until she graduated college. That's when some swindler got Grandpa to invest in a pyramid scheme, and he lost everything. But he didn't care. He was just happy my mother had been taken care of. I thought about that old family fable the rest of the day. A raging storm of what-ifs fondled my mind as I pawed at the lamp in my hand. Laying on my bed, I studied the thing. How did they do it in the fairy tales? Rub it 3 times or something like that. I was hesitant at first, but found myself more curious than anything. I rubbed the lamp 3 times and... nothing. There was a dead silence in my room. Outside I could hear crickets chirping, and I could feel my face flush with embarrassment. Wasn't sure why I was embarrassed. There was no one around but me. In a huff, I tossed the lamp aside and went back to scrolling on my phone. I was so engaged in the latest asinine reel, I didn't even hear it at first. SKRT. I paused my scrolling and looked up. SKRT. Again, that scatting noise like something was scratching up my walls. I turned my flashlight on and found nothing. SKRT. Right on my ear, I jerked backwards only to face my headboard. It's probably a mouse coming in from the cold, I thought, putting aside my fright. My phone dinged, and I glanced to find a snap from my friend Terry. It was some flirty pic overlaid with a dozen filters. I rolled my eyes and got ready to snap her back, turning my bedside lamp on. I tousled my hair and put on my best sleepy look as I pulled up the front-facing camera. My face then contorted in confusion. There seemed to be a filter already on. It was my face all right, chiseled jawline, fluffy hair, and a well-trimmed black goatee. But my skin was a crimson hue, ears with tipped points, and my eyes were solid black with ruby iris staring back at me. I shuddered at the strange filter and tried to change it to something glossier. Switched it, nothing changed. Switched it to dog ears, nothing changed. Switched it to a damn ad filter, nothing changed. My heart skipped as the face on my phone began to smile. It leaned closer, like it was going to leap out of my phone. I threw it aside with a yelp. A light turned on from the hallway. I froze, realizing I hadn't heard my parents come in the driveway. Hello, I called out meekly. I was met with silence. My phone buzzed again, and I reached for it. It was a snap from an unknown user. I played it and was met with a video of my bathroom. The light turned on, blinding the camera. I could hear a muffled voice call out, "Hello," and the video ended. My eyes darted to the still-lit hall, and I got up, dreading what I would find in the bathroom. The upstairs hall was silent, illuminated only by the dim hum of the bath. I peeked my head inside, seeing nothing. I breathed a sigh of relief, then out of the corner of my eye I saw movement in the mirror. A dark shape loomed in it, its ruby-red glare dancing like flames. I opened my mouth about to let out a horrified shriek when I felt something grab me by the hand and yank me into the bathroom. The door slammed shut behind me. The click of a lock rang out. I darted around in a panic, finally landing on the bathroom mirror. The twisted devil version of me stood where I did, grinning like a mad jackal. His hair seemed to movie about his own, this illusion giving off waves of contempt. He beckoned me forward and took a bow as I approached. "Forgive my theatrics, master. It's just been so long since I've received new company." The demon purred. Its voice was wavy yet graveled, like he was speaking through a broken speaker. "What are you?" I muttered under my breath. The demon did not break contact as he explained. "I am the Jinn of the lamp. You have rubbed it 3 times. Now I am your humble servant. You may call me Sharon." The Jinn cooed. "This is insane," I said under my breath. Sharon laughed at this. "Many have said the same in your shoes, master. Yet all would come to know my reality." He rasped. "What is it you desire? I can offer you such pleasures or deal misery to your enemies." He growled like a hungry tiger. My mind raced 1,000 times a minute. I could have it all, wealth, power, fame. But that was cliché, wasn't it? There was always a catch when dealing with the devil. Sharon titled his head, like he could sense my hesitation. He pursed his lips and offered up a tale. "You have your grandfather's eyes, child." He was hesitant to use my power as well, but in the end, I served him well, for it is my nature. Sharon offered. My eyes flicked to the floor. "Use his power," he said. Asking for my own riches was selfish, an abuse of power. If I could have anything in the world, it would be. "Sharon, I know what my wish will be," I exclaimed proudly. His knife-point ears perked up. "What is your desire?" He salivated. "My mother, she hasn't been herself since Grandpa died." "Sharon, I wish for you to make my mother happy." I spoke. Sharon sneered, a giddy look smearing his face. The lights flickered, and he disappeared from the mirror. "It is done." His voice echoed out. With that he was gone. I blinked, and I found myself back in bed. Had I not seen the lamp leaning against the bedroom wall, I would have put that whole thing off as some weird dream. The morning sun dangled through the windows like a tease, and I rubbed my eyes through the fog. From downstairs I heard whistling. I frowned, hurrying to see what all the fuss was about. I found my mom downstairs, whistling like a happy house made whipping up a massive breakfast. Dad was sitting at the table, an uneasy look on his face. My mother turned to face me as I entered, a smile a mile long plastered on her face. Her eyes were bulging with happiness, and she rushed towards me, a motherly embrace. "Good morning, Benny. Isn't it a lovely day?" she sang. She pinched my cheek and went back to working the stove, resuming her merry little tune as well. I slid next to Dad, hearing the anxious tap-tap-tap of his feet. "She's been like this all morning," he whispered next to me. "A massive mood swing like this, it worries me, Ben." He sounded concerned, but I shrugged it off with a sheepish grin. "She's happy now, what's to worry about?" I said as a plate full of bacon and eggs fell to the table. My mother stayed grinning and giddy the whole morning, and the morning after that, and so on and so on. My mother hasn't stopped smiling in months. She never cries, she never changes her ghastly grin. She was watching the news and saw something about a bombing, and she laughed and laughed. Last night I came home to find her standing next to the stove top giggling to herself. She was holding her hand above a flame, roasting herself. I pulled her away and asked what the hell. She just giggled as I applied bandages to her. My father is convinced she's in the middle of a massive manic episode. I'm not so sure, even though I see Sharon out of the corner of my eye, asking if I am pleased with my wish. The apocalypse started on a Tuesday, not with fire, not with war, not with aliens blowing up the White House. Just weird shit. People woke up and their reflections didn't match. Buildings stretched too high, too thin. Street signs whispered when you walked past. And some people just disappeared. Like poof. Gone. I should have known things were bad when I stepped outside and the sky was the wrong color. It wasn't blue. It wasn't gray. It was, I don't know, like a color I'd never seen before but somehow recognized. Like when you hear a song you don't remember, but you know all the words. Anyway, that was day 1. By day 3, reality was drunk off its ass. Gravity started working on a freelance basis. Some people floated away like balloons. Others got stuck to the ground. The moon got way too close, like a nosy neighbor leaning over the fence. And the sun, well, there were 2 of them now. By day 5, most people were either dead, missing, or existentially broken. Not me though. I had a plan. Well, plan is a strong word. More like a stolen shopping cart, a backpack full of canned goods, and a gun I found on a priest. Listen, he wasn't using it. Probably. The important thing is, I wasn't sticking around. See, there was a rumor going around. A safe place. A town that hadn't been touched by all this Willy Wonka acid trip bullshit. It was 500 miles east. So that's where I was headed. Just me, my cart, and the rapidly deteriorating rules of reality. And let me tell you, this road trip was gonna suck. Day 7, the trees started talking. Not like whispering creepy shit. Just small talk. The ocean was now inland and very, very angry about it. I found a dog. The dog spoke perfect English. He was also kind of an asshole. Day 10, I met a guy with no face. He played the banjo. Pretty good, actually. The sun winked at me. I flipped it off. I think I hurt its feelings. The ground became water, but only when I wasn't looking at it. Dog stole my last can of beans. I will never forgive him. Day 15, I ran into a cult. They worship a giant floating eye. The eye tried to recruit me. I told it to fuck off. I am now being hunted by an omniscient celestial entity. On the bright side, found a Snickers bar. Day 20, the road turned into a Mobius strip. I walked for 3 days before realizing I was going in a loop. The Snickers bar had a pulse. I ate it anyway. Reality started cracking. Literally. There are holes in the world. I looked into one. Something looked back. By day 25, I was starting to enjoy myself. I mean, sure, existence was breaking down like a shitty bootleg DVD. But at this point, I'd seen so much mind-melting horror that I was kind of numb to it. So when I finally reached the safe place, I wasn't even surprised that it was worse. See, everyone was fine here. Too fine. No monsters. No sky meltdowns. No whispering shadows. Just people. Smiling. Perfect. Too perfect. I watched a woman burn her hand on a stove. No reaction. No flinch. Just a big, frozen smile. I watched a man get hit by a car. He got back up, bones twisted wrong, and kept walking like nothing happened. Then a kid ran up to me. Big, dead eyes. He grabbed my hand, and his fingers kept going. Stretching. Wrapping around my wrist like rope. He leaned in close. You don't belong here. I yanked away, heart hammering. The whole town was staring at me now. Still smiling. Still wrong. And that's when I realized. This wasn't a safe place. This was where reality went to die. And I had just walked right in. For years, she had lived alone. No husband. No children. Just the house, the garden, and the silence. The kind of quiet that wrapped around you like a warm blanket. The mornings were spent in the garden, her garden, where the roses bloomed in clusters of crimson and white. She hummed to herself as she trimmed, water splashing softly onto the earth, the sunlight falling just right between the leaves. And she liked it that way. But lately things hadn't felt quite right. At first, it was just small things. A chair that wasn't quite where she'd left it. A picture frame that seemed to have shifted a few inches. And then the laughter. A child's laughter. It echoed through the halls late at night when everything was still, but she told herself it was just the wind. Just her imagination. But the more she tried to ignore it, the louder it became. One night, the laughter was joined by footsteps. Little feet, light and quick, walking across the old floorboards upstairs. But she had no children. There was only the house, and her. Then came the voices. A man and a woman arguing in a distant room. We should leave. We can't just go. We've spent everything on this house. She pressed her hands to her ears, trying to drown out the sounds that rattled the walls. It wasn't real. It couldn't be real. But the noises only grew louder. One night, after the arguing had become too much to bear, she screamed, "Leave me alone." And just like that, silence. The house went still. For the first time in weeks, the eerie noises stopped. She slept soundly, thinking she had finally rid herself of whatever haunted the house. Until the next morning, when she stepped outside and saw them. A family, a man, a woman, and a child, stood on the front lawn, staring at the house. They were whispering to each other, eyes wide and uneasy. She froze, heart pounding. They could see her. The woman shivered, turning to her husband. "I think this house is haunted." The old woman's breath caught in her throat. She was the house. She was the one who had always lived here. They didn't need to know her. She didn't need to be seen. So they called a psychic. The psychic stood still for a long moment, eyes closed, listening. Then she smiled softly. "She's not haunting the house," the psychic said in a calm voice. "She's part of it." The old woman's heart skipped a beat. What did she mean? She's been here a long time. She doesn't know she's gone. The words echoed in her mind, but they didn't make sense. She was here. She had always been here. Hadn't she? The psychic turned toward the garden, toward the roses that she had tended for so long. "She just loves the garden," the psychic said, her voice soft. The family stared at the garden, unsure of what to make of it. But the child's eyes were wide. She stepped forward, as if drawn by something invisible, and stared into the blooming flowers. And that's when the old woman felt it. Her hand brushed against the window. She hadn't realized she was standing there until the cool glass was pressed against her palm. She looked down at the roses, the laughter, the voices, the moving objects. It had never been the house that was haunted. It had always been her. And as the wind rustled through the garden, the roses swayed with it, whispering softly in the breeze. But this time, the laughter was warm, like an old friend returning after a long absence. The house was hers, and she would always care for it. He stood behind the counter. Jim was bored beyond belief. He hated working the night shift. He was always tired and bored. He kept turning to stare at the clock every once in a while. He was waiting for 1 a.m. His coworker, Jerry, was also meant to get off at 1, however. He felt also he went home early. With no one to entertain him, he just waited. At around 10:30, a car pulled up. The driver stepped out and began to move towards the entrance to the gas station. He looked slightly drunk. He picked up a bag of chips and a soda, and then he walked to the counter. "Just this, please," he said. "No problem," said Jim. The man paid the $5 he owed and then left. His car drove slowly out of the space he parked in. The vehicle vanished into the night. Jim sat down. He wanted to leave, just forget the customers and go home, but he couldn't. Leave now and he'd be fired. He lowered his head down and slept. Then it got weird. At 11:25 a.m. women bolted through the door. She woke Jim from his slumber. She looked panicked. She looked around and saw Jim. She walked over while constantly checking the windows. "Hello, can you please call the police?" Jim rubbed his eyes. "I'm sorry, phone's busted." It had been vandalized by a drunkard the previous night. "Well, can I at least stay here for a bit?" She was on the verge of tears. "Why, what is happening?" "Someone or something has been following me for ages." My car stalled down the road. That's when I saw it. It looked like me. I'm not bullshitting, I swear. Jim looked worried now. She stared outside. She began to cry. Before he could comfort her, she was gone. The automatic door shut. Jim felt scared about this encounter. But what could he do now? Call the police? No, of course not. He kept waiting. Then it got really weird. At midnight exactly, something came through the door. Jim was asleep once again. It tapped him on the shoulder. He looked up. It was not the woman from earlier. She grinned maniacally. Its eyes were morose. Normal, yet able to look in impossible directions. Jim woke. Before he could speak, it stopped him with its voices. It sounded like 5 people speaking in unison, yet disjointed and choppy. "You saw nothing. Go to sleep. Jim's lip quivered as it ejected itself out the door and slinked into the darkness. Safe to say he never worked the night shift again. I have been a newspaper delivery substitute for over 2 years now. My route is not very long. I am usually busy for 2 hours. We live in a very rural area surrounded by mountains and wooded hillsides. Some houses are built right at the tree line. Wild animals are surprisingly rare here, though I have seen some deer in the woods. Pets are much more common. There are a lot of cats, which is probably why I was not really bothered when these things started happening. Half a year ago, I was distributing the newspaper as always. I reached the last street on my route. 5 houses in one line. The first 3 were pretty new, the 4th was an old shag, owned by an old man, and the last one was a holiday home, usually empty when I was there. When I reached house 2 that day, I was shocked. A dead bird had been left beneath the mailbox. I quickly brushed it off as a cat's prey. Nothing bad, nothing scary, but the bird was not cleaned up. Its corpse stayed on the ground, slowly decaying more and more. I felt sorry for the bird and grossed out. I did not want to touch it. I thought that was the reason the bird was still there. No one wanted to clean it up. Eventually I became numb to it. Now only a few weeks ago I was once again in that street, finishing my tour as I suddenly stopped dead in my tracks. A fish was lying in the driveway of the old shag. Okay, I thought, nothing strange. There is a river nearby, an animal caught it, dragged it up here and left it. Plausible solution. Except that the fish was lying perfectly vertical, as if it had been placed there, and its lower half was missing. Just gone, with a clean cut. Teeth could not do that, but a knife could, so a human must have placed the fish there. Okay, I thought, never mind. I'll mind my own business. I went home and took a shower. Only then did I notice that the fish did not smell bad. On a warm day like this, the fish would have started to rot way too soon. A chill ran down my spine as I realized that the fish must have been placed there only minutes before I had entered the street. I closed my curtains tightly that night. It began to give me the creeps, but I kept doing the job. My rational mind kept telling me that everything had a logical explanation, and I was just too scared to see it. Besides, I needed the money. Today I made my rounds again. The road was quiet. No dead animals, nothing. That was until I climbed the stairs to the Holdy home. I put a newspaper into the mailbox and turned around, my gaze washing over the trees. Fear sank into my stomach like a stone. In a tree, not more than 10 feet from me, a deer's head hung from a branch. The flesh had rotted away, leaving nothing but pale bones. My ragged breathing was the only sound. Every bird, every animal, even the wind, had stopped. The empty eyes of the deer's head seemed to dig into my head, my thoughts. Deeper and deeper until they seemed to see everything of me. Everything I ever was. Everything I'll ever be. The sound of breaking wood filled my ears, and the skull fell to the ground. Its magic was broken. I ran home, closed the curtains, and covered myself with the blanket, shivering under the sheet. My sweaty hair clung to my body, and my dirty clothes were far too warm. I tried to breathe. Its eyes were still in my head, and every thought seemed to be watched by them. It took hours before I could move again. I have a feeling that something not natural is happening. Something horrible. I don't want to go back there. I want to keep my curtains closed forever. But I cannot forget those eyes. I am scared. So scared. I was never supposed to work the night shift. I had always been the daytime receptionist at the Silent Oaks Motel, a rundown roadside stop barely managing to stay in business. My shift was simple: check-ins, check-outs, and handling the occasional lost key. At 10 p.m., I was supposed to clock out, go home, and forget this place until morning. That was the routine. That was how it was meant to be. But that night, something changed. Pete, the old manager, called me into his office just as I was gathering my things. He didn't look at me right away, just fumbled with a set of keys on his desk. His fingers trembled slightly as he pushed them toward me. "You're staying tonight," he muttered, his voice oddly flat. I frowned. "Why?" Pete finally met my eyes, but there was something off about his expression. Something vacant, like he was staring through me rather than at me. "The night guy didn't show up. You're the only one who can do it." His tone was firm, but distant, like he wasn't really there. I opened my mouth to protest, but the words never came. Pete's stare was unsettling. There was no frustration, no annoyance, just a blank sort of expectation, like he already knew I wouldn't argue. It sent a chill through me. I hesitated. The motel felt different at night, heavier, quieter in a way that didn't feel peaceful. I could already feel that silence creeping in. But what choice did I have? Before I could think of a way out, Pete grabbed his coat and walked out the door. Just like that, I was alone. By 10:45 p.m., I was sitting at the front desk, staring at the outdated lobby decor. The motel felt different. The same cracked tiles, the same faded wallpaper peeling at the edges, but now everything seemed more alive in the worst way. The walls cracked not randomly, but in a slow, rhythmic pattern, like the building itself was breathing. The fluorescent lights above me buzzed with a dull, electric hum, flickering just enough to set my nerves on edge. I leaned back in the chair, exhaling slowly. It was just another shift. Just a few more hours, and I'd be out of here. I had to kill time somehow. The old wooden desk had a few drawers, so I started pulling them open one by one, sifting through the clutter. The first drawer held nothing but crumpled receipts and an old motel guest book covered in coffee stains. The second had a stapler and a few loose papers. Then I reached the bottom drawer. It was already open. Just a crack. I frowned. I didn't remember seeing it open earlier. Slowly, I pulled it all the way out. Inside, there was only one thing. A tape recorder. It was old. One of those bulky, plastic-cased models from decades ago. Its once white surface now yellowed with age. A cassette was already inside. The label was faded, the ink smudged, but I could still make out the words written in shaky, uneven handwriting. Do not erase. A strange feeling crept up my spine, cold and unwelcome. I wasn't sure why, but I suddenly didn't want to touch it. The drawer had been slightly open, like someone had left it that way on purpose. Like they wanted me to find it. I sat there for a long moment, just staring at it. Then, against my better judgment, I reached out. My fingers barely brushed the plastic when a gust of cold air rushed past me. I jerked back. The motel door was still shut. The windows were closed. There was no draft. I swallowed hard. My heart thudded painfully against my ribs, but my curiosity was stronger than my fear. Slowly, I pressed play. The tape whirred, the static crackling through the speaker before a voice emerged, low, strained, exhausted. The voice in the tap is speaking now. If you're listening to this, that means you're on the night shift. The voice was male, tense, like he was holding back something worse than fear. I don't know how much time I have left, but if someone else gets stuck here, maybe this will help. A pause. The silence between his words felt heavier than the static. There are things in this motel at night. Things that shouldn't be here. Another pause. The kind that makes you hold your breath. I didn't know the rules. I had to learn the hard way. Then, 3 slow knocks were heard from the tape. The voice on the tape trembled. The first time I heard the knocking, I thought it was a guest. I gripped the desk. It was past midnight. I went to the door. My stomach clenched. A man was standing outside. Pale. Tall. Wearing a suit. I felt a pulse in my throat. The voice continued. I asked if he needed a room. He didn't answer. I swallowed hard, my throat dry as if all the moisture had been sucked out of the air. A cold feeling crawled up my spine, making my skin prickle. Something about him felt off. Not just the silence, but the way he stood there, unmoving, like he was waiting for something. I should have shut the door. I should have walked away. The thought screamed in my head, a desperate warning, but my hands stayed frozen on the counter. My feet didn't move. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was fear. Either way, I didn't turn away. Instead, I met his eyes, dark, unreadable, like staring into an empty void. Something about them made my stomach tighten. Still, I forced my voice to stay steady. Do you need a room? I asked again. He didn't respond. Not with words. Instead of answering, he smiled. But when he smiled, it wasn't right. It was too wide, stretching unnaturally across his face. His teeth were too sharp, too white, almost glistening under the dim motel lights. It wasn't the kind of smile people gave when they were happy. It was something else. Something is wrong. He stepped forward. I stepped back. He kept coming, his gaze locked onto mine. A slow, deliberate movement, like a predator sizing up its prey. I stepped back again, my hand brushing against the edge of the counter. He stepped in. Too close. Suddenly, he was inches from my face, so near I could see the fine cracks in his lips, smell the faint, metallic scent clinging to his breath. That grin never wavered. His teeth looked sharper now, as if they had grown in the space of a second. I didn't think. I just reacted. I slammed the door shut. My heart pounded as I locked it, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. For a moment, there was nothing. Silence. Maybe it was over. Maybe he had walked away. Then, scratch. A slow, deliberate sound. Scratch, like nails dragging against the wood. A whisper of a noise, but somehow louder than anything else in the stillness of the night. And that's when it hit me. If someone knocks after midnight, don't answer. That's rule number 1. That's when I learned rule number 1. I thought it was over. I sat behind the counter, heart still hammering, ears straining for any sound beyond the hum of the motel's old ceiling fan. The clock on the wall ticked away, each second stretching longer than the last. Then, at 1:33 a.m., the phone rang. The sudden noise nearly made me jump out of my skin. My pulse spiked. The motel phone rarely rang at this hour, and after what had just happened, I should have ignored it. But I didn't. I answered. That was my second mistake. The moment I lifted the receiver to my ear, I knew something was wrong. The voice on the other end. It sounded like my mother. My stomach dropped. My mother has been dead for 5 years. The voice was soft, distant, layered with static like an old, warped cassette tape. "Hello," I whispered, throat tightening. There was a pause. Then, she said my name. Again, and again, and again. Each time, the same tone, the same inflection. It wasn't a conversation. It wasn't even real. Like a recording stuck on a loop. I gripped the phone tighter, knuckles turning white. My breath came out shaky. Then the voice changed. It dropped lower, slower, and said, "Let me in." A chill ran through me so fast it felt like ice water had been poured down my spine. I hung up. My hands were shaking as I dropped the receiver back onto the cradle. The phone rang again, and again, and again. Each time the shrill, electronic wail cut through the silence, clawing at my nerves. I didn't pick up. I didn't have to, because now I understood. If the phone rings after 1 a.m., don't answer. That's rule number 2. That's when I learned rule number 2. The night dragged on, each second stretching into eternity. The silence pressed down on me like a weight, thick and suffocating. I sat frozen behind the desk, too scared to move, too afraid to even shift in my chair. Every sound, the distant hum of the vending machine, the creak of the old motel walls, felt magnified, unnatural. Then, at 3 a.m., the TV flickered. The screen, dead and dark just a second ago, flashed to life with a burst of static. A crackling, broken hiss filled the air, making my skin crawl. I hadn't touched the remote. No one had. But the TV turned on by itself. My breath caught in my throat. The old motel television wasn't even modern. No automatic power on, no smart features. It should have stayed off, but it didn't. At first, I thought it was just static, the white noise swirling in random, chaotic patterns. Then the image sharpened. It was the motel security footage. I frowned, my hands gripping the edge of the desk. The cameras were meant to show the parking lot, the hallways, the back entrance, standard views for security. But something was wrong. The cameras, they weren't showing the parking lot. They weren't showing the hallways either. They were showing me. Not me sitting at the desk. Me standing outside, staring at the front door. A sick feeling spread through my chest. My body locked up. I stopped breathing. It was live footage. I was watching myself. But I was here. I was inside. I wasn't outside. The me on the screen was completely still, standing in the dim glow of the motel's neon sign. My head was tilted slightly downward, my arms limp at my sides. But my face was nothing but a blur. And then, the me on the screen started smiling. A slow, deliberate grin stretched across its face, too wide, too unnatural. Teeth glinted in the dim light. My stomach twisted. My pulse pounded in my ears. I wanted to look away. I needed to. But I couldn't. My eyes stayed locked on the screen, unable to tear away from the sight of myself, of something that looked like me, grinning like a hungry predator. That's when I learned rule number 3. If the TV turns on by itself, don't look at it. By the time 4 a.m. came, I was already a wreck. My hands were ice cold, my legs numb from sitting in the same position for hours. My entire body ached with exhaustion, but I didn't dare close my eyes. The motel was silent again, but it wasn't the comforting kind of silence. It was the kind that felt wrong, like something was waiting just out of sight, just beyond my reach. I thought maybe, just maybe, if I could make it to sunrise, this nightmare would end. But I wasn't prepared for what happened next. I heard my own voice calling from the hallway. A chill ran down my spine so fast it left me lightheaded. It was me, my voice, calling for help. Help me. A raw, desperate sob. Please. The sound of someone crying, my voice, my cries, echoed through the empty hall. It was weak, trembling, broken, begging. It sounded like I was dying. I clenched my fists, so hard my nails dug into my palms. My legs felt like they had turned to stone, refusing to move. I wanted to run, to find the source of the voice, to help, but I was sitting right here. I knew it wasn't real, but my voice kept crying out, and it lasted for minutes. Agonizing, torturous minutes of hearing myself sob and plead, growing more desperate with each passing second. Then, the crying stopped. For a moment, there was nothing. A terrible, suffocating silence. Then, from outside the lobby, I heard the laughter. My own laughter. Low at first, then growing louder. Amused, almost gleeful. It sent an icy wave of fear through me, worse than anything before. I was confused, terrified, unable to process what was actually happening. I sat there, my breath shallow, my heart hammering. And then I knew. This is rule number 4. No matter what you hear, do not leave the front desk after 4 a.m. By now, exhaustion had seeped into my bones. I needed to get out of there, but my shift dragged on, refusing to end. Every second felt like a lifetime. Then, at 4:45 a.m., I heard someone whisper my name. Soft, almost gentle. My entire body tensed. It wasn't the harsh static of the phone. It wasn't the distorted, unnatural tone from the TV. It wasn't even the eerie mimicry of my own voice. This was different. It sounded human, familiar even, and it came from room 209. A sharp chill ran through me. That room had been empty for years. I knew that. The motel records confirmed it. The manager had warned me on my first day. The room hadn't been rented out since before my time. And yet, the voice had come from there. I should have stayed put. I should have ignored it. But my feet were already moving. I stepped into the hallway. The corridor was dim, the overhead lights flickering faintly. The air felt heavier than before, thick with something I couldn't name. My heartbeat thundered in my ears as I moved closer, step by step, until I saw it. The door to 209 was open. Wide open. Darkness pooled inside like ink, swallowing every detail past the threshold. But then, I saw someone standing in the corner. A shadowy figure, completely still. It didn't move, didn't react to my presence. I swallowed, my breath unsteady. The rational part of my brain screamed at me to leave, to turn around, to run back to the front desk and never look back. But something made me stay. I forced myself to whisper, "Who's there?" For a second, silence. Then, it whispered back, "Come closer." The voice was soft, barely audible, like a breath carried on the wind. My breath caught. My chest tightened. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run. So I did. I turned and sprinted down the hall, barely aware of my own panicked footsteps echoing against the walls. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I didn't care who or what that was. I reached the front desk, gasping for air, my hands shaking violently. That's when I learned rule number 5. If you hear your name from room 209, don't respond. I don't know if I'll make it to sunrise, but I need to say this before it's too late. There's a final rule, the most important one. If you're listening to this recording, and you hear breathing behind you, don't turn around. The sound of a ragged breath, not from the speaker, but from somewhere close, right next to the microphone. Then, a loud click. The tape ends. I sat there frozen. The recorder was still in my hand, but my fingers had gone numb. The room was silent. I didn't dare move. The words from the tape echoed in my mind, looping over and over like a warning I had no choice but to obey. My heart pounded so hard it hurt, but I forced myself to breathe as slowly as possible. Then carefully I reached for my bag. My hands were trembling as I stuffed the recorder inside. I didn't want to touch it anymore. I didn't even want to look at it. I needed to leave now. I grabbed my keys off the counter, shoved the motel log into a drawer without caring if it made a sound, and turned toward the exit. I was done. I was never coming back here. But then, I heard a ragged breath. Right. Behind. Me. Every muscle in my body locked up. My throat tightened. I squeezed my eyes shut. Don't turn around. The words from the recording burned into my brain like a brand. My hands clenched into fists. I wasn't breathing anymore. Then click. The sound of the tape recorder. My stomach dropped. It had turned on by itself. I didn't move. I didn't reach for it. The static crackled, filling the empty space around me. Then the voice came through. But this time, it wasn't his. It was mine. I don't know how it got there, but I didn't think much and I ran. And I never went back to the motel. There's something about being on the open road that just seems to exemplify the concept of freedom itself. When you're riding down an endless stretch of highway with nothing but your thoughts to keep you company, you feel like you can really think. It's not like the rare quiet moments you get in everyday life. It's more prolonged and profound. Maybe that's why I decided to get in my car and drive 3 days ago. I had been going down the highway for a long time, only stopping for gas and bathroom breaks, when I finally decided food was necessary as well. It was the dead of night, so there weren't many options, but I finally found a Waffle House sitting conveniently next to the highway. I headed in, being greeted by warm air and the smell of coffee. I sat down and waited for the waitress to come over and acknowledge me. She was in her 30s, I think, with long brown hair and a bright smile that cut across the room. She flashed that smile in my direction to let me know she was on her way as she finished up with the elderly couple she was helping. It wasn't long before she was handing me a menu that I didn't need to see. "Hey there, honey. What are you having?" she asked me, each word seeming to drip sweetness. "A coffee, please," I muttered. I've never been a very social person, and when it comes to the art of conversation, I'm not much of an aficionado. Still, she either didn't notice or was too polite to let on that she did. "That's no problem. I'll have it out in just a moment." "So where are you headed?" she said while retrieving a cup and a pot of coffee from the counter. "I'm just headed out west for now," I replied, not knowing quite how to answer that question. "I thought you were going to say you were headed out to the mountain top," she laughed. "There's a mountain out this way?" "No, not a real mountain. That's just the name of place. They call it the mountain top because people go there to talk to God." She poured a cup of coffee, and I took a long sip before continuing. "They go there to talk to God?" "Something like that. I've never been myself, but people are headed up there all the time." "Sounds kind of crazy, you know." "Maybe, but people head up there all the time anyways." I looked over at the elderly couple sitting on the other side of the diner. "What about them? Are they headed to the mountain top?" "Yep. Like I said, every headed down this road is usually going there. You might be one of the first people I've ever seen that isn't," she said, her big smile starting to unnerve me a little. "Well, I've never even heard of the place," I told her, taking another drink of the coffee. "You have now, sugar. The mountain top is just about a day's ride out further west. You'll probably pass it. Lord knows you can't miss all the signs they have pointing it out." I shrugged and fell into the silence I had become so accustomed to as of late. Talking felt like it took more energy than it used to, and I wanted to save every bit of it for the road ahead. I thought that would be the end of it, but she said one more thing to me when I went to pay the check. "Thanks for dropping in. You should go to the mountain top. I think it's where you need to be right now." I didn't respond, just gave a shy smile and walked out to my car. The way she had insisted didn't sit right with me. I was more determined than ever to drive right past that place, and hoped this would be the last I heard of it. If only it had been that easy. I got back in my car and flicked on the radio, hoping something other than droning of my engine and tires would aid in keeping me awake and alert. There wasn't much out here in the way of radio stations, mostly gospel music and a classical station. However, there was one that came through clear of a man who spoke in a low but kindly voice. "Hey there, all you weary travelers. I'll be taking calls for the next few minutes to answer any questions you may have. Go ahead, caller, you're on the air." "Hello," came the elderly voice of a woman. "Yes, ma'am, go ahead with your question." "Yes, I'm headed to the mountain top right now, and just wanted to know if I needed to bring anything along." The radio DJ laughed a little. "No, all you need is your questions. Questions and a little bit of faith. Go ahead, next caller, you're on." The next voice was a young woman. "Hi, Nate. I was just wondering about the trials. What happens if we fail?" "Don't worry, we all fail. The only trial that really matters is how determined you are to keep trying. Let's take one more. You're on with Nate, go ahead." This last one was a man's voice. He sounded tired. "Yeah, what would you say to a doubter? Like someone who doesn't want to go to the mountaintop even though it's calling them." Nate sighed heavily through the microphone. "If they're called, it doesn't matter. They'll end up there one way or another." "Okay, that's enough questions for now. Before we go to some music, we have a special message for Moses Pearson." I almost slammed on the brakes when I heard my name being spoken over the radio. "Moses, I know you're listening right now. You need to know that the mountaintop is calling you. The next few days are going to be pretty intense for you. You got to let go and go with it. You're not meant to get to the place you're going. You're meant to get to the mountaintop. Happy trails, friend." Maybe it was meant for someone else with my same name. There was probably a perfectly reasonable explanation for it, like the waitress calling up the radio after seeing me in the Waffle House. No, that couldn't be it. I'd never told her my name. Regardless, I was certain this was all some kind of trick, an elaborate hoax to play on unsuspecting tourists. Either way, I wasn't going to the mountaintop. I kept driving for quite a while after that, maybe 2 or 3 hours. My eyes were getting heavy and fatigue was starting to set in. I knew I'd have to pull over to sleep soon, whether I wanted to keep going or not. Thankfully, I saw a sign for a motel rearing over the highway in the distance. The Midian Inn, exit in 4 miles. I had been anticipating sleeping in my car that evening, so I was pretty relieved to see another option all the way out here. I pulled off the highway when I reached the exit and drove up the only building for miles around. There was a sign with the words Midian Inn standing next to the little driveway up to the office area. I parked and approached, spying an old man sitting behind a pane of glass at the front area. He had been reading a book as I approached, but put it down when he saw me. "Good evening, mister," he greeted me once I was within earshot. "I take it you'll be wanting a room?" "Yeah, I just need one bed. It's just me." "We can do that." I got back in my car and flicked on the radio, hoping something other than droning of my engine and tires would aid in keeping me awake and alert. There wasn't much out here in the way of radio stations, mostly gospel music and a classical station. However, there was one that came through clear of a man who spoke in a low but kindly voice. "Hey there, all you weary travelers. I'll be taking calls for the next few minutes to answer any questions you may have. Go ahead, caller, you're on the air." "Hello," came the elderly voice of a woman. "Yes, ma'am, go ahead with your question." "Yes, I'm headed to the mountaintop right now, and just wanted to know if I needed to bring anything along." The radio DJ laughed a little. "No, all you need is your questions. Questions and a little bit of faith. Go ahead, next caller, you're on." The next voice was a young woman. "Hi, Nate. I was just wondering about the trials. What happens if we fail?" "Don't worry, we all fail. The only trial that really matters is how determined you are to keep trying. Let's take one more. You're on with Nate, go ahead." This last one was a man's voice. He sounded tired. "Yeah, what would you say to a doubter? Like someone who doesn't want to go to the mountaintop, even though it's calling them." Nate sighed heavily through the microphone. "If they're called, it doesn't matter. They'll end up there one way or another." "Okay, that's enough questions for now. Before we go to some music, we have a special message for Moses Pearson." I almost slammed on the brakes when I heard my name being spoken over the radio. "Moses, I know you're listening right now. You need to know that the mountaintop is calling you. The next few days are going to be pretty intense for you. You got to let go and go with it. You're not meant to get to the place you're going. You're meant to get to the mountaintop. Happy trails, friend." Maybe it was meant for someone else with my same name. There was probably a perfectly reasonable explanation for it, like the waitress calling up the radio after seeing me in the Waffle House. No, that couldn't be it. I'd never told her my name. Regardless, I was certain this was all some kind of trick, an elaborate hoax to play on unsuspecting tourists. Either way, I wasn't going to the mountaintop. I kept driving for quite a while after that, maybe 2 or 3 hours. My eyes were getting heavy and fatigue was starting to set in. I knew I'd have to pull over to sleep soon, whether I wanted to keep going or not. Thankfully, I saw a sign for a motel rearing over the highway in the distance. The Midian Inn, exit in 4 miles. I had been anticipating sleeping in my car that evening, so I was pretty relieved to see another option all the way out here. I pulled off the highway when I reached the exit and drove up the only building for miles around. There was a sign with the words Midian Inn standing next to the little driveway up to the office area. I parked and approached, spying an old man sitting behind a pane of glass at the front area. He had been reading a book as I approached, but put it down when he saw me. "Good evening, mister," he greeted me once I was within earshot. "I take it you'll be wanting a room?" "Yeah, I just need one bed. It's just me." "We can do that." I paid the man, and he handed me a key with a tag attached that displayed the room number, 215. "Okay, checkout is at 11 in the morning tomorrow. Make sure to get something to eat when you wake up. It'll be your last chance before doing the first trial." "First trial?" I asked, getting a sinking feeling in my stomach as he smiled. "The first trial of the mountaintop. That's where you're headed, isn't it?" "No, I'm just passing through," I said, swallowing my irritation. "My apologies, mister. Where are you headed if you're not going there?" "I'm headed to Corpus Christi in Texas. For some reason, my GPS picked this route, so this is the way I'm headed." "That's awful strange, but the highway will lead there eventually, if that's where you want to go." I was about to turn to walk away, but stopped and asked the question I had been trying to push down the whole time. What is the mountaintop anyways? Depends on who you ask. Some people think they can go there to talk to God. Others think that it's a pilgrimage site or something. Over the years, I've arrived at the conclusion that it's different things to different people at different times. You mean you've never been? Oh, I've been a few times, but it was different each time. The first time I went, it was just a section of forest with nothing there but a hot spring. The second time, it was some kind of church. The last time I went there was to scatter my wife's ashes. It was a graveyard that time. I don't know if they change location every so often or something. The road leading up to it has so many twists and turns that it's hard to remember if it's in the same place or not. Well, I'm not headed that way. I'm just trying to get to Corpus Christi. Still, it does sound interesting. The old man smiled and went back to his book, giving me the cue to head to my room. I opened the door and looked around at the hotel room, which seemed to have been a snapshot of the early 80s. The decor was dated and the carpet was shaggy, making me feel a little nostalgic as I kicked off my shoes and settled into the bed. I knew sleep would come pretty quickly, so I didn't bother taking a shower. I'd save that for the morning. That night, I dreamed about my wife. In my dream, she was sitting next to the bed, leaning over me and brushing my hair out of my face. She didn't say anything, just smiled at me reassuringly. She leaned in and kissed my forehead just as I woke up. I took a shower and got dressed. I was anxious to be back on the road and didn't want to waste any time, so I immediately went to go check out. I walked to the little office area and was surprised to see the same old man that I had checked in with last night. I figured it would have been someone else in the morning, but he was smiling at me as I approached. "Sleep well?" he asked as I slid him back the key. "Yeah, I think I'm ready to get back on the road now." "You still think you're going to Corpus Christi?" he asked, making me feel a little uneasy. "Yeah, that's still my destination," I answered with a nervous laugh. "Yeah, Jonah thought he was going to go somewhere too. That was before the whale got him," the old man responded with a smile. "What do you mean?" I asked. "I mean, you have a good trip, Moses. How do you know my name?" I responded, anger creeping into my voice. "You've been called," was the only thing he said, before looking down to his book, which I could see was a copy of Moby Dick. I probably should have asked more questions in that moment, but instead I walked away. I was anxious to get away from this place quickly, unable to shake the feeling that I was in some kind of danger. The sooner I saw the mountaintop disappearing into my rear view, the better. As the Midian disappeared behind me, I thought about how the old man had learned my name and decided he probably saw my ID in my wallet when I went to pay him last night. Another happenstance that can be completely explained away with rationality. It's such a shame that I didn't accept that. The whole thing just felt off, like some massive cult was documenting my movements and keeping tabs on me. Either way, it was nothing distance couldn't solve, so I set myself to putting as much distance between myself and all this as I could. The minutes crept by as the sound of my tires spinning on the road became the only thing I could hear. I had been struggling with the urge to turn on my radio again, simultaneously worried that I'd hear the DJ speaking to me again, and curious of what this was all really about. Eventually, I gave in to curiosity and turned the dial. "This is Nate saying good morning to all you listeners from the Matane Top. We're going to take some calls before going back to the music. Caller, you're on the air with Nate." "Hi, Nate," came a young lady's voice, bubbly and full of excitement. "I just wanted to say that I just left the mountaintop, and it was amazing. What happens if someone is called there and doesn't go?" "Good question, ma'am. It doesn't matter if someone wants to go or not when they're called. They'll end up there one way or another. The mountaintop isn't something you can just ignore, after all." "Next caller, you're on." "Hey Nate, what is the mountaintop anyways?" came the voice of a young man. "The mountaintop is something that's hard to explain, but I'll do my best. It's where God touches creation. We're all sinners and we're all lost, but He guides us back to the path, and the mountaintop is like the part of a compass that faces north." "Next caller, go ahead." "Hey Nate, I just wanted to send a shout out to Moses. He's on his way to the mountaintop right now, even though I think he's going to try to run. Do you think you can give him some words of encouragement?" I recognized that voice. It was the old man from the inn. "Moses, I know you're listening. You're headed down the highway right now, probably scared and confused. All the answers you need are waiting for you at the mountaintop. Be not afraid." You know who said that? Gabriel, when he told Mary Jesus was on his way. He told that to Joseph when he feared to take Mary for his wife. He said it to Paul when he feared he'd be shipwrecked. Well, Moses, keep your eyes and ears open because Gabriel is going to say it to you. Be not afraid. As if on cue, I saw a large billboard rising over the road, a plain white rectangle with large black words printed across it. Be not afraid. I slammed down on the gas, my heart racing. Despite the commandment of the billboard, I don't think I've ever been more terrified in my life. I sped along, the radio switching for speech to the sounds of smooth jazz. I didn't have an explanation for what was happening, and I didn't try to rationalize it anymore. I just knew I wanted to run as fast as I could to get the hell out here. It was another hour or two down the road that I saw the large sign telling me that the next exit would lead me to the first trial of the mountaintop. For some reason, I just knew that if I blew past that exit, I'd be home free. So I pressed down on the accelerator, my car jumping forward as it gained speed. I glanced at the speedometer and saw I was going over 100 miles an hour. The exit blurred past me, and I grinned. I finally felt like I had escaped. That's when I saw something on the road up ahead and slammed on my brakes. Too late. I managed to slow my car down, but I still smashed into the thing going about 40 miles an hour. It was a miracle I wasn't injured, but my car wasn't so lucky. I climbed out and looked at the front and saw both the front tires has burst and been shredded by the plastic of whatever it was I crashed into. It was something big, a large plastic thing laying in the middle of the highway. I walked around to get a better look at it and almost fainted when I finally realized what I was laying my eyes on. It was a giant plastic figurine of a whale. I climbed back into my car and cranked it, momentarily determined to drive it on the shredded tires all the way to the next exit, but it sputtered and didn't turn over. I cursed and climbed back out, pulling out my cell phone and noticing I didn't have any signal in the area. So calling a tow truck wasn't going to work. I started walking forward eventually, deciding I'd get to the next exit and call from there. The sun beat down from overhead, drawing beads of precious moisture from my brow and burning my skin. It was a hard journey, but I was determined to get to the next exit and stay away from the mountaintop. I'd walked for 3 hours, the sun arcing along and assaulting me every step of the way. As I saw an exit looming in the distance, however, I felt renewed vigor and picked up my pace. That pace slowed to a halt when I saw the sign over the exit. The mountaintop, first trial. I didn't understand how it could have been possible, but I was looking at the same exit I had just driven past earlier. If I strained my eyes, I could even make out my car still smashed halfway into the plastic whale in the distance. I thought about trying to walk away again, but thirst won out over my desire to flee. I started walking towards the mountaintop. The exit led to a neat little parking lot devoid of cars. I remember getting nervous that there would be no one there, but still took the little dirt road leading into the wooded area ahead. I was thankful for the trees blocking the unforgiving sun as I walked along, giving some respite to my sunburned skin and sweat-drenched body. After walking for a few minutes, I spotted a small, squat wooden building ahead. It looked almost like a cross between a log cabin and a convenience store. I arrived at the entrance and pulled open the door, breathing a sigh of relief as I was greeted by the cold air. I had half expected it to be locked. Inside was even more like a convenience store, with coolers housing drinks and aisles of various goods. However, none of them were familiar to me. There were bags of what I thought were chips labeled manna, and bottles of water with brand name Salome. It was all very strange, as was the young black lady behind the counter. "Congratulations on making it through the first trial," she greeted me. "What are you talking about?" I asked, grabbing a bottle of the water and bringing it to the counter. "You made it through the desert. That's the first trial," she explained. I didn't respond, feeling too tired, and pulled out my wallet to pay for the water. "Oh, you don't need to pay. That's yours," she said, pushing the bottle towards me. I looked at her warily, but unscrewed the lid and drank most of it in several greedy gulps. I've never heard of Salome water, but I think it was the sweetest water I've ever tasted in my life. "You ready for the second trial?" she asked, smiling kindly at me. "Actually, I just need to use your phone and the number for a towing company." I shot back with an irritated look. "For your car down the road? It's already been picked up and is getting repaired. It will be back here when you're done. That'll be after you reach the mountaintop, though." "I'm not going." "Sugar, you don't have a choice. You've been called." "Listen here, you crazy bitch. I'm not going to your stupid clubhouse or whatever it is." She looked completely unfazed by my outburst, which in turn made me feel downright terrified. "Look at you, Moses, so quick to get back on that road. Where you headed anyways? What's at the end of that road for you? You think your wife is waiting for you down in Corpus Christi?" Her voice was kind and dripping with a tone of sympathy, but her words only served to anger me. Yet, even more than anger, they scared me. "Shut up," was all I can manage to say. "Get yourself on up the road to the second trial. I'm sure they have a phone you can use." I started to turn to head out the door when she whistled to get my attention, and I turned back, just in time to catch another bottle of water she tossed at me. "And while you're at it, Moses, maybe watch your mouth." I didn't respond and stormed back out the door. The path stretched further along, going a little uphill. I downed the rest of the first bottle and threw it on the ground. It seemed ridiculous, but if littering was the best revenge I could muster in this moment, then I'd take it. I started walking up the hill, looking for the next building, or whatever the hell it was. As I walked, I felt my fear and anger ebb away, being too exhausted from everything happening to maintain such heightened emotions. Instead, I allowed myself to sink into a comfortable misery. The wooded area pressed in from all sides, and as I walked, I spotted what looked like a noose hanging from a tree. Then another. Soon, I was wading through a sea of them. I should have felt afraid by such threatening imagery, but instead I felt sadness. More sadness than I could possibly put into words. Towards the end of the path was a ladder heading up a tree to one of the nooses, and I thought hard about climbing it. I walked up and rested a hand against the wooden plank nailed there, and closed my eyes. "Feeling lost, stranger?" I jumped and looked behind me to see a man with a thick beard looking at me with an amused expression. Yeah, I'm looking for a phone." The man laughed, a cheerful juxtaposition in the midst of the nooses. "Oh Lord, I don't think you'll find a phone up there. Listen, I just want to get out of here." His tone changed from mirth to a hardened seriousness as he eyed me, looking me fully up and down in a way that made me want to squirm. "No, you want peace." I opened my mouth to protest, but found myself unable to speak. "You want peace, and you won't find that up there either," he said with a wary glance towards the top of the ladder. "Where would I find it then?" I asked, tears welling in my eyes. "You already know. You just need to quit running from it." I closed my eyes, feeling the tears roll down my cheeks as I sucked in a labored breath. "I just need to go. I need to get back on the road." "You're on it, stranger. You just have to keep walking it." I felt a sudden rush of anger and rounded on him to scream. I wanted to scream that he was a moron. I wanted to hit him with all my strength. I wanted to release all the frustration boiling inside me in that moment, but when I opened my eyes and spun around, he was gone. I looked around, wondering where he had disappeared to, but there was no one there. I did see a path leading deeper into the woods, though, and decided to take that. I walked along, leaving the rope-laden trees behind me, and pushed forward. I walked for a long time, eventually seeing the trees thin away as I breached a clearing, then almost fell to my knees. There, in the middle of the clearing, as a hospital bed. I recognized it immediately, having spent enough time beside one. I approached it and collapsed to my knees, burying my face into the linen sheets and stifling a sob. "You miss her?" I didn't look up, just froze there. The sheets even smelled like her. I felt a hand touch my shoulder, gently resting there as the female voice continued. "What do you think she'd say if she knew where you were going?" "She can't say anything," I responded, lifting my head up a little. "She's dead." "That's not what I asked you, Moses." Stop running from the answer. Maybe it was the motherly way she spoke to me, but I just couldn't rouse myself into the anger I had felt earlier. Instead, I answered her question. She'd say I was being a fool, that I was being selfish. "No, Moses. She'd say that you are loved. And you are." I looked up then, seeing a middle-aged woman with a face full of mercy. She smiled at me and brushed my hair back the same way my wife used to. "She'd say she misses you. She'd say you are strong enough to keep going, even if you don't believe it. Most importantly, she'd say she loves you and always will." I cried, tears rolling down my cheeks, then buried my head into the sheets that smelled of her again. "I'm sorry," I muttered, but when I looked up, the woman was gone. The sun was setting, and there was a trail across the clearing that I knew I had to walk. So I got up, my heart still aching, and walked towards it. I didn't have far to walk. Just a little bit ahead was the top of the hill, stones paving the summit in a neat circle. An old-fashioned well stood atop the center, which I approached cautiously. For some reason, the well filled me with a deep sense of foreboding. I was a few feet away from it when a new voice called out to me. "Don't get too close to it, Moses." I turned to see a young man with long hair standing there. He must have been in his mid-20s, his face calm and serene as he strode towards me. "You know, this well usually isn't here. It's usually in a small town on a Midwestern farm, tormenting a family that grows corn there. It's a long story. Why am I here? I asked, exhausted. Because I called you, Moses, the young man said, pulling a piece of meat from his pocket and tossing it into the well. We all face monsters in our lives. Some of those monsters are like this well, something tangible and providing an exterior threat. Most of us will never have to deal with anything like that. Most of us will have to battle interior threats, which are far more dangerous. Why are you going to Corpus Christi? If you are who I think you are, then you already know, I answered, hearing my anger creeping into my voice. It doesn't work that way. You need to say it. Why? Why? So you can chastise me? So you can talk me out of it? So you can use my dead wife as a talking point to change my mind? I screamed, my anger finally boiling over. No, Moses. So you can hear how horrible it really is. I said nothing. I stared at him in fury, as if he were the avatar of all my problems made manifest. Finally, he spoke to me again. Say it. Finally, I broke. I wanted to see the ocean. No, Moses. Say it. Say it. He shouted the last two words, making me jump. I wanted to kill myself. I wanted to swim out into the sea until I couldn't make it back to shore and let the waves take me under. Why would you want that? So I could be with her again. I want to die in the place where I met her. It seemed fitting. You thought it would be fitting to taint the single most important place of your relationship with her? I didn't have an answer for that. I didn't want to admit it, but in that moment, I could hear how horrible it sounded. I'm sorry, I muttered. Why are you sorry? He asked, making me look at the ground in shame. I'm sorry that I wasn't stronger. I'm sorry that I wanted to give up. It's not me you should apologize to. Right now your son is at home with your mother. What do you think he'd do if he lost both his parents, one right after the other? The shame burned my eyes, eliciting fresh tears as I fell to my knees. Do you understand why I called you here now? It was never about you, Moses. It was about him, your son. He prayed for you. He prayed to see his father again. I felt my breath catch in my throat as the young man touched my elbow to get my attention. She loves you. He loves you. You are loved. You're about a day's drive from Corpus Christi. When you get there, you know what you should do and what you shouldn't. Do the right thing. I looked up at him, feeling all my anger and fear and sadness evaporate as he gazed at me with a serene expression of what I can only describe as forgiveness. What's the right thing to do? You already know, Moses, he whispered, pulling me into an embrace. Go there and do the right thing. I left soon after that, walking my way back down the hill. The hospital bed and the nooses were both gone, but the little convenience store thing was there. I walked inside and saw the same woman as before standing behind the counter. She smiled at me as I entered. Did you find what you were looking for? She said with a sly grin. There's no phone up there, I said dumbly. No, but there was a call waiting for you. I hope you listened. I nodded, walked back out, not knowing what to say. As I stepped out, I saw the empty bottle of water I had tossed on the ground still laying there. I picked it up and threw it away in the little trash can outside the shop and went on my way. I saw my car sitting in the parking area as I approached, the only there. It looked as if it had never been damaged at all. I got in and turned the key, seeing that it had been filled with gas as well. Sitting on the passenger seat was an envelope that I opened, pulling out the handwritten note within. Your road takes you to the ocean, but it doesn't end there. Unlike the last Moses I met at the mountaintop, you will see the promised land. I drove down to Corpus Christi, traveling through the small Texas towns and admiring the scenery. Oil rigs and rolling pastures lined the road on either side as the air became fresher. I took the turn headed into Corpus Christi and drove until I was parked beside a bay. There's a little gazebo-like structure there with a plaque about General Travis that overlooks the beach. I met my wife there a long time ago. I pulled the crisp air of the sea into my lungs and steeled myself as I opened the urn I had carried along with me. I kissed it, only hesitating for a moment, before turning it upside down and watching as the wind caught the ashes, pulling them out across the water. I stared for a long time, thinking of her face, memorizing every detail. Then, I turned and walked back to my car. I took another deep breath and started the journey back home to my son. On the way back, I didn't see any signs pointing to the mountaintop. That didn't surprise me. I had already answered the call. It would be somewhere else now, being what was needed for whoever needed it. If you're ever riding down the highway and see signs for the mountaintop, take notice. And if you turn on the radio and hear someone calling you by name to go, be not afraid. Be not afraid. It all started with a shaving cut. As the razor slid under my chin, gently removing a layer of shaving cream, my hand spasmed. I felt a tearing pain and watched in the mirror as a droplet of blood trickled down my neck, staining my shirt's white collar before I could find something nearby to dab it away. Perfect. Just fucking perfect, I grumbled, stomping out of the bathroom while unbuttoning the shirt I had on. The closet door wearily creaked open as I rammed my shoulder into it. My goddamn muscles are out to get me, I thought to myself, fuming like a smokestack as I rifled through my clothes, searching for a fresh button-down. Seemingly, my muscle spasms would wait for me to be doing something dangerous before they decided to rear their ugly head. They never appeared when I was just lazing on the couch or anything. Instead, shaving, cooking, and splitting lumber in the backyard were the common activities they liked to disrupt, ordered from least to most harm I could inflict upon myself if I made a mistake. There had been a lot of near misses in the past, a knife slice almost carving up my forearm, an axe swing just about flaying the right side of my calf, all on account of these random spasms. My spiteful tics, always out to get me. Fortunately, before I could be too late for work, I found a relatively stainless black polo at the bottom of a pile of shirts. My frustration waned, and I could think clearly again. I recognized that it was a childish belief. My muscles didn't have it out for me. No more than bumper-to-bumper traffic or a rainstorm on my birthday did, at least. That was the first time a spasm actually did get me, though. I chuckled softly, imagining myself bowing respectfully to a giant hand muscle, conceding to their hard-fought triumph. Returning to the bathroom, I placed a Band-Aid over the small cut on the edge of my jaw and threw on the cleanish polo, causing the last of my frustration to slip away. As I walked out the front door of my apartment, though, I started to feel a little uneasy about the injury. The cut didn't hurt. It didn't itch or bleed any more than it already had. I experienced something else with its creation, though. An impulse. Something floating through my mind that I had to suppress and contain. Unexplainable and deeply distressing in equal measure. From the moment that razor unzipped flesh, I felt the urge to pull on the edges of the wound until it expanded across my jawline, bloody fingers ripping it wide open like a Ziploc bag. When I arrived at the chapel in my beat-up sedan, my unease had only worsened. I felt like hell. My attempts to hide it were no use, too. Vicar Emilio could tell I was struggling the second I dragged myself through the chapel doors. "Are you feeling under the weather, Mateo?" he shouted from the other side of the room. A lie started bubbling up my throat, lingering briefly on my lips, but I pushed it back down into my chest like a bout of acid reflux. I simply couldn't, in good conscience, try to deceive the vicar. For a lot of reasons. First and foremost, he's a man of God, as well as my boss. Lying to Emilio jeopardized both my sanctity and my financial livelihood in one fell swoop. Not only that, but the man was just physically intimidating. Stood over 7 feet tall, with an exceptionally bulky physique for his advanced age and dark brown eyes like a timber wolf. Outright deception didn't seem advisable, but I could justify a lie of omission. I wasn't about to tell the vicar about my insane urge. Yes sir, I'm feeling quite unwell. Nicked myself shaving this morning. Maybe it's become infected. I haven't been right since. A look of serious concern swept across his face. Before I knew it, the vicar had descended on me. His approach felt nearly instantaneous. I blinked, and in that time, the man had moved 20 feet forward, his massive hand encircling the back of my neck, pulling my head to the side so that the injury was directly under one of the chapel's ceiling lights. Emilio tore the Band-Aid off and inspected the cut. Yes. Well, a regular Band-Aid won't do, Mateo. Let me give you something special. Special like what, sir? I asked, thoroughly perplexed by his alarm over what ultimately amounted to a glorified paper cut. I'll show you. I have a box of it in my office, a holdover from my days in the Peace Corps. Stay here. Sit down on a pew and rest. As he paced away, I followed his instructions and sat down. All the while, the strange urge screamed in my head, begging for me to rip and tear at the cut until I had skinned my head like an apple. I shut my eyes, clasped my hands tight while setting them against my forehead, and I prayed for relief which would not come. The vicar returned from his office with a square-inch piece of thick medical dressing. There was no brand name on the bandage, nor were there any adhesive strips to peel off. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen, truth be told. Emilio held it over the cut, making sure it covered the injury's contours completely. Then he put the bandage up to his mouth and licked one side of it, firmly dragging his blue-purple tongue from top to bottom. Before I could protest, the vicar slapped the material over the wound. Then he pushed down hard, and I mean hard. It felt more like the man was punching my neck in extreme slow motion, rather than applying careful pressure to an injury. To my surprise, whatever special bandage Emilio used seemed to work wonders. For the cut itself, sure, but also for unexplainable impulse. Right before the bizarre dressing made contact, though, the urge became exponentially louder, almost uncontrollable. Once the spongy material was secured over the laceration, however, I felt the terrible impulse wither. It wasn't gone completely, but it was certainly better. The material seemed to cover the wound as well as cauterize my mind. After about 30 seconds, the vicar moved his hand away. I massaged the muscles of my neck, which were a little sore from the forceful application, and noticed something peculiar. Somehow, the bandage had already fused with the nearby skin. That night, lying in bed, I found myself running my fingertips over where the cut had been, trying to determine what exactly the material was. Eventually, I drifted off to the sleep, still tracing the perimeter of where the vicar had installed special dressing, even though I couldn't feel the edges of it anymore. It was like Emilio had grafted the bandage over my cut. At the time, that didn't make any sense, but before the sun rose the following morning, I would understand completely. For better or for worse. A jolt of intense pain caused my eyes to burst open. Initially, I thought I was still dreaming, but as waves of pain crashed down my neck like a rising tide slamming against the hull of a ship, I became very much aware that I was no longer asleep. I came to standing up like I had been sleepwalking. I was in my kitchen, and the taste of copper lurched over the tip of my tongue as I oriented to my surroundings. In one hand, I held a meat cleaver stained with gore. The other held a patch of newly excised skin with frayed and ragged edges, draping lazily over my knuckles like a tan handkerchief. Apparently, I had given in to the urge in my sleep when my defenses were at their lowest. With panic surging through my body, I sprinted towards my bedroom, my socks slick with warm blood, squeaking over the wooden floor as I moved. When I approached the nightstand, I reached my right hand out to pull my phone from the wall charger. But I was still holding the cleaver, and no matter how much I willed it, my hand wouldn't release the blade. Instead, the muscles contracted with a ferocity I had never experienced before. In the past, they had just been isolated spasms. Now, the alien movements felt decidedly purposeful. My hand thrashed like a caged animal, swinging the cleaver closer and closer to my body in small but powerful arcs. Thankfully, I successfully retrieved my phone with my left hand, which had discarded the patch of neck skin at some point earlier in the commotion. Another jolt of searing agony exploded through my body, this time originating from my right thigh. Despite my efforts to dodge the swipes of my spasming hand, the cleaver had connected with the flesh below my groin and was scraping downwards, slowly peeling away a second chunk of skin, this time off my leg. I howled from the pain, and the sound reverberated off the walls of my tiny apartment, right back into my ears, causing my head to throb. My blood-stained hand dialed 911 as the cleaver kept digging through the meat of my upper leg. As the line rang, I was finally able to win some control back of my right hand, pulling the blade out from my skin and slightly away from my body. The malevolent spasms calmed, and I released my grip on the handle, causing the cleaver to fall to the floor. Still waiting for someone on the other end of the call to pick up, I examined my injuries. There was a diamond-shaped wedge of detached skin, hanging by a thin thread off of my leg, revealing something underneath. In that moment, time seemed to slow to a crawl. I expected to see gallons of blood spurting from the damaged tissue, but there was barely any blood at all, nor was there any muscle or bone. Instead, there was another layer of intact skin. Midway down my thigh, I saw a black and white tattoo of a paper lantern, newly visible only after the cleaver had dug through a considerable amount of flesh. Confusion pulsed through my skull like a second heartbeat. I had never been tattooed before. "Hello, Mateo?" The call had finally picked up, but somehow, I hadn't reached a 911 operator. Vicar Emilio was on the other line. "Emilio, I need you to call a dash." My hand shot to the floor with the speed and precision of a hawk, grasping the cleaver's sticky handle tightly, blade end pointing towards me. Before I knew what was happening, the extremity swung up through the air, only stopping once it had buried the cleaver into my forehead. And then it pulled down, over the bridge of my nose, my chin, my Adam's apple, so on and so on. Split me nearly in half. But I didn't die. When I fell, not all of me fell either. It's difficult to put into words, but I'll do my best. Maybe unzipped me is a better way to put it. From the floor, my vision became nauseatingly distinct. One eye could see into the bedroom, and the other could see down the hallway, but the images didn't mesh with each other. They weren't cohesive. Where one started, the other abruptly ended. An impossible 360-degree panoramic view of my apartment. Then, the eye that pointed towards the hallway saw a bloody foot come down inches away from its vantage point, followed by a second foot, 2 legs, and eventually a whole person, coated in a thick blanket of red-brown coagulation. The figure plodded down the hallway, frequently stumbling as it moved. As they were about to round the corner, there was a deafening crash from somewhere ahead of them, accompanied by the sound of splintering wood. The crimson phantom let loose a coarse and boggy scream. It spun around as fast as it could, terrified of whatever had made the noise. The figure had no hope of escape, however. They could barely coordinate their limbs enough to trudge down the hallway, let alone outrun what was rapidly approaching behind them. Vicar Emilio, but in a different, more predatory form. His arms and legs were the same length, and both were easily 3 feet long. His head was elongated as well, about half the length of his extremities. The back of Emilio's neck and skull rested against the ceiling, because my apartment couldn't accommodate his unnatural proportions if he fully stood up. He grasped the blood-caked figure's head with one hand and held them in place. Then, his other hand stretched down the hallway, slithering like a viper until it grabbed onto me. My husk slid against the floor as the vicar dragged me towards the person who had been trapped inside the confines of my body only a few minutes prior. The nameless man with the lantern tattoo. In a few quick movements, Emilio sheathed me over the figure like plastic wrap over a gingerbread man. When he needed more skin to patch up or seal a particular area, extra skin grew from the center of his chest in the shape of a square, at which point he would tear a piece off and apply it where he needed to. The figure's gurgled screams died down as he became progressively more entombed inside me, eventually going silent completely once I had been fully reformed. You might be asking yourself why I'm posting this, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He asked me to. As it turns out, nearly everyone in a 10-mile radius is just like me, a fleshy extension of the vicar with someone else trapped inside. Emilio himself cannot reproduce. This is his alternative. Some of us know what we are, some of us don't. So here's what the vicar has instructed me to pass along. He's been here for a few months, and already, there's thousands of us. It's only a matter of time. Please don't resist like the man with the lantern tattoo when your time comes. Accept your sleep-like erasure with dignity. We can all be the vicar's children. In fact, you may already be one. You just don't know it yet. In the early 2000s, an entire town went missing for a year. There was no evacuation order, no natural disaster, no signs of struggle, just a quiet, abrupt disappearance. One day the town was there. The next it wasn't. Satellite imagery confirmed it. Roads that once led into the settlement faded into overgrown trails. Utility lines stretched into empty fields. Even the town's name was erased from state records, as if it had never existed at all. And then just as suddenly it came back. A surveyor spotted it first. He was mapping a new highway route when his GPS glitched, showing a location that shouldn't exist. When he followed the road, he found himself standing at the edge of a town that hadn't been there the day before. The streets were intact. The houses stood just as they had a year prior. Storefronts still displayed faded closed signs in their windows, untouched by time or weather. But the town was empty. No people, no vehicles, no signs of life at all. The air smelled stale, as if it had been sealed away. Doors stood ajar, revealing homes frozen mid-moment, meals half-eaten, water left running in sinks long dried out. The school still had lesson plans scrawled on the chalkboards, dates circled from the week the town vanished. Clocks hung on the walls, hands unmoving, all frozen at the same exact time, 3:17 a.m. The investigation that followed raised more questions than answers. Security footage pulled from nearby camera hard drives showed the townspeople going about their normal routines, until the final recording. A grainy gas station camera caught the last moments before the disappearance. At 3:16 a.m., streetlights flickered. The sky above the town turned a deep, unnatural black. And then static. When the footage resumed, the town was gone. Authorities tried to make sense of the town's reappearance. Soil samples, radiation tests, air quality scans, all normal. The case was quietly buried, dismissed as a mass evacuation event with no official explanation. The town was left to rot, a curiosity for urban explorers and conspiracy theorists. That was how the reports told it, anyway. A mystery wrapped in red tape, whispered about in late-night forums and buried under layers of speculation. I still remember reading about this town ever since I was little. The way the news reports buried it, the way forums dissected every grainy image, every hushed government statement. It wasn't just another ghost town, it was something else. Something wrong. And now, after a month-long journey, I've finally found it. The trees parted like a curtain, revealing the road ahead. Faded asphalt, cracked and broken, stretched into the town's outskirts. Buildings stood in the gloom, their silhouettes sharp against the overcast sky. The air was still, too still. No wind, no birds, just a heavy, suffocating quietness. I took a step forward. Gravel crunched beneath my boots. The silence pressed in closer. From where I stood, the town looked untouched by time. A gas station on the corner, its neon sign dark and lifeless. A diner with sun-faded menus still taped to the windows. A row of houses, their doors slightly ajar, as if waiting for someone to step inside. I swallowed hard. The report said it came back exactly as it was, that no dust had settled, no decay had set in. But seeing it with my own eyes was something else entirely. It didn't feel abandoned. It felt paused. I checked my watch. 5:42 p.m. If the stories were true, I had until 3:17 a.m. before I had to start worrying. I should turn back. I should set up camp outside, watch from a safe distance. But I've come too far to hesitate now. Taking a breath, I stepped over the threshold, and the town swallowed me whole. For the first few hours in the town, I explored every corner it had to offer. I wandered through silent streets, past street signs still gleaming under the overcast sky, past pavement uncracked, untouched by time. The houses stood like perfect snapshots of the past, front doors left ajar, curtains swaying in the still air, as if someone had just walked out moments ago. I stepped into one home after another, moving through kitchens where spotless plates still sat on dining tables, past living rooms where televisions were frozen mid-broadcast, their screens unbroken but lifeless. Bedrooms were eerily intact, sheets still creased from where bodies had once slept, closets filled with clothes that smelled faintly of detergent, as if they had been washed just yesterday. Everything was pristine, preserved, paused. If this had been a living, breathing neighborhood, I would have been seen as a burglar, maybe even arrested. But there was no one left to call the cops, no one left to care. And yet, as I roamed through the town, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I continued exploring until nightfall struck, and I swear to you, every time I turned a corner, I could see them. Just at the edge of my vision, a group of people standing perfectly still watching. But every time I snapped my head around, there was nothing. Just empty streets, dimly lit by streetlights that shouldn't still be working. I told myself it was just my imagination. The mind plays tricks when you're alone in a place like this. Shadows stretch wrong. Shapes morph in the dim glow. But deep down, I knew better. I wasn't alone. Now, if I were a normal person, I would have turned around and gotten the hell out of there. Any sane person would have. But unfortunately, I'm not normal. Don't get me wrong, I'm not crazy or anything. But I have something to prove. I could still hear my father's voice, clear as the day he first said it. "Jack, give up on this dream, son. Go pursue a fulfilling future," he had told me one evening, watching me push my food around my plate, too lost in my own thoughts to eat. "This town isn't real. Me and your mother, we're starting to worry about this obsession." His voice had carried something deeper than frustration. Worry. Fear. I barely looked up from my plate when I answered. "The town is real." My voice came out steadier than I expected. I wanted to sound confident, like I had no doubts, but deep down, I knew this wasn't just about proving the town existed. It was about proving I was right. Dad sighed, setting his fork down with a dull clink. "Jack, listen to yourself. You're talking like one of those lunatics on conspiracy forums. There's no proof. There never was. That's because they buried it." I snapped, finally looking at him. His tired eyes met mine, the weight of years spent worrying pressing into the lines on his face. Every official report contradicts itself. The satellite images, the real ones, don't match what the public records say. Hell, even people who lived near it said the roads just stopped leading there after it vanished. "You think that's normal?" Mom shifted uncomfortably in her seat, glancing between us. She never liked it when we argued. "Honey, You think I'm crazy, don't you?" My stomach was in knots. I could already tell where this was going. Dad sighed again, rubbing his temples. "It's not about crazy, Jack. It's about moving on. about not wasting your life chasing ghosts. I don't know why you're so fixated on this place, but you have to let it go. It's not healthy. Healthy. That was always their word for it. Like I was sick. Like my need to know, to understand, was some kind of disease. I pushed my chair back, standing up so fast it scraped against the floor. You think I'm wasting my life? Fine. But I'm not letting this go. Not until I know the truth. And now, here I was, standing in the middle of the town that supposedly didn't exist. They had been wrong. I had been right. But as I stood there, the darkness pressing in, that feeling of unseen eyes lingering at the edge of my vision, I started to wonder, had I made a mistake? I continued exploring, my heart pounding in my chest as the shadows deepened. The air grew thick with an almost tangible weight, and the town, still frozen in time, began to feel less like an eerie curiosity and more like a place waiting for something. As I drew closer to 3:17 a.m., something shifted. That nagging feeling at the back of my mind, the one that whispered I wasn't alone, grew louder. Those things I had seen in the corners of my vision, they weren't just flickers anymore. No, they were closer now. So close I could almost hear the soft shuffle of their feet on the untouched pavement. And I could see them. I could see them clearly now. At first, I thought I was imagining it. After all, the mind plays tricks in silence like this. But no, they were real. And they were smiling. Not a normal smile. Not the kind of grin you'd give when you saw an old friend or shared a joke. This smile, this thing, it stretched unnaturally across their faces. It was like it was forced, stitched from one side of their mouth to the other, as if their lips couldn't stop curling, no matter how hard they tried to break free from it. And their eyes, God, their eyes. They weren't just blank or lifeless. No, they were pale. Pale in a way that made my stomach twist. Bloodshot, like they hadn't blinked in years, maybe decades. Their eyes stared at me, wide and unblinking, as if they had been stuck in place for the last 20 years, frozen, unseeing, until now. Until me. I don't know how many of them there were, 3? 4? I couldn't say for sure. They appeared out of nowhere, stepping from behind lamp posts, peering from behind the corners of houses, slowly inching toward me, their smiles never faltering. Their presence was suffocating, and every step I took seemed to pull them closer, like magnets drawing me in. I could feel my breath hitching in my throat. What the hell were they? My mind screamed at me to run, to get the hell out of there before they reached me, before they closed the distance. But my legs felt like lead, my body frozen in place. One of them took a step forward, and I could hear the creak of their bones, an almost imperceptible sound that made my skin crawl. Their smile grew wider, impossibly wide, and the corner of their mouth twitched with a sickening, inhuman joy. I took a shaky step back, but my feet felt as if they were glued to the ground. The darkness around me seemed to pulse, to throb with a rhythm that matched my panicked heartbeat. It was like I was staring at something that shouldn't exist, something that was never meant to be real. But they were. They were here. And they were waiting. Waiting for something. Waiting for me to cross a line I didn't even know was there. The air shifted again, stale, thick, and I could feel it. The moment was approaching. I had moments left. 3:17 a.m. was closing in. I didn't want to be here when it hit. But there was no turning back now. It was around 3:15 a.m. when they finally spoke. At first, it was just a low murmur, something barely audible, like a whisper carried on the wind. It was unintelligible, a jumble of sounds that scraped against my nerves like broken glass. My skin prickled, and every inch of me screamed to run, to turn around and leave this godforsaken town behind. But then, as the clock ticked closer to 3:17, their voices began to clarify. In perfect, chilling unison, all of them, those pale-eyed, bloodshot creatures, spoke. "Jack, you're going to join us. There's no getting out." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. My breath caught in my throat, a cold shiver crawling down my spine. How the hell did they know my name? I staggered back, my feet slipping on the cracked pavement, my mind struggling to process what I was hearing. There was no way they could know me. They couldn't. They were just things. Things stuck in time. Ghosts of a town that wasn't supposed to exist anymore. But they repeated it, over and over, each of them speaking in perfect harmony, their voices twisted and warped, yet unmistakably clear. "Jack, you're going to join us. There's no getting out." It wasn't just a warning. It was fact, etched into the very air around me. The way they said my name, Jack, it wasn't just recognition, it was ownership. As if they had always known me. As if they had been waiting for me. I stumbled back, almost tripping over the curb as I tried to make sense of it all. Who were they? What were they? Why did they want me to join them? And was I the first one, or had they taken people before? The smiles stretched wider on their faces, those unnatural grins that seemed to grow with every passing second, and their eyes, those dead, lifeless eyes, never left me. They were watching, waiting, and all I could do was stand there, rooted in place, paralyzed by the cold certainty of their words. I tried to move, to run, but my body felt heavy. Every instinct told me to flee, but my feet wouldn't respond. The town had a grip on me now, a grip I couldn't break free from. And then, just as the final seconds ticked away, just as the hands of the clock came within a hair's breadth of 3:17, their voices came again, louder this time. "Jack, there's no getting out." This was the last known record of Jack's experience, buried deep within a 4chan thread that someone had tried, and failed, to erase. His words lingered like a ghost in the machine, a warning lost in the depths of the internet. The air grew heavier, pressing against my chest as I stared at the figures. Their smiles widened, their bloodshot eyes locking onto mine. And then I saw him, the younger one. His face was like the others, frozen in that unnatural grin, but his eyes, they were different. Less faded, less hollow. Almost familiar. Almost human. My breath stopped as I realized where I'd seen him before. In the missing persons posters. The grainy photo, the desperate pleas from a family who had long given up hope. It was Jack. The Jack from the forums. The Jack who had written those final, frantic words. The Jack who had vanished, just like the others. The clock ticked. 3:17 a.m. Their voices came again, louder now, echoing in the stillness. "You're next." The words weren't just a warning, they were a promise. A promise that had been made to Jack, and to who knows how many others before him. And now it was my turn. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything, but my feet were rooted to the ground. The town had claimed me, just as it had claimed Jack, just as it would claim anyone foolish enough to seek its secrets. And as the darkness closed in, I understood. The town wasn't just stuck in time. It was alive, hungry, waiting for more to join it. The air grew colder, the silence heavier, and I felt it, the pull, the inevitability. My feet moved on their own, carrying me toward the figures, toward Jack, toward the grinning, pale-eyed things that had been waiting for you to join them. I want to tell you about the most turbulent time in my life. There was a 3-month period where my world crumbled. The woman I was going to marry moved to Europe to pursue higher education. My father passed away from a sudden illness, and the imports company I worked for got uprooted and moved southwest to Cairo. I had no choice but to take what little life I had and follow the company. I signed up with an agency to help me find a place to stay. I had to get something fast or risk losing my job. It wasn't all bad though. By staying with the company when almost half the staff left, I had an increased seniority. I was reassigned to help with foreign contracts and overseeing customs agreements, meaning a lot of late-night phone calls and video conferences with people in distant countries. I was busy keeping my head above water. I tried to sleep as little as possible, as my heart hurt whenever things got too quiet. I devoted myself to my work, hoping my intrusive thoughts would quiet down over time, because if they didn't, well, that was hell on earth. I was lucky. There was an opening for an apartment on short notice. The rent was surprisingly cheap, and it was a nice neighborhood. There was a notice about there being an adjoining shop downstairs, but that it had limited opening hours, and the rent was cheaper to compensate. I looked over the floor plan and couldn't find anything to complain about. 2 rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a storage closet. It was all I needed. No one seemed to have anything bad to say about the owner either. Now, I could have signed up for a look at the apartment before I signed the lease, but I was afraid that I might lose my spot in the queue. It was a very attractive deal, both location-wise and rent-wise. To find a place like that on such short notice is almost unheard of. The agency I'd used was equally surprised. "This never happens," one of them told me over the phone. "At the end of the day, it's up to you, but I can promise you that lightning won't strike twice." So yeah, I took it. The apartment building didn't really stand out. It was 3 floors tall, with a smooth red exterior. White arched windows next to shaded balconies facing away from the sun. A little shop on the corner, and a set of ornate glass double doors leading to an entryway. There had been a couple of abandoned building sites on the way there, but this building was situated at the edge of a residential area, overlooking a pristine field of grass. It was beautiful. There was a bronze plaque hanging above the door. It was old by the looks of it. "I bring you respite in the house of rest." That was a name I'd heard in passing. The building had an address like everything else, but the locals seemed to refer to it as the House of Rest. I liked the sound of it. The entry was lined with beautiful handcrafted hexagon ceramic tiles. The floor must have been cleaned recently. I could almost see my reflection in it. There was a smooth breeze blowing through the hallway, and it's as if all the hustle and bustle of the city stopped at the closing of the doors. It was quiet, so refreshingly quiet. The agency had given me a key to the mailbox, which is where I got the keys to the apartment. I was up on the 3rd floor. There was no elevator, but I figured I could do with some exercise. Good for the legs. There was a total of 16 apartments in the House of Rest. 6 on the bottom floor, 6 on the middle floor, and 4 on the top. The top apartments were a bit smaller, but were rumored to have the best view. The mailbox already had a piece of paper sticking out, an advertisement for a local restaurant. I could see the same blue-tinted paper sticking out of all the other mailboxes as well. I brought it along, figuring I might as well check it out someday after work. I didn't know anyone in town, but that wasn't going to stop me from celebrating a little. I opened the mailbox, got my keys, and went up to my apartment. I didn't see anyone when I went up there, but I could hear them. People laughing, someone playing the piano, a jingle from a radio playing in a distant room. It was lively but not intrusive. I quite enjoyed it. Made me feel a bit less alone. Going up to the 3C apartment, I was a bit hesitant. I figured maybe it was all too good to be true. Maybe this was where the scam revealed itself. But no, I was wrong. It was wonderful. Bright open spaces, with a view of the grassy field on one side and the bustling street on the other. An old-fashioned kitchen, much like the one I grew up in. The apartment was clean, well kept, and there was a perfect corner space for my at-home office. I couldn't have asked for a better space. I could breathe a sigh of relief. Things were finally going my way. It took me a couple of days to get things up and running. I got some new furniture and carpets. I explored the neighborhood and tried the restaurant from the flyer. They had an amazing hibachi. Heaven. I could get most of my necessities from the corner shop. They were only open for a few hours every day, but the prices were low, and there was a discount for residents. The same old man tended the store every day. He must have been in his 70s, but he always had a smile on his face, and was so used to handling money that he could hand out exact change without looking at the bills. All in all, it was shaping up to be a great place to live. It really encompassed its namesake, the House of Rest. My mother was very traditional, and I was raised with certain practices. Now, I'm from a younger generation and a lot more flexible, but there are traditions and customs that I adhere to. For example, I attend a mosque for the Maghrib prayer, and I take some time out of my week to leave for the Jumu'ah. I couldn't look my mother in the eye if I didn't, but it's also a comfort that I've grown accustomed to. It's a part of me. The first Jumu'ah I attended in that neighborhood surprised me. I saw no neighbors leave the House of Rest to attend, so I first thought they might attend somewhere else. I asked one of the other attendants, but they weren't sure. They didn't know anyone who lived there except for the shopkeeper. People can have a lot of reasons not to attend, but that man had said something unusual, that he didn't know anyone who lived there. These were people from the neighborhood. How could no one know who lived there? Now, I was still settling into things. About 2 weeks passed, and I got into a comfortable routine. I had everything I needed, and no one bothered me. Sure, work was a hassle, but with the low rent I was paying I could work less hours if I wanted to, and still make it through the month with a bit to save. As the company was restructuring and hiring new people, I got some unexpected time off. This could have been a blessing, but it really wasn't. I had to stop myself from looking up what was going on in the life of the woman I'd lost. There were images and video of her laughing, making friends, learning a new language. It was devastating. Not only because I missed her, but because it made me question my choices. I lay awake at night wondering if I should have dropped everything and gone with her. But instead of dwelling on it, I tried to make the best of what I had. And in that space of thought, my mind kept wandering back to the curious fact of my neighbors. How come no one knew them, and why had I never seen them? I would hear them sometimes. I could hear them talking, laughing, cooking. They were there, behind the closed doors. But they were there, I was sure of it. I could hear individual conversations if I listened closely, but I didn't want to be rude. At night, walking around outside, I could see light shining from their windows. I could hear them walking around if I listened at their doors. But I couldn't find any names or phone numbers. Their mailboxes just had written addresses. There was no way to tell who lived where. But coming home from the shop on the corner, I noticed something curious. I'd lived at the House of Rest for 4 weeks by then, and walking past the mailboxes, I noticed something blue sticking out. The same flyer for the restaurant that I'd received on that very first day was still there in every mailbox but mine. No one had gone outside to check their mail for weeks. This caused me some concern. I decided to go down to the corner shop to ask the shopkeeper. I figured he'd worked there for years, maybe decades. He must have seen someone at some point. I waited until a couple of kids scurried out, and then I walked up to him. A small TV kept running in the corner, but he didn't pay any attention to it. His eyes were all on me, with an inviting smile. "Excuse me," I said. "Do you know any people in this building?" He looked at me with that same smile, but said nothing. "Excuse me," I repeated. "Do you know them? Anyone?" He laughed a little and offered me a cigarette. I took it. "You don't speak?" I asked. "Little," he said. "Very little." He had this raspy old voice, and he pointed to his throat. I didn't press him about it, and instead went outside with him to enjoy my smoke. This man's beard was as ashen as his cigarette, but it fit him somehow. We just stood there for a moment in silence, watching the busy street. People rushing by like the blood of a vein. There was something organic to it, and just stepping back for a moment calmed my nerves. I don't think it was the cigarette, it was the perspective. "Yafu," the old man said. "To be." "Yafu," I repeated. "You know him?" The old man nodded, giving me a tap on the shoulder. As he went back inside, he looked back at me a final time. "Good man." Now, I didn't want to just barge in on Yafu, but I figured I'd keep an eye out. I'd never set foot on the second floor. I had no reason to. But I couldn't help being curious about what kind of people my neighbors were. There had to be a reason why so many of them never left. Maybe there was another reason the rent was so cheap. Another week passed. I was getting into a routine where I rarely had to leave home. Apart from going out to pray, I pretty much never left my apartment. The corner shop had gotten some of my favorite food brands, so most food and drink that I wanted could be bought right downstairs. It really became my haven. Going outside and getting bombarded by the sounds of the city grew increasingly frustrating. I still had to leave for in-office work a couple of times per month, and when I did, I longed to get back home. One time, after returning from a long day, I saw a man leaving the house of rest. He was about my age, but wore surprisingly old-fashioned clothes. I walked up to him, trying to get his attention. He turned to me with a calm demeanor, his hands open. "Are you Yafu?" I asked. "Yes, that's me," he said. "The old man at the corner told me you live here," I said. "I just moved in, so we're neighbors." "A neighbor," he smiled. "What a blessing. Come, dinner's on me." There was no way to say no. I could tell he wouldn't accept it. And besides, this was the first neighbor I'd spoken to. I had to know more. Yafa told me he'd lived in the house of rest with his wife Rashida for years. He was originally a repairman, but he'd sold his business for a hefty profit and was technically in between jobs. But there was no hurry. "With rents this cheap, I can live off that sale for years," he said. "I only do some extra work on the side when I want to get Rashida something special." "What about the others who live there?" I asked. "Do you know any other neighbors?" "No," he said matter-of-factly. "We all keep to ourselves. It's our piece of heaven, no need to bother it." "It really is a house of rest," I said. "It really is. We're very blessed." Before we went our separate ways, there was one question I'd forgotten to ask. So before we said goodbye, I turned to him. "I have to ask," I said. "What were you doing today?" He turned to me with a cheeky smile. "I must confess, I have a vice," he said. "I get a bottle of red wine for my wife, and I get a pack of smokes. The good brand, not the cheap stuff from the store. It's my one indulgence, I swear. So that's it? A bottle and some cigarettes. Don't underestimate the little things," he said. "They are the best and the worst things in life." There wasn't much to say about that. He had a bottle he'd brought along, a fancy brand that he'd gotten from downtown. As Yafa turned to leave, he looked back a final time and waved. "If you smoke indoors, sit at the open window," he said. "You can't smoke inside, but they don't check the open windows." As he wandered off, I assumed he was talking about the owners. But that was another thing. I'd never met them either. But what did he mean by them checking the windows? Who did? When? In the late hours of the night, when I was working at my office desk, I would think about that. What did Yafa mean? Was it just a friendly reminder to keep the apartment in good shape, or was it something more literal? I couldn't tell. Were the owners that strict? I tried to go and talk to him a couple of times, but he never opened the door. I figured he was busy, or out doing something. But without a clear answer, my mind was left wandering. So in a sudden lapse of judgment, I decided to challenge this thought head-on. So one night, I stood by my closed window and lit a cigarette. Now, I can't say for sure what I was expecting. I don't think I was expecting anything at all, really. Maybe someone would ask me to put it out. But no, nothing happened. I was a bit disappointed, really. But as I turned to flick the ash off, I noticed something. The soothing breeze turning to an icy sting. The flavored smoke in my mouth turning sour. There was this warmth on my shoulder, as if someone was looking at my neck. I could feel my heart skip a beat, as if something was judging me from afar. Like I was about to get scolded, like a frightened child. I stepped away from the window, hastily putting away the rest of my cigarettes. Imagination or not, I couldn't explain that sense of unease. As if breaking the rules wasn't just something frowned upon, but a fundamental wrong. Then footsteps. It was loud and fast coming down the hall. The other tenants had been sleeping for hours, and yet, they somehow seemed even more quiet. The footsteps stopped outside my door. I didn't dare to move. Something in the door cracked as a great weight pushed against it, making the hinges creak. I took a few steps forward, waving my hands as if to clear the air. "I'm sorry," I called out. "I'm sorry, it won't happen again. I'm throwing them out. I'm sorry, Dut." The creaking stopped. I just stood there, watching, waiting for the footsteps to continue. Then the hinges creaked again, as the weight pushed off the door, and someone retreated into the building. I couldn't unlearn this. There was someone in that apartment building watching me. While the house of rest was an amazing place to live, I couldn't stay with that kind of pressure hanging over my head. I reached out to the agency about getting a new place, but they warned me it could be a matter of months. So for now, I had to keep my head down and hope for the best. After that night, I would notice little details around the building. For example, there were drag marks on the tiles of the top floor by the stairs leading to the roof, as if someone had pulled something heavy. The locks on the mailboxes were all a bit frayed, which didn't make sense to me. There were still these blue papers sticking out of them. If someone checked these mailboxes so frequently that the lock was getting janky, why didn't they remove the flyers? And finally, there was the basement. It's not uncommon to lock the basement of an apartment building to keep nosy tenants from messing with things they shouldn't. But there was a drainage slit in the floor, as if ready to clean up large amounts of liquid with a spray hose. So while my life continued, it did so with a tinge of doubt. I was anxious. I still kept to my schedule of working at night and attending prayer, but I wasn't feeling that same sense of calm anymore. I was anxious about going home. I didn't know what to expect. I decided that I ought to try talking to my neighbors again. For real this time. I needed answers, and if I couldn't get them, I would leave that place come hell or high water. So after Jumu'ah, I went home with the intent to go door to door. So I did floor by floor. I could hear them. Different voices doing different things. Talking, eating, listening to music. But as soon as I knocked, they went quiet. No one came to open, not even Yafu. I wanted to go back to my place and close my eyes to the whole thing, but I couldn't. I couldn't pretend like there was nothing going on. So I checked the floors again for something drastic. I found it on the top floor of the building, a fire alarm. I pulled it. I had to get people out of those apartments, and I had to know what was going on. I was a bad neighbor, but if this continued, I wouldn't be a neighbor at all. But the alarm did nothing. It was disconnected. So while this building was in pretty good shape, it was old-fashioned. It had a sort of grimy PA system in place, with speakers lining the hallways. Looking around on the bottom floor, I found a white side door leading to a supply closet with the PA system controls. I couldn't help but notice how well used the cleaning supplies were. There was even a garden hose for spraying away liquid of some kind. I turned on the PA system and heard it crackle to life. It was old but functional, if barely. I had to click the button a couple of times to get it to work, and as a first test, it only picked up every third syllable or so. My voice barely carried through the old wires, coming out as a distorted, crackling mess. But after a couple of seconds of adjusting and holding the cable at just the right angle, it worked. "Please exit the premise," I said. "You need to leave your apartment. This is a temporary measure." I didn't recognize my voice, and it carried so slow that I could hear myself on the floors above. This had to do the trick. If this didn't work, nothing would. I hurried up to the second floor. Every door was closed, and it was quieter than usual. Then, one by one, the doors would open. Doors clicked and swung open tentatively. Careful eyes looked outside, scanning the premise for answers. There was Yafu, of course. Next to him, his wife Rashida. But there were others, too. Beautiful young couples, some with children. Each and every one of them a picture-perfect couple or family. and all of them as healthy and well cared for as you could hope for. They started walking out into the hallway. I could hear the same happening on the floor above. "What's going on?" someone asked. "Is there a problem? Do we need to leave?" another asked. "He said we shouldn't leave." "I don't want to leave," someone added. "Please don't make me. Please." The PA system crackled again as it rose to life. Everyone looked up. "Return to homes," it growled and spattered. "Go back. Inside." I couldn't tell if the distortion was from the voice of the speaker or the struggling electronics. But people weren't sticking around to get an answer. A heartbeat later, they threw themselves back into their apartments. The final face I saw was Yafu, apologetically closing and locking his front door. I hurried up the stairs, rushing towards my apartment. Something was moving downstairs. I could hear footsteps rushing at full speed, hot on my trail. I didn't look back. I just hurried back to my apartment, grabbed my keys, and slipped. The keys sailed across the hallway, landing somewhere in the harsh shadows of a sharp overhead light. And someone joined me in the hallway. The old man from the shop. His back was straighter, and he looked taller. I just looked at him, not knowing what to expect. Then he spoke. It was the same raspy old voice as I'd heard down in the shop, but there was something else to it. It wasn't just a tired old voice, it was something deeper. It wasn't just a sick man, it was something inhuman struggling to find speech in something not designed to talk. And as his eyes reflected in the dark, like a cat on the hunt, he spoke again. "You." I rushed forward, grabbing my keys. He ran towards me. Not just a brisk jog, but a full-on sprint. I could never have anticipated how fast he was. I fumbled with the keys as they stuck to my sweaty palms, and I barely got back inside before he got to me. I closed the door, but didn't get a chance to lock it. Before my fingers could reach, the door burst wide open, leaning off its hinges. The old man was tall enough for his head to reach the ceiling. But it wasn't a normal height. It was something unnatural about his proportions. As his neck extended, his head brushed against the ceiling and bent backwards at a breakneck angle, as his limbs grew elongated and boneless. His head leaned backwards, as if looking backwards, but the body never turned away from me. His arms, now longer than my entire body, pushed me across the room, breaking my kitchen table as I bruised my tailbone. "You defy. Sanctuary," it spat. "You defy. Rest." With a single arm, it pulled the oven out of the wall and grabbed the live wire connecting to it. Without skipping a beat, it pulled on the wire, ripping it straight out of the wall while still connected. It sparkled and popped in protest as he moved closer. "You were hurting," it continued. "You were ready." It stabbed the wire past me and into my workspace, bursting my computer wide open with a violent bang. It was so hot that one of the windows cracked. "This will not fall into ruin," it growled. "It is no house of flies." With its free arm, it grabbed my shirt, pulling me up to my feet. I was choking on my own spit as I looked into a shapeless, flesh-like void. As the old man's skin came apart, all that was left underneath was a strangely textured dark, like a walking night. "This will not corrupt," it growled, pulling me closer. "It is no house of lies." With the last bit of air in my lungs, I wheezed out what words I could. It's a house of rest," I whispered. "Sanctuary. Home. Home," it repeated. It poked a long finger into my chest, and I felt my breath turn cold. "Where heart is." Something ached in me, something terrible and deep, like my nerves turning upside down. It forced my eyes back into my skull, as if I was trying to look at my own spine. As I collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, it was gone. Thundering footsteps disappeared down the hall, leaving me with a pounding bruise on my chest. I tore my shirt open and looked for bleeding. There was a massive bruise that reminded me of a sunflower, right over my chest with a thumbprint in the middle. By morning, that bruise would have turned a sickly blue. Minutes later, I got back on my feet. I stumbled into the hall and down the stairs. I almost tripped on my own feet, but by the time I got to the bottom floor, that bruise was burning me. And with every step I took closer to that front door, it burned even more. I could feel my pulse skipping a beat and changing pace. There was a twist in my stomach as my lungs contracted, spilling out a mouthful of blood on the pristine floor. I could challenge it and press further, but I would die. So I didn't. Turning to go back upstairs, I'd see the old man standing at me from the basement door, observing me, not saying a word, just clutching a garden hose to clean up the blood from his precious floor. The next morning, the old man came to my apartment. He He fixed the walls, the door, everything. He brought along some groceries and a brand new work laptop, the same kind they used at the office. I have no idea where he got it from, or how he knew where to get one. He had the oven hooked up by dinner time. I noticed how he never once reacted to hearing the adhan, the call to prayer. He didn't even look at me twice when I brought out my prayer mat. He just kept working. I didn't know what to do. I could ask someone for help, but I was afraid of what would happen if I left. There was something inside me that didn't want me to leave, and I'd never heard of anything like it before. But then again, even if I left, where would I go? What would I do? I could see why everyone stayed inside. It was easy. The old man would come up with groceries, and he would get you anything you asked for. A new computer, a phone, fresh fruit, anything you might need to keep yourself calm and controlled. So for about a week, I stayed in the house of rest. I didn't leave for the Maghrib as I used to. I didn't leave for Jumu'ah. I didn't have any hawashi at the restaurant down the street. I stayed inside, praying for guidance. It was the most gilded cage you can imagine. It was so simple to let yourself be trapped. All you had to do was accept that this was as good as it would get. But I couldn't accept it. I just couldn't. That place may have been perfect, but I wasn't. Every day, I would roam the halls. I'd walk up and down, looking for answers. And every time those footsteps came back, I'd hurry back inside like nothing had happened. I wouldn't tempt fate, and I wouldn't attempt to leave. I would play by the rules, which made me think of Yafu. I managed to catch him leaving his apartment once. He looked displeased to see me as he leaned back against his front door. "You made him mad," he said. "Bad idea. But you can leave," I said. "How can you do that?" "He lets me," he said. "It's only a small indulgence. A little wine, a pack of smokes. There's a trust. I've never had the urge to escape, so he doesn't care." "And you're accepting this?" I scoffed. "You want this, Yafu?" "I have everything I need," he smiled. "I'm sheltered. I'm in love. My belly is full. This is the answer to my prayers. Isn't it yours too?" I thought about it. In many ways, yes. If I stopped working altogether, the old man would still let me stay. I was sure of it. I'd still have food on my table. Hell, I'd probably have shows to stream on my laptop. And judging by the other people who lived there, he would keep me happy and healthy for as long as he could. Maybe he could even keep me young, like the others, as time passed. But there were things he couldn't heal. And there were things I didn't want to surrender. "Not yet. I can't stay," I admitted. "I will die." Yafa looked me up and down. There was something resolute in his expression and understanding. Perhaps in the way we were different could he see my pain. He walked up to me, handing me one of the fancy cigarettes from his pack. "Then remember what I said when you smoke," Yafa whispered. "Open the window." "He doesn't check an open window." "I'm not interested in Dash." "No, my friend, listen," he repeated. "He doesn't check the open window." That night, I opened the window and lit my cigarette. I took in the bustling sounds of the city and leaned out. It was a long drop from the third floor. My heart was pounding, but not like it had when I'd tried to leave on the first floor. Yafa was a genius. This thing didn't expect me to climb out a window. Maybe it was so rigid in its rules and regulations that it couldn't fathom the window being used as an exit. It couldn't imagine what it would be like to break rules. Using a bedsheet, I leaned out. I was having second thoughts. My heart was pounding, but I couldn't tell why. Was I dying or just deathly nervous? I felt around with the sole of my left foot, trying to find a grip. But no, the exterior was a smooth red. There was nothing to grab. Instead, I settled on dangling out the window, clinging to that bed sheet for dear life. At some point, my hand slipped. I fell and smacked the corner of an arched window, sending me into a roll. I hit the ground at an angle, bruising 2 ribs and knocking my shoulder out of its socket. But I was alive. Screaming, but alive. I could hear the crackling of the PA system from the house as a furious scream curled over the airways. I could see the lights of my apartment go on and off. I heard glass and would break as something tore through it. People were gathering on the street, thinking there'd been a brawl, that I'd been thrown out of a window. Someone was filming, another was calling for help. As they carried me away, I saw the shadow of an old man linger in the open window. And on the floor below was Yafu, raising a lit cigarette at me. Other tenants joined him from their own windows, looking out at me with pity, shaking their heads, shedding a few tears. They weren't angry, they were mourning. And in a flurry of emergency services, pain, and raised voices, the house of rest disappeared from my sight. I haven't been back since. I never knew who to talk to. Everyone who I'd thought would listen had nothing to say. I learned quickly, after talking to my family, that my story sounds mad. I've tried to soften it, to say that the landlord was abusive, but they couldn't make sense of it. Then why did you stay so long? They'd ask. And wasn't he just an old man? You have to look at it for what it really is. You have to hear and believe the full story. That's why I wanted to talk to you here. One of few places where I think a voice can be really heard. But I'm not going back, and I never will. The bruise on my chest has long since turned into little black strings. Most of the time it just looks like roots, but it flares up sometimes. When it does, the surrounding skin gets this mild tint of blue, like the image of a strange sunflower. I can also kind of see it in the cold. It's like it's always there, waiting just under the skin. Not too long ago, I reconnected with my lost love in Europe. I think she might have been what kept me from being complacent in the house of rest, and I'm so grateful for it. Without her, I wouldn't have seen the cage for what it was. She says she misses me too, and in a couple of weeks, I'll be going abroad to be with her again. But I wanted to share this story before I go. I wanted to talk openly about it this one last time, and then never again. Because even now, I can't help but think I might have made a mistake. That I might have turned away something that could have been perfect. That if I'd only stuck to the rules and kept my head down, maybe everything would have worked out. But then I get that ache in my chest, and I can't tell what it is. It might be the threat of something vast and inhuman claiming me as its own, or it might be a heart that I willingly give. Either way, I know that I will never return to the house of rest. Not as I am, nor as I will be. I need to share something with you. Before doing so, let me preface, I want to make something very clear. I'm a Muslim, and as part of my faith, I believe in the existence of jinn, mythical beings made of smokeless fire. They are like the demons or ghosts spoken of in other traditions/folklore, but are very different when you understand the complexity of these entities. Some are benevolent while others malevolent. They live on a plane beyond our perception, unseen by human eyes. Sometimes they can appear in our world, take on the shapes of animals, humans, or whatever they deem fit. The evil malevolent jinns feed off fear and filth, and thus are attracted to places with negative attachments and energy. They can even attach themselves to other people/animals, possessing them and tormenting them. But when they do materialize into our dimension, they cannot do it perfectly, limited thanks to our Creator, Allah SWT. Every time a jinn takes on the form of another being, something's always amiss. A foot twisted backwards, a hand with an extra finger, a face that looks kind of familiar, but not quite right. There's always a flaw, always something that doesn't belong. I never thought I'd experience it myself, thinking that it was just some made-up folklore and stories we'd tell each other to get a good scare, until I finally did. And let me tell you, what happened to me that night wasn't just terrifying, it was deeply traumatizing. It was late, a typical night, and I was laying in bed scrolling through my phone, trying to fall asleep. My room is on the first floor of a 3-story house, facing the front yard. The night was cool and quiet, almost too quiet. I wasn't thinking about much, just trying to drift off to sleep. Then I heard it. Initially it was a cat, I presumed, yowling. At first, I didn't think anything of it. It's a sound I've heard before. Stray cats fighting, in heat, or mating just being their usual noisy selves. But this was different. It was eerie. The yowling wasn't just a cat in heat. It was raw and desperate. A kind of noise that made your blood run cold from the sheer volume and intensity. The sound echoed through the night, tearing at the stillness. It seemed to be coming from right outside my window. I was irritated, annoyed more than anything. But I got up and went to the window to see what was going on. I was already too tired to deal with it, but curiosity got the best of me, so I peeked outside. Nothing. The street was empty, bathed in the dim light of the street lamp. No cat. No sound. Just the quiet, empty night. Ticked off since I couldn't find the source of the noise, I returned back to my bed, trying to shake off the weird, uneasy feeling settling in my chest. The house was still once again, the ambient sound of crickets and cicadas melding into a cacophony, creating an eerie atmosphere. After tossing and turning for a while, I grabbed my phone and tried to focus on the screen, willing sleep to overcome me. But then it came again, louder this time, closer. That same, mind-numbing yowl. My patience was wearing thin at this point. Feeling my blood pressure rise, I groaned and got up, making my way back to the window. I was already tired and frustrated, so I was not in the mood to deal with whatever animal was causing this nonsense. But when I looked outside again, there was nothing. The yard was empty. The street lamp's light casted long shadows, distorting its shape, making it look like a dark, slender figure. It looked a little off-putting, but I knew it was just a trick of the light. There was no cat nowhere to be seen. Eager to find the source of the intruding noise, so I can be at ease, I stayed by the window a little longer, scanning the shadows, waiting for the sound to reappear. But nothing. Absolutely nothing. I was starting to feel quite unsettled. The sound, though absent, seemed to reverberate in the air, ringing in my ears. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, but I forced myself to shrug it off. I turned off my phone, lay back down in bed and closed my eyes, hoping sleep would overtake me one again. And just when I thought I can finally rest, I heard it. Louder. More urgent this time. That same, deafening yowling. But this time, the yowling sounded different. It sounded as if someone or something were trying their very best to imitate the sound of a cat yowling. To make things worse, adding to my growing fear, it sounded as if whatever was making that noise were right inside my room. I bolted up, my heart racing. My mind scrambled to make sense of it. How could whatever it was be inside my room? There was no way. But it was there, faint but unmistakable. The sound was all around me, encompassing itself among the darkness of my room. I raced to the corner of my room, my hands shaking as I flicked on the light switch. In a daze, my eyes adjusting to the bright light, I noticed something immediately. The moment the light flooded my room, the sound had stopped. It went dead silent. The sound of the night breeze and crickets chirping in the distance all seemed to suddenly come to a halt. For example, when in nature, when an apex predator is lurking and all animals go silent. It was just like that. The sudden silence felt so wrong. It felt as if I were being watched by something. Something that can see me, but I couldn't see. My pulse hammered in my ears as I stand still, unable to move. I stand there frozen, staring into the empty room. Nothing. No cat. No yowling, just pure silence. I began wondering if I was losing my mind. I left the light on the whole night. I didn't want to be in the dark again. Mortified, I just stood there, staring at the corners of my room, while simultaneously staring outside my window. The only sound I could hear was my heart pounding in my chest. Every second felt like it stretched onto eternity. The air was thick with this feeling of dread looming over me, as though something was there watching me, waiting. 20 minutes passed, maybe 30, 40, I lost count. But nothing happened. I began to convince myself it had been nothing, just a trick of the mind since it was so late. I turned off the light and sank back into bed, finally feeling exhaustion take over. I closed my eyes, willing myself to go to sleep. And I did. As I managed to fall asleep, I relaxed and eased a little bit, but it was short-lived. I found myself in a dream. A nightmare that felt like one of those dreams where you're reliving memory you had, but it was twisted and its events altered. I was running down a street. My street. But it was wrong. Everything was warped and distorted. The trees bent at odd angles, the shadows stretched too long, the sky looked odd. Confused too as why I'm running, I looked behind me. I couldn't see anything, but I knew something was chasing me. I could feel it, the weight of it, the pure anger and hatred emanating from whatever it was. But I couldn't bring myself to look back again. Giving in to my fear and piquing curiosity, I couldn't take it anymore, so I glanced over my shoulder while sprinting at full speed. And there it was, an entity. It was enormous. Darker than anything I had ever seen. Its form shifted and morphed like shadows dancing in the night. It was impossibly large, towering over me. Its eyes glowed a dark red, and I felt a cold rush of dread wash over me as it moved closer, its footfalls shaking the ground beneath me. I turned and ran as fast as I could, but it was gaining on me, getting closer and closer. I felt it come right up behind me, its breath on the back of my neck. It chuckled, a laughter, low and guttural, echoing in the air. And then suddenly a vape-bing went dark. My eyes adjusting to the darkness, I blink a couple of times before I see it. Right in front of me. As the entity lunges at me, I try to shield myself, covering my face with my arms. But I suddenly get jolted back to reality. Waking up, my heart racing, the alarm blaring in my ears. The room was slightly lit with the light of early dawn, the familiar sounds of the house around me. But something was wrong. I sat up, confused, still feeling the terror of the dream clinging to me. That creature or entity, whatever it was. It felt so real. And then I noticed it. The light I had left on the previous night was turned off. But what unsettled me the most was my window. It was open. I'd locked it the night before, right after the whole situation with the yowling being inside my room. I was sure of it. But there it was, slightly ajar. As if someone had opened it up and hastily tried to close it. I froze. I couldn't explain it. My mind scrambled to make sense of it, but I couldn't. My heart pounded in my chest as I hurried to the window, closing it, locking it tight. But the feeling I had from the night before, the feeling of being watched, it never left. The rest of the day passed in a haze. I was distracted during work, unable to shake the thought of the nightmare, the terrifying visuals I had of that dark thing chasing me. Although it was a dream, I remembered its features so vividly. I knew something wasn't right. I tried to ignore it for the time being and continued with the rest of my day. Coming back home after a grueling day of work, I was treated to an unexpected surprise. When I pulled into my driveway later that evening, I saw it. A black cat. It darted across the yard fast, almost at an unnatural speed. I stopped and got out of the car, thinking I'd check on it. I didn't want to be paranoid, but something about that cat made me connect the dots. I felt quite off. I looked around and lo and behold, that cat was gone, nowhere to be seen. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I went inside, still feeling very queasy about this whole situation, so I tried to distract myself with video games. And it did help a little, but the feeling of dread gnawed at me. It felt as if someone or something was just waiting, barely out of sight, stalking me. I went to bed early that night hoping for the rest I couldn't get the night prior. But as soon as I felt myself nearing sleep, I heard it again. The same noise I heard last night, the cursed yowling. Distant, faint at first, but after a couple of minutes it was louder. Closer. I wanted to ignore it. I wanted to believe it was just some stray cat who was in heat that was hiding in someone's garage or something, but deep down, I knew it was no ordinary cat making that god-awful noise. Despite the yowling, I somehow managed to fall asleep, accepting whatever was out there was just a cat. However, as if on cue, I felt a sense of dread unlike anything I'd had ever felt before. I awoke immediately, blinking rapidly to adjust my eyes into the darkness. Trying to get up, I realized that I couldn't move. I was paralyzed, but it felt like something was pressing down on me. My body refused to obey. Panic arose in my chest as I struggled to move my limbs. Realizing during the moment that I was having an episode of sleep paralysis, I began reciting an incantation in Islam called ayatul kursi, a prayer that gives whoever recites it a means of protection against malicious entities. I could only move my eyes, so I screamed the prayer in my mind. While reciting it, I slowly began regaining control of my body. In doing so, I was able to slightly turn my head, and I looked over to my window. There it was, the cat I had seen in my driveway when I came home from work today. The damned black cat, who was at the center of all this blasphemy. It was sitting on the windowsill. The window, again, was open. Its eyes glowed the same dim red in my nightmare. Its yowling was a screech now. It was practically screaming, but something was wrong. So terribly wrong. This was no ordinary cat. Its limbs bent at an odd angle, and something about its eyes didn't seem right. As I lock eyes with this cat, I suddenly freeze in horror as I watch its body contort and morph. I watched as its legs twisted and bent backwards. It was like its bones had been rearranged, contorting in ways that no living can survive. The sight of it made me feel sick to my stomach, my skin crawling as I take in this insidious sight. I wanted to scream. I wanted to yell for help so badly, but I still couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Then the cat did something impossible. It stood up on its two bent legs, and it smiled at me. The damn thing straight up looked at me, and grinned, its face turning demonic. My heart stopped. I was frozen. It moved closer, its twisted limbs jerking, the unnatural movement sending waves of terror throughout my body. It was only a few feet away when it dropped back to all fours and began to morph. Its body stretched, the fur dissolving into darkness. The form of the cat was now gone, replaced by a void of emptiness. A mass of black energy that pulsated and rippled, its shape constantly shifting. And then I heard it, a voice, a ragged voice sounding like someone whispering. The words sounded strange, foreign, but somewhat recognizable for me. Something between Urdu and a language I had never heard of before. It didn't matter though. All I cared about was getting out of this situation. The sound of its voice made my blood run cold. By this time I had finished reciting ayatul kursi and began regaining control of my limbs. Just as I was about to move without warning, the creature looks at me, its demonic grin dissipating into pure anger. It lets out an awful blood-curdling shriek and jumps out of the window, looking at me one last time before its body, twisting in the night, disappears into the shadows. I lay there motionless, paralyzed. The terror clung to me like a second skin. I was dumbfounded. Did that really just happen to me? Am I safe after that? Will it come back for me again? These questions stuck with me a while after my encounter with that entity. I couldn't sleep that night, nor the night after. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt that same presence, lurking just beyond my perception, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. As time passed, days stretched into weeks, weeks into months, but that strange cat never showed up again. Hopeful, I wish it was gone for good, but I knew it was still out there, watching, waiting for me at my most vulnerable state. I realized at the time I was at a low point in my life. I wasn't very religious and participated in a few illicit activities, including, but not limited to, smoking and drinking, having sex often with women who I wasn't married to, and just not having a nice clean home. All things that jinns are attracted to. In the days that followed, however, things seemed pretty normal, a bit too normal. But every time I passed a reflective surface, a shadow flickered at the edge of my vision. Every time I closed my eyes in the dark, I felt the weight of unseen eyes violating me. The terror of what I saw, what I heard, never truly left. It clung to me like a second skin. And every night, as I try to sleep, I can sometimes still hear it. The faintest, most chilling yowl in the distance. Closer, always closer. Never truly leaving me. The unseen, its beady red eyes watching, just waiting for me to make a mistake. I check in early, as I always do when traveling. The walls are old and yellowed. It's evidently an older hotel than I thought. At first I don't mind. There's something satisfying about having an actual key to your room, rather than a key card. Makes me feel like I'm living in a simpler time. As I finish checking in, I turn around to head to my room. I see a woman sitting on the weathered bench, sobbing profusely. I ponder whether I should say something to her, but I decide against it. I make it to my room. It's dimly lit with ancient light fixtures. All wood furnishings make up the room. Again, it's old, but I kind of enjoy it. Yellow curtains line the window. The neon glow of the hotel sign gleams in through them. I unpack my things and call it a night. That morning I awake before the sun rises, ready for my early morning run. I exit my room and head down the poorly lit stairs. As I round the corner, I jump in fright. Hanging from the window is a woman in a bright red dress. Her black hair covers most of her face, but it's still a ghastly sight. My head swirls with anxiety. I feel like I may pass out. I dart down the rest of the steps, shielding my eyes as I run past the poor woman's body. I make it to the front desk, frightened and out of breath. There's no one at the desk, so I ring the bell. Anxiously, I wait. No one shows up. Ringing the bell over and over now, I'm growing impatient. I call out to see if anyone is working. They must be. Yes, it's early, but this is a hotel. Don't they usually have something at the front desk at all hours? I left my phone in the room, so I decide to walk to a police station. I head for the door, only to find it won't open. No matter how hard I try, it won't budge. Pondering what to do, I decide to head back to my room and call the police on my phone. It takes a long time, but I work up the courage to walk back up those stairs. As I reach that dreaded corner, she's gone. The woman is no longer there. A chill runs down my spine. I sprint back to my room, locking the door behind me. I grab my phone and dial 911, but the call won't go through. I open the door. The woman stands in the hallway before me, her black hair still covering her ghastly face. Her dress is now white. She meanders towards me. I scream and shut the door. The door bangs and a horrific growl comes from the other side. I stand and stare at the door in horror. The noises slowly fade away, but I'm still on edge. I wrap myself in my covers, on full alert. My eyes don't blink for hours. A knock at the door makes me nearly jump out of my skin. Room service. Still scared and unsure, I approach the door. Hesitantly, I crack it open. Sure enough, a short older lady stands there with a cart of towels and bed sheets. I run past her into the hallway. She shoots me a judging glance. I sprint my way down the now empty stairs. Approaching the front desk once again, I try to open my mouth to explain what I'd seen, but nothing comes out. The woman at the front desk stares at me. I turn around and head for the door. Grabbing the handle, it's locked. I turn around. You can't leave, sir. What? She smiles. I fear I may have to make my way up those stairs once more, and that dreaded woman may very well be waiting for me. Frantic, I ponder how to escape, but the door won't budge. I pick up a chair and smash it on the window, crawling out of it, making my way outside. It's now dark outside, even though only seconds ago it was sunny. I wander about alongside the silent, grassy riverbank. A horrible noise breaks up the silence. Coming from the other side of the river is a horrible scream, though I cannot see where the noise originates from because of the tall grass. I'm frozen in fear as the scream only grows louder and then abruptly stops. Following this, I hear a thump, and then something rolling down the grassy hill, followed by a splash. It's fallen into the river. Stunned, I stare ahead, not knowing what to do. Then more splashing follows, closer and closer. Something or someone is swimming towards me. I jet off in the opposite direction. I must have run for 3 hours straight. When I finally stop, I look up, only to see I'm back at the hotel. Footsteps steadily grow louder behind me, so I have no choice but to enter the hotel once more. The bus pulled away. I stood alone in front of the gas station, hating my life. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the cracked pavement, making the place feel even more isolated. My afternoon shift began at 5 p.m. and ended at midnight. My boyfriend had agreed to pick me up most days, but the idea of leaving so late still wasn't thrilling. Obviously, it wasn't my first choice of work, but money was money, and I needed a job. I pushed open the glass door. A small bell jingled above me, but the place felt empty. The shelves were lined with dusty snacks and overpriced car accessories. Behind the counter stood the grumpiest-looking man I had ever seen, staring at the register like he wanted to punch it. A name tag hung onto the front of his shirt. Greg, manager. "Hello, I'm Dash. You're Sarah?" he said, barely looking up. "Yeah. Locker's in the back," he huffed. "Use Gary's." "I'm sharing with someone else?" "Nah, I fired him last week." "About time." He was slow in the head, couldn't even scan barcodes right. Eyes pointed sideways. Couldn't understand a flippin' word he was saying. Thought we could save some money with him as a cheap hire, but the artard probably lost us more than that. I hesitated before nodding. "All right." Before I could turn away, the door behind me jingled again. A man in a worn baseball cap and flannel jacket stepped inside, balancing a couple of small packages. He turned to me. "You must be the new girl," he said, his voice warm and friendly. He had a slight southern accent. "Great to meet you," I said, relieved that at least someone here seemed nice. "I'm Martin," he said, setting the boxes down on the counter and shaking my hand. "I come by a few times a day, mostly deliveries. But most of the time it'll just be you and Greg." He glanced at Greg, whose face was scrunched into a permanent frown, then looked back at me. "Bless your heart," he said with pity, then left. I forced a smile at Greg before heading to the locker room. The room was cramped and the air inside was stale. A set of 2 lockers sat on top of each other. The bottom one with a padlock had a paper sticker label that read Martin in black Sharpie, and the one above it said Gary. I pulled it open and was about to dump my coat and bag inside when I spotted a small, beat-up paperback notebook tucked in the corner. The book had a brown cover and worn edges, the paper soft from use. I flicked through the notebook. The first page was filled with squares and lines, and the rest with other doodles, circles, swirls, stick figures, little animals. Some of the pages had been pressed so hard the marks left grooves in the paper. Picturing a mentally disabled man being shouted at by Greg every other minute, I chewed the inside of my cheek. I set the notebook on top of the lockers so that if Gary ever came back, it would be there waiting for him. Then I got to work cleaning the place for the evening. Apart from the main shop, there was just a locker room, a break room, and a bathroom in the back with a clogged sink. I was glad it wasn't a huge area to clean at least, and already pretty spotless. I served some customers for a few hours, and went to the break room to have my dinner. Martin was in there, scarfing down a pepperoni pizza. "How's it going?" he asked, taking another bite. We had a chat, and I asked him about Gary. "Yeah, he got the boot last week," Martin confirmed. "He was this handicapped guy customers kept complaining about." A woman came in and asked him if there was a bathroom. He pointed at the locker room. Should have seen the look on Greg's face. Martin chuckled to himself. After I had settled into the new job, the days passed by surprisingly quickly. Sometimes it was unnerving being alone at the till when it was dark out, but otherwise nothing out of the ordinary really happened. I was told the morning was busier, which I suspected, as usually max 10 people would come during my entire shift. One night as I was cleaning, I checked my phone. Still no messages from my boyfriend. Annoyed he was running late, I grabbed the vacuum and started cleaning through the aisles, trying to pass the time. As I was cleaning, the pattern I was moving in seemed familiar, like déjà vu. I was walking through a snake-like path of 6 rows. Then it occurred to me, was that the pattern I had seen in the first page of Gary's notebook? I propped the vacuum against a shelf and went to the locker room, plucking the notebook off the top of the lockers. Indeed, there were 5 straight rectangular lines inside a larger box, creating 6 spaces between them. The lines weren't just random markings. They were the shelves between the aisles. Next to the big box were a few smaller boxes. I realized one was the locker room on the far left. Next to it was the break room, and on the adjacent side was a box that must have represented the bathroom. Perhaps Gary wasn't as dim as they thought. I smiled to myself. Then there was one more box behind the one in the locker room's position, which was shaded in. I frowned, looking back up. From where I stood, the store had 4 rooms. There was no 5th. I looked down at the notebook again. The extra room was marked right next to the locker room. I turned toward the locker room door, staring at it. A large filing cabinet with a bunch of cardboard boxes stacked on top of it stood in the corner. I nudged the cabinet forward a little. Just wall. Then I heard footsteps across the shop coming towards the locker room. I shifted the cabinet back into place. Greg emerged in the locker room doorway, arms crossed. His eyes flicked around the room before landing on me. "Your boyfriend's looking for you," he said flatly. "Right. Thanks." Greg didn't move as I walked past him, but I could feel his eyes lingering on me. I tried to shake it off as I stepped outside into the cool night air with my boyfriend. For the next week of my shift, I started feeling anxious every time I entered the locker room and saw the cabinet for some reason. I even moved the cabinet a few times to check a secret door hadn't appeared. Maybe there used to be a room behind there, or Gary's drawing wasn't accurate. After a while, I naturally forgot about it until I began noticing something about Martin. Most of the time, he took boxes from deliveries straight to the break room, where we kept extra stock and supplies. That made sense. Greg would unpack them for me to stack onto the shelves. But every few days, at the end of the day just before I left, I saw him taking large packages to the locker room. He would come out empty-handed. When I entered the locker room after, I never saw any packages. I bumped into him entering the locker room with a large package one night. "Oh hey, see you tomorrow," he said, and he immediately turned back out of the room with the package, heading towards the break room. As I was about to leave that night, I saw him exit the break room and walk with the package back towards the locker room. One night, I moved the cabinet again. As expected, nothing out of the ordinary. But this time before I replaced the cabinet, I looked down. I noticed a faint, large square-shaped outline on the ground where the cabinet had been sitting. There was a small key-shaped hole inside the square to one side. I stared in disbelief, then stepped on the area a few times. It moved slightly. So this was where the Martin's packages had been mysteriously disappearing. Footsteps were getting closer. I shoved the cabinet back into place and left the room. Greg stood silently, right outside against the wall, startling me as I walked out. "Giving yourself a break, I see?" I shook my head and went back to the till. For the next few days, I didn't attempt to move the cabinet again. I was afraid of being caught, but the uncomfortable feeling lingered. There was probably nothing interesting down there, but a part of me was certain such a well-hidden door would hold secrets behind it. And perhaps Gary was fired for discovering something he shouldn't have. On a pitch-black Friday night, my boyfriend turned on the engine and was about to drive us away when I spotted Martin taking a parcel out of the back of his van. It was one of those larger boxes he sometimes brought to the locker room. I watched him as he walked into the gas station, having left his van doors open. Curiosity overwhelmed me. "Babe, hold on a sec, I'll be back," I said. I jumped out of the passenger side and ran across the parking lot until I was standing just outside the open doors. Stacks of cardboard boxes were taped up tightly. I stepped into the van and pushed one of the boxes closest to the entrance of the back of the van. It shifted slightly, and I could tell there were multiple smaller items inside, but the sound of liquid was unmistakable. My eyes drifted to a sheet of paper on top of the box. I picked it up. Heart X10. Tick. Liver X10. Tick. Kidney X10 pairs. Tick. I looked back and spotted Martin coming out of the gas station. Then he spotted me too. We locked eyes and he looked surprised at first, but then his expression turned into one of rage. He normally had an easygoing expression, so seeing his face contort like that was genuinely the stuff of nightmares. He started sprinting towards the van. I jumped out so fast I hit the floor rolling, then got up and ran as fast as I could towards my boyfriend's car. "We're getting the fuck out of here, let's go, let's fucking go," I yelled as I slammed the door shut. I called the cops as we sped away, and explained everything, from discovering Gary's notebook and the secret door to the boxes in Martin's van. Greg and Martin were promptly arrested. The cops discovered refrigerators full of boxes of human organs underneath the locker room, and they were charged with organ trafficking and money laundering. They had been smuggling them as part of a larger operation, and distributing them to buyers around the country from the dark web. Gary was a mentally disabled man who had been an employee at the gas station before I joined. For a while, I worried about Gary's safety, but that concern didn't last long. He was found and arrested the next day. Turns out, he wasn't just a bystander. He had been coerced into the operation, fully complicit in the horrors unfolding behind that hidden door. Maybe the law will go easier on him, given that his brain never matured past that of a 6-year-old. But there's one detail I doubt they'll overlook. Greg didn't fire him out of pity or frustration. He fired him when he caught him stealing and eating the organs. I guess I should clarify a few things. I work in the OR with my mom at a small Catholic-owned hospital in Utah. We've been bought out by several companies several times, and every single time we are bought out, the company who buys our hospital goes bankrupt. The first few times it was kind of funny. After our last company, though, we've gotten tired of all the lawsuit junk mail showing up for different lawyers trying to get us the money we deserved. Whatever. I'm still paid hourly, and so is everyone else. They can take it up with the docs. God knows they were pissed. That's not necessarily the weirdest part about my job. I guess putting the pieces together, it might correlate with what's been happening in PEDS. It's like a cursed hospital, temporarily tamed by the Catholic organization which it belongs to. Regardless, I've always loved my job. I'm a CNA, or an orderly, cleaning and moving beds around, filling up fluid warmers, taking out garbage and sharps and instrument pans, turning over rooms. I'm the everything person. This all started when we got the stupid O-arm X-ray device. Radiology couldn't hold on to it because it was so massive, and our managers told us that we couldn't move it around otherwise we could break it. The damn thing cost $1.3 million, and none of us wanted to risk being the one to break it. So naturally we put it in our biggest operating room, or 5. Unfortunately, this posed another problem for us. We had nowhere to put the Jackson table, our main operating table for complex spine surgeries. On top of that, we had nowhere to put anything. You see, the O-arm was so large that it practically pushed everything in the back of or 5 out the door. When we confronted our managers about our situation, they gave us the simple answer of, just store them in PEDS for now. PEDS is short for the pediatric wing, located within our abandoned COVID-19 isolation wing. It's a long ways away from the OR, and as a 4 feet 11 inches 19-year-old girl, I wasn't going to move thousands of pounds worth of equipment all the way down there on my own. So they paired me with a nurse who was floating around the OR at the time, and known for being the muscle of our department. We'll call him Mac. That day, I was already exhausted and sleep deprived, and it was barely 7 in the morning when our managers sent us to do the task. Mac was grumpy, as he typically is in the morning, and always with me. So I suggested we grab a coffee at the hospital coffee place to get amped up. He huffed at me and reluctantly agreed. Mac and I don't exactly have the greatest relationship. Before I started dating my current boyfriend, I was a bit of a papa chaser. Mac is divorced with 2 children, and we spent a lot of time talking. He became like my therapist. And then, I fell in love with him. Of course, that freaked him out, because 1, my mom is his best friend, and 2, he's 23 years older than me. And while Mac was a bit of a womanizer, cradle snatching wasn't really his style. So he told my mom. Cue the 4 months of awkward silence and bitter small talk. I wasn't bitter, but he expected me to be, so he became hostile back. Every time I asked for help, it was met with attitude. Every time I asked, it was met with sarcasm. Mac went from someone I absolutely loved to someone I hated. Then, he went from someone I hated to someone I feared with my life. As we sipped down on our coffee, he remarked, "That's not even real coffee. You drink straight sugar. You know how many calories that is?" I could care less about how many calories is in it, old man. It's couldn't care less. You couldn't care less. Why are you so mean to me? I'm correcting you. Can I not do that? Correct this, I say, flipping him off. I'll break that damn finger off. Quit that, he says sternly, and I close up. And I'm not mean to you. You know why things are like this now. I roll my eyes. I'm dating Jackie. Get over yourself. I take another sip of my coffee. Sure, but you were still making moves on me. Mary, have you not once considered taking responsibility for that? You could have gotten me in a world of trouble, and I still haven't gotten a direct apology for it. It's not like this is just magically over because you moved on. He looks down at me, and I feel my face get hot with embarrassment. I'm bad at apologies. Yeah, but you didn't. You ran to my mommy like a little bitch. I say, my embarrassment swallowing me whole. I know Mac wants to bark back at me, but he holds his composure, as we're still in our baby blue scrubs and there are patients around us. We can talk about this another time, and do not call me a bitch. You have no idea how much stress you caused me. He tosses his empty cup of black roast coffee into the trash, and stands up off the lobby chair. He turns around and begins to walk back to the oar, and I cuss and mutter at him under my breath as I chase behind him like a duckling. My close friends at work were all at breakfast, so it really was go time before all the surgery cases started to get everything hauled down to PEDs. Mac and I started with the 7D spine camera, a Hulk-sized machine we use once in a blue moon, and pushed the beastly device down through isolation and into PEDs, where Mac badged the two of us in. Hey, this badge reader is before my time. I'm gonna need to borrow yours, I said to Mac as he parked the 7D machine into the first room we found. There was a small baby cradle inside splattered with a black substance, and we parked the 7D next to it and plugged it in. The black substance seemed to be dripping from the ceiling, and it smelled strongly like cleaning chemicals in the room. We look at it for a second in disgust, and then to each other. Gross. We should have them put a work order in, see that? Mac says, handing me his badge and looking up at the ceiling, almond eyes wide like quarters. Yeah, maybe find a place further down in PEDs to park the 7D, while I go grab the Jackson table. I can do it on my own, I just need help with some of the tele stuff. I reply to Mac. Okay, sounds fine. Mac says, unplugging the 7D and beginning to pull the machine away from the wall. Fuck, this place gives me the heebie-jeebies. I nod in agreement and back out of the room, my chest beginning to feel uneasy. The dark rooms of the pediatric wing occasionally flickering to light. The dingy, mildewy smell. I've seen things, all sorts of things in the OR, but nothing made me feel quite like I wanted to vomit like this place did. Right before I scanned my badge to open the exit door of PEDs, I could have sworn I heard 3 distinctly different voices. I stopped in front of the door and hushed my breath to listen. That's when I made them out. A female toddler saying, "Mommy, I want water." A baby fussing into a panicked cry, and a young boy repeating, "You're not my dad. You're not my dad. You're not my dad." I turned around, only to see Mac's faded silhouette pulling the 7D with ease down the distant and dusty hallway of PEDs. I heard his familiar smoker coughing a few yards away, which filled me with relief. I hated the guy, but he was a familiar in a place where I felt what I can only describe as absolute terror. The lock clicked and the doors slowly opened when I badged out, letting me out into the safety of the rest of the hospital. The isolation wing was abandoned, but not nearly as unsettling as PEDs. I hurried back to the OR with Mac's badge to retrieve the Jackson table, when I ran into my coworker Diane. "Hey, are you still on breakfast?" I asked her. "No, what's up?" "I just need help moving the Jackson table back into PEDs. It's big and I told Mac I could do it myself, but honestly it's kind of a pain in the ass to do alone." Diane agreed to help me, and we entered OR 5, putting on our masks as our peers had already begun to open the sterile supplies. "We're a bit behind, sorry," I say as we pull the table out, and the tech in the room just laughs and brushes us off. We move the table out of the OR and begin to move it through the hallway. That's when I started to smell the burning. I quickly asked Diane if she smelled burning as we badged into isolation, and she replied no, then asked me if I was smelling burnt toast. I said no, it smelled like when you burn bacon. We stopped for a second and smelled around, then came to the conclusion that her nose was probably stuffy, and that I was probably smelling something from the hospital cafeteria. And they double the price of our lunch for what? Just to burn the damn food? Please. Diane says when we arrive to PEDs. Right? Figures. Hey, I have to use Mac's badge. That's how long it's been since we've even used this shitty place. Funny how that is. We're still 8 million in the hole, yet can afford to have millions of dollars of equipment never get used and sit collecting dust in this abandoned wing. And how we can even afford to have an entire abandoned wing to begin with. Diane says as I press Mac's badge to the scanner. It doesn't recognize it. I scan it again. Nothing. Huh, I swear it worked when we badged in the first time. I say, let me try. I've been here for 5 years. Diane says, putting her badge up to the scanner. It doesn't take. Shiite. Welp, we're gonna have to ask the bosses for one of their badges. I say, well, I kinda have to start setting up my room. I think Mac can help you cause he's already in there, but good luck, says Diane, and I wave her off back to the OR. I whip out my phone and think about taking a video of the wing to send to my boyfriend, who who loves weird, abandoned liminal spaces, when I hear a loud and aggressive pounding on the double doors to Peds. Inside is completely dark from where I'm standing, but the pounding startles me to the point where I physically can't approach the doors to peer inside. When the pounding stops, I exit my frozen state and slowly creep towards the door. Mac? Mac? Are you in there? I ask. Then the knocking resumes, harder and faster than ever, as if it could break the door down. So hard that I bolt out of isolation and back to the door as quickly as I can to get my boss. When I get there, trembling and in a sweat, I gently knock on my boss's door and she opens it. She sees me trembling in the legs, and I quickly explain my situation to her. Mac I think is stuck in Peds. He gave me his badge so I could get back in, but I can't. I need you to help me. I need the right badge. I say in a panic. Here, take my badge. I'm sure you can open it with this one. She says, handing me hers, and I look at her blankly. So go then? What are you waiting for? I couldn't explain to her the feeling I felt when I was there. It was goddamn awful is what it was. But I had to go back, if not to do my job, for Mac. So I swallowed my fear and went back to isolation and stood at the door in front of Peds. I was just being a baby. I thought to myself, I'm sure Mac is fine. But when I got back, the pounding had stopped and one light was on inside. Then the rest flickered on. I figured Mac had found his way around and was fine, so I badged in the door and it unlocked just fine. Mac? Hey, I need some help out here. Mac, I said, immediately making my presence known like a white girl in a horror movie. I didn't see or hear him, but smelled oxidized blood, pretty typical for the ore, but not Peds. It made my stomach more nauseous than before. I looked around in a few rooms for Mac, nothing. I kept searching, empty room after empty room, becoming more and more paranoid as I searched for Mac before exiting the final room of Peds and running face first into him like a brick wall as I turned around. I shrieked as loud as I could as I looked up at him, and he stared at me blankly in return. Oh my god, Mac, you gave me a fucking heart attack. I say, genuinely afraid and genuinely angry. I punch him and he doesn't reach to defend himself, just lets me hit him. My punch lands on his arm like hitting a sack of potatoes. It feels wrong and uncomfortable, but I brushed it off as just me being paranoid and also feeling guilty for hitting him. Mac continues to look at me without saying a word. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry about everything, about flirting with you, about everything with my mom, about hitting you. Can we just go back to normal? Can we just go back to being friends? I asked him, desperately and so spooked out of my mind I'm in tears. Mac continues to look at me and then smiles. You are my friend. He wheezes. We can go back to normal. It's like he's choking out the words, but he doesn't cough his typical smoker's cough, and his smile is too big for his firm Korean complexion. His eyes pierce my soul. It's uncomfortable to look into them for too long. Ha! Ha ha. Okay, sorry I'm such a weenie, I said as wrapped my arms around him. Weenie. He repeats back to me in a clearer tone. He sounds more like himself. Hey, don't call me a weenie. I laugh, and he looks at me. Ha ha. Ha ha. He repeats to me. My face drops. Okay, stop that, you're freaking me out. I say. Okay, he says, and stops smiling. I look at him for a second longer, with unease, but I figure he's just being weird. The smell of oxidized blood follows us all the way out the door, until we get fresh air and move the Jackson table back into one of the other rooms. The feeling of the pediatric wing doesn't bother me much anymore now that I'm with him, until I get close to the closed door where Mac put the 7D. When I go to put something in there, Mac grabs my arm and pulls me away without a word. I didn't want to upset him, as we were finally back on good terms, so I never protested. But something inside me wanted to see what was on the other side of the door. When we were on our last run back to Peds, dropping off things we don't use much like the sauna pet, I tried to get to the door when Mac wasn't looking. I pulled the sauna pet close to the door with the 7D and reached for the handle when Mac grabbed me by the back of the neck. I'm sorry, okay? He said to me. I looked at him, wide-eyed and completely frozen in fear. The smell of oxidized blood returned as I made an uncomfortable eye contact with him. He turned me around forcefully. Back to normal, he said, and pulled me by the hair out of Peds. Over the course of the next few days, Mac didn't say much. In the break room, he would sit and listen, observe political discourse between our co-workers about the current state of the world until he had something to say in return. Diane and Jekka would talk to him about the gym and he would listen and nod. He stopped smiling weird, and began to laugh the way he used to laugh over time. His annoying Roadrunner laugh was completely and all the way there, so I figured he had to have been in a slump when we went into Peds that day. When Eddie asked him about his bass, he boasted about how expensive it was and how it was a limited edition, telling him all about the frets and how he needs a new G string. He was so convincing too, until someone found the body. On a day we had Dr. K in the OR, our main spine surgeon, Lori came to me and a few others in a panic. She rounded us up and brought us over to Peds in a hush. When we asked what all the fuss was about, she looked all around us and lowered her voice to a whisper. We needed imaging for the spine, so I went to look for the 7D, because we haven't used it and it would have come in handy for these fractures in the lower vertebrae. Lori's voice began to waver. I watched her open the door to find Mac's corpse lying on the floor next to the 7D machine in the room. The body was weeks old, bloated, scrubs torn, and the face. Mac's face was charred off, as if it had been pressed against a gas stove until his skin caved to the burns. The corpse was unrecognizable, except for one minute detail that instantly signaled to me that it was Mac. The tattoo barely exposed on his side under his armpit. It was a tattoo of a sparrow. I'm the only person in our department who knows the tattoo because I used to stalk his Instagram, and he has a photo of himself shirtless flexing in the mirror, where you can clearly see the tattoo of the frail bird. In the frenzy of my co-workers gathering around and attempting to figure out who the charred and mangled corpse could be, I ran as fast as I could back to the OR, back to the break room where that thing wearing Mac's skin was lazily lounging around and scrolling through his phone, learning God knows what. If it was really Mac, he would remember the tussle we had. "Hey Mac," I said to it, and it looked up from his phone and smiled. "Mary, how you doing?" It replicated Mac's cheerful demeanor to the rhythm of which he would speak. "Can we go out to your car for a little? Have a little smoke break?" "Of course." It stood up from the couch and walked out with me. "I didn't know you smoked. Is that recent?" It asked me, and I tried to act casual. I won a film festival in high school for best acting. I'd better be convincing enough to get it to stay calm. "No, actually, been doing it a while." I lied through my teeth. Then the intercom activated and the woman over the intercom spoke. "Code yellow, pediatric wing." "Code yellow, pediatric wing." I saw Mac's face drop slightly. "Hey, you remember what code yellow was?" It asks me. I look at it. I stop for a second and look at my badge holder, which has all the codes on the back because mine was new. "Code yellow?" "Oh, it says hazardous material. Must have been that black stuff dripping from the ceiling when we dropped off the 7D. I say to it, "Yeah, you know that's probably it." Weird though. It says to me, "Thank God." It bought my lie. I get to Mac's car and we stand outside. It reaches into its pocket and pulls out a cigarette, offering me one. "Light me up," I say to it. We stand out there and smoke for a little while. "Mac, I've been meaning to ask. How do you feel about me? I thought we had something. Why did you go and tell my mom? We could have been great." "Mary, because I'm too old for you. You know I adore you. But you know, it's a matter of maturity and whatnot. You understand. You're gorgeous, and I'd absolutely do it if it weren't for the backlash." It takes another drag at the cigarette as police sirens approach the building. I knew it. I knew it wasn't Mac. The first thing Mac always says every time I bring up the subject is that he and my mom are best friends. "Yeah, I guess you're right. Hey, if it's too much to ask, can I maybe see your back muscles one more time? I just think they're so hot and like, you know." I say, beginning to pick at my skin. Mac laughs and leans against his car, flicking the butt of his cigarette away. He folds his arms and grins that uncanny grin again, for the first time in weeks. "Code brown is hazardous material," he says to me. My heart drops to the pit of my stomach. He watches my eyes widen. He doesn't move or lunge at me as I'm frozen in fear, so as soon as I feel like I can, I run. I run back towards the building, back to where I'm safe. He doesn't come after me, but his eyes follow me into the hospital until I can no longer see him through the windows. A few weeks later, the police successfully identified the body as Mac's. They asked us a few questions and attempted to track down the imposter. Said imposter never showed back up after my encounter with him at his car. His children were handed over to their mother, and the emptiness of the OR without Mac began to set in. I felt horrible, miserable. I never got to tie up those loose ends with him because I was a coward, and because I was stubborn. I gave that thing my apologies. My boyfriend Jackie was preparing for his trip to Japan, so I would have some time to think about the events that transpired over the next 3 weeks on my own. I still lived with my dad, so maybe it would be a good thing to get us talking again and not feeling like two strangers in the same home. My brother has had to keep me company because of the recurring nightmares I have every night, which I'm grateful for, but ultimately a 17-year-old teenage boy can only do so much for his older sister before he gets tapped out. A few minutes after my dad and brother left to the gym, I got a knock on my door. When I opened it, Jackie was standing outside in sweats and a t-shirt. I smiled and gave him a hug, and we didn't even need to exchange words. We just felt it. I'm going to miss you in Japan, baby. Ooh, make sure to take this too. You need it for the photos, I said, handing him my little Lego figurine of myself that I send with my friends for all their trips. I'm going to miss you too, baby, he said and let go of me. My phone then began to vibrate. It was his sister calling. I declined the call and continued talking to Jackie, who seemed very dry with his responses. I began to get sensitive at his signs of rejection, and he responded, "You know I adore you. You understand." Jackie's sister called again, and I got frustrated and overwhelmed, and pulled myself away from Jackie. "I'm sorry, I need to take this," I said, and ran upstairs to my room and closed the door while Jackie waited patiently outside the front door, letting all the cold air in. "What's going on? Are you okay?" I asked as soon as I picked up the phone. It's Jackie. Oh God, he's dead, Mary. He's dead, and I don't know what to do, dash. I locked my bedroom door. Then the pounding began. My grandmother died when I was 6. About a week later, I realized something very important. It was by accident. We were in the living room. I was on the floor playing with my dolls and wishing my mom would play with me. Mom was seated on the couch, staring at the wall. She hadn't been talking much to me since grandmother died, or doing much of anything. I looked up at my silent mom, opened my mouth, and without knowing why, I said, "Grandmother says you should play with me." The response was wonderful. Mom's eyes widened and she looked at me, straight at me, seeing me. She got off the couch and knelt by me, hugged me and exclaimed, "Oh my darling daughter, grandmother said that to you," and then burst into sobs. Her face wet with tears, she picked up my doll and began moving it along the floor. After that, I knew that Mom would listen when grandmother asked her to do something. It was like grandmother had never died, when she used to make Mom give me a cookie. It must have been a month after that, and I just remembered something that grandmother had told me. I turned to Mom, opened my mouth, and said, "Grandmother said Aunt Viola was such a pretty child. Such a pity she became fat." Again, I got a wonderful response. Mom's eyes widened with shock. She knelt down by me, her eyes fully on me, and said, "Maya, how could you know that? When did grandmother say this to you?" I blinked. I couldn't remember well, and the look on Mom's face was a bit scary. Maybe grandmother said it to me those days I used to stay with her. When Mom was working, Mom would leave me with her at 2 and pick me up later when I was sleepy. Grandmother used to talk about fatness a lot, or maybe she said it some other time. "Yesterday," I said. "She said it to me yesterday. When we were at the park, looking at fat children." "Yes, that must be right. Mom and another woman were talking about fat children, like grandmother used to." Mom hugged me so tightly that I felt like my breathing would stop. Her tears felt warm on my neck and made my t-shirt damp. "Oh, my precious daughter," sobbed Mom. Mom told Aunt Viola what I had told her, and she asked me to tell Aunt Viola herself. "Look, Viola, I told you Mother is talking to us through Maya. Tell her, Maya. Tell your aunt what grandmother told you." I remember so well, looking at my mom, mother, and my aunt, their shining, desperate eyes. I opened my mouth and repeated, "Grandmother told me you were such a pretty child, Aunt Viola. Such a pity you became fat." Aunt Viola cried out as if punched, clapping her hand to her mouth. Mom beamed proudly at me, her special daughter who could talk to grandmother. Everyone knew I was special because I could talk to grandmother who told me things. My cousins treated me respectfully after that, even though I was the youngest, and even my uncles nodded at me when they came over for family dinner. My cousins tried to make me say other things I had heard from dead people. I would start to say something, but then Mom and Aunt Viola told them off. "It's not a party trick. Stop bothering Maya." And then one day, when I was 10, one of my cousins, actually my favorite cousin, Aria, told me that her father hurt her. I knew I had to stop it. After all, wasn't I special? And wasn't Aria the nicest to me? I waited for the next family dinner. Then I opened my mouth and spoke up. "Uncle," I said clearly. The voices fell quiet. Everyone knew that tone meant that grandmother had a message for someone. "Uncle," I repeated. Grandmother said you need to stop hurting my cousin. There was silence. Uncle made a sort of noise. So did Mom. Then I gasped. It was like I couldn't breathe. I cried out, clutching my throat. The air rippled and heaved. Through the thick, darkening air, I could see everyone's face blurry, staring at me, not moving. I gasped again, and my throat seemed to close up, and I felt like I had the worst possible sore throat. For a flash instant, I saw Grandmother in the darkness that was closing in on me. I was trying to scream, but no sound came from my mouth. Then it was over. I opened my eyes, standing very still at the dinner table, holding on to the back of the chair. My throat was still very sore, but the unbearable pain had passed. I made a noise, but no words came out. After that dinner, I could never speak again. And even after I learned to communicate with no voice, I never, ever talked about Grandmother and Grandmother's children ever again. My cousin Aria and I left our family home when we could, and we never went back. I won't go into detail why I was thrown out of my house at 16. Financial problems / I came from a poor family. Mom and Dad wanted me to get a job, and I wanted to stay in school, so that caused arguments. I also made the mistake of revealing to them an intimate part of myself I should have kept fucking hidden. Look, I won't say being on the street was better, but being away from that toxic environment was like a breath of fresh air. I lived in a pretty big town, and there were a lot of kids living on the streets. I did try and find somewhere at first. I stayed in hotels with my last remaining cash, but then I found myself with the option of eating or starving. I was very stubborn at 16. I hated asking for handouts, and just the idea of asking my school for help was like losing. I didn't want my friends and teachers to know about my situation, so I dropped school. Again, I was a stupid, stubborn kid. I obviously should have asked for help, but back then teachers didn't care. Kids in my school were severely bullied, and nothing ever changed. They were there to teach, and that was it. So, the thought of telling them I was fucking homeless just wasn't happening. I didn't want their pity. I didn't want their attempt to try empathize with me when in reality, they did not give a fuck. So yes, I ended up on the streets. But there was a community of us. We were all in the same situation. Thrown out for the same reasons. Toxic and abusive parents or significant others. So, all we had were each other. I've seen homeless kids depicted on TV / movies as scrappy pickpockets. That's a lie. The kids who I hung with weren't brave enough to pickpocket. If they saw cash / food / anything they wanted hanging around unclaimed, they would snatch it up. The pickpocket thing is just the media glamorizing the idea of being a street kid, turning them into a fun, quirky group of teenage criminals trying to survive. The reality is a lot more depressing. I ended up in a group of kids on the south side of our town. Ben, the leader of our gang, was the latest to disappear. Look, I didn't believe in the child catcher rumors. I thought they were just stories, but it became evident someone was actually kidnapping street kids. I may have come from a toxic house, but I was sheltered. I didn't think things like that existed. I had never been in the type of situation when they could exist. Kidnapping was like a foreign concept to me. It only happened in movies and cartoons. But then familiar faces I knew started to disappear. Carly, a street performer who was trying to earn enough money to leave town. Jason, the weird kid with the eye patch who tried to steal my phone. These kids weren't friends, but they felt comfortable. They felt like a community, even when I wasn't personally close with them. Carly always smiled at me, offering me fresh donuts some old man handed her in the morning. Jason was always skulking around the music stores, asking for change. Every time I saw him, we talked about things that didn't even matter. But talking to him made me feel less alone. When Jason disappeared, that normalcy I'd gotten used to started to fade. I looked for him, but his familiar purple woolen hat had vanished. Carly was always singing under the bridge every afternoon. I could hear her voice while snoozing in the park entrance. She sounded like an angel. With her gone, I felt colder than usual. I couldn't get warm no matter how many times I rubbed my hands together and stuck them under my coat. I had holes in my socks and shoes, and the freezing chill was creeping into my bones. Carly's disappearance really shook me, especially when several days later, a guy took her spot with his guitar, screaming out painfully bad reimaginings of pop songs. When Ben vanished, I started taking word of mouth more seriously. He's been taken by the white van, was the rumor floating around. Apparently, some kid saw Ben getting dragged into a white van. This kid was also known to say BS to get attention, but his claim was actually believable. Ben, Carly, Jason, and the other missing kids were last seen at the homeless shelter. So the place where kids were vanishing wasn't exactly ideal. But it did have hot soup and coffee, as well as a place to charge my phone, so I risked it. The homeless shelter was where most kids hung out every day. I used the mostly broken facilities to shower, use the bathroom, and try to make connections with kids who were well known. It was pretty much a survival instinct at this point. If I was going to survive on the streets, I needed people I could count on. I had this constant need to get my name out there, just in case I was one of the missing. But it turns out, not all homeless kids play nice. I won't go into detail, but there were a lot of names I thought I could trust, and quickly learned that I couldn't fucking trust anyone. I got my first phone stolen, and then my shoes were snatched while I was sleeping. I was definitely hardened after a while on the streets. So when Charlie came along, I basically told him to go fuck himself. All of the connections I made just lost me cash, food, and my shit. The worst thing you can be as a street kid is nice. If you want to be left alone, you have to make it very fucking clear. Without Ben's leadership, things went off the handle. I was quickly labeled as a naive bastard who F/W anyone. Most of my spots were compromised, so I had no choice but to once again risk the homeless shelter. My initial plan was to grab food and coffee and make a run for it. I had the town library as a safe spot until 4 p.m., and after 10, the guy who owned the Chinese takeout begrudgingly let me sleep in his doorway. I think he felt sorry for me, but at this point I was too fucking cold to care about pride. The volunteers in the soup kitchen were my age. I didn't know them, thankfully, but I was eager to get out of there. The food was a choice of cold curry or soup. I chose soup and a chunk of stale bread. The coffee was always lukewarm, but it was coffee. I wasn't going to complain. I was trying to eat it as fast as I could without burning my mouth, when a kid I can only describe as the human embodiment of a golden retriever slid next to me, grasping his own bowl of soup. With dark brown hair under his hood and freckled cheeks, not to mention his expensive jacket and shoes. I knew the streets would eat him alive. This kid looked like he'd stepped right out of a perfect suburban home. He had a mommy and daddy, and a perfect fucking life. Lucky him. I was having a hard time taking in his expensive clothes. Yes, his hair was greasy and his clothes were slightly discolored, holes in his gloves, dirt smearing his face, so he was clearly sleeping rough. But this guy was asking to get his branded coat stolen. "Take that off," I said through a mouthful of stale bread. That was all I could say. I didn't want to say hi, because *hi was an invitation to join me. I was on my third phone, and I wasn't taking any chances with this kid. 2 years of fucking with the wrong people. I was done. I nodded at his jacket, and he looked confused. "Huh. Put it in your backpack, idiot." I was just warning him of my past mistakes. I did have my dad's expensive watch, and some shoes I bought with money from a summer job before I left home. I lost both of them because I failed to hide them. Elizabeth and Mari, 2 older girls I thought I could trust, were now proud owners of my shit. The guy had this docile look on his face, eyes wide like a fucking deer. I had no idea how he had survived this long. If he was sleeping in the shelter, yes, it was safer and warmer, but it also made him a target for kidnapping. "Unless you want to lose it," I added, finishing my soup. The guy continued eating, completely unbothered. "Your jacket," I said directly. I didn't lose my patience much, but this guy was testing me. "Take it off, or you will lose it." After being fucked around with by Ben's asshole friends, it felt strangely good to be an asshole back to a total stranger. The kid hesitated before pulling off his jacket and backpack, awkwardly yanking off the jacket and stuffing it inside his bag. Then he sat there shivering like an idiot, and I gave up and offered him one of my spare sweaters. Street kids usually wanted something in return, and I was waiting for his proposition. Instead, he said, "Thanks," and pulled it on. "I'm Charlie." He introduced himself when I stood to leave, grabbing my own pack. I told him I didn't ask, and that it was nice meeting him. When he followed me, I thought we were just going the same direction. But then I took a turn down an alleyway, and his footsteps hesitated before coming after me. I was all ready to get him to beat it, but looked lost. He had this look on his face, like he was trying and failing to look intimidating. This kid didn't look like he was going to steal my shit while I was sleeping. I didn't officially ask him to join me. It just sort of happened. When I got back to my spot, he dropped his pack and started unrolling his sleeping bag next to mine. I took advantage of his kindness, that innocence that was yet to be drained from him by every stone-cold night that never seemed to end. Midnight and dawn felt like centuries apart, and I was never warm enough. My toes were always numb, my fingers losing all feeling. The worst part was when I didn't have enough to eat, so I started fantasizing. But Charlie never lost that stupid fucking smile. Even when he was freezing to death, I told him to grab us food for the night, and he came back with 2 pizza rolls and a can of soda to share. I asked him how he'd gotten them, and he shrugged with a grin. This kid expected me to play along with his cryptic games every time he did something vaguely helpful. I didn't care how he'd gotten them. I was just thankful. I started to see Charlie as less of a nuisance and more of a friend. Charlie was loud and obnoxious, and drove me insane with his dreams of getting out of town and his situation. But he made me smile, even in freezing temperatures. He never told me about why he was on the streets. Instead, he always changed the subject back to me. I didn't realize how self-centered I was until I spilled my entire life story to him. And when he opened up about himself, I started talking about myself once again. In a way, I think I saw it like a competition. Oh, your life is bad? Well, this happened to me. I waited for him to get frustrated or angry, but he just listened. He always listened. It was snowing when the 2 of us sat shivering on a wall, our legs dangling. I don't remember whose genius idea it was to sit in sub-zero temperatures, but I remember enjoying the icy breeze on my face. Everything was covered in white. I don't think I should have enjoyed snow. It was extremely fucking easy to freeze to death in these conditions. But it was also snow, and I was still a stupid kid. I still liked snow. Charlie was, as usual, being his chipper self. He scored us a pack of chips to share, so we were passing it back and forth. My hands were so numb I couldn't even feel the chips. I just stuffed them in my mouth. Do you believe in angels, Finn? That question caught me off guard. Charlie's gaze was glued to a little girl perfecting a snow angel in front of us. The answer was no. I didn't believe in God. Any gods. Any religion. If God existed, or the angels, my parents wouldn't have kicked me out for liking guys. In the earlier days, I prayed for help. I had the stupid idea that my mom would actually hunt me down and take me back home. But God didn't exist, at least not to me, and I was tired of pretending. I didn't respond to Charlie, and his head dropped onto my shoulder. I jerked back, swallowing a hiss. I shoved him away, and for the first time since I'd met him, his smile started to fade. Sorry, he muttered, rubbing his hands together. Charlie seemed to notice our proximity, shuffling away from me. He said I was warm, and I hated myself for shouting at him, because he was fucking warm too. I liked the feeling of his head on my shoulder. He felt safe and warm, and the closest thing I had to a home. I jumped off the wall, making an excuse to distance myself. I think I told him I was going to the shelter to try to find warm clothes from the lost and found. Charlie didn't reply, only jerking his head in a nod. He told me he'd be right there when I got back, and his words settled my twisting gut, the growing lump in my throat. I used my time away from him to come to terms with my feelings, and instead of pushing them away, like I had done for so long, suppressing and fucking swallowing them down, I realized I wanted Charlie to stay with me. Charlie was home. I had barely known this kid for a few months, and yet with him, I didn't feel cold anymore. I went back to the wall, ready to apologize to Charlie, but to my surprise, he was gone. I figured he'd gone searching for food since it was almost around dinner time, so I waited. I waited until the sky was dark, and I was so fucking cold my bones ached. I noticed an old man who was playing chess with pigeons earlier. Charlie had pointed him out, laughing at one particular pigeon who seemed too self-aware. I hurried over to him. Did you see me earlier? I twisted around, pointing at the wall the 2 of us sat on. The man nodded. Oh, you're looking for your friend? He slid another chess piece across the board. I believe he walked away with a man a few hours ago now. What man? I felt like I was going to puke. I asked him to describe the guy, but the old man shrugged. I have bad eyes, kid. It was just a man. Late 40s, I think. His expression softened when my stomach crawled into my throat. Are you all right? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a sour candy, dropping it into my hand. You should go home now, kid. I'm sure your parents are worried about you. Again, I asked him to describe this man, this time through my teeth. But the old guy just turned back to his one-man chess game. I think part of me was in denial. I went back to our sleeping spot, expecting Charlie to be there, already comfortable in his sleeping bag, talking about optimistic BS. But he wasn't. I ran back to the shelter with his name choked in my mouth. I was living my own personal nightmare, being snatched into the night, and nobody even knowing my name. I just got weird looks, kids looking progressively more freaked out. I wouldn't accept it at first. Charlie could have been anywhere. But the longer I waited for him in all of our spots, it became clear that Charlie was just another missing street kid who was there 1 minute and gone the next. He was another Ben, another Carly, but this time I made the mistake of getting to know him. He was more than a name. Charlie was my friend. I asked strangers if they'd seen him. Passers-by looked me up and down like I was dirt on their shoe. These people had places to be. They didn't care about some faceless kid disappearing from the street. I already knew what they were thinking when they offered pitiful smiles and said things like, "Sorry, I don't know. I can't help you, kid. I'm sure he's out there somewhere." They were wondering why Charlie was sleeping rough in the first place. Why he didn't just get help. I'm going to tell you the hardest thing I've come to realize. It's easy to be numb on the streets. Easy to shut down. Easy to forget to mourn, because it was too fucking cold. I didn't forget about Charlie, but I did bury him, so I wouldn't forget how to survive. So a month later, I thought I was fucking hallucinating when I saw that all too familiar jacket. The one I told him multiple times to keep out of sight. It was snowing again, and it was thick and wet, clinging to my jeans. I was trying to find a patch of concrete free of snow to dump my sleeping bag. I scored hand warmers from one kid who was nice enough to offer them for a DS I'd found. There he was. Somehow, Charlie was standing in the middle of an empty road in dead of night. I didn't question why or how. I just hugged him, mentally promising myself I would never let him go again. Charlie was so warm. His coat was thicker, and his backpack was nowhere to be seen. "Where did you go?" I demanded, shoving him back. Charlie just smiled, and I noticed his pocket and iPhone sticking out. I think I was about to laugh, wondering just how he'd managed to get an iPhone, when a clammy hand suddenly clamped over my mouth. Warm arms wrapped around my torso and yanked me back. I screamed, but my cries were muffled, the hand clamping tighter until I couldn't fucking breathe. I remember being violently dragged back, my feet stumbling, my body struggling to stay upright. I was dragged halfway down the street, hoisted onto a stranger's shoulders, and dumped into the back of an awaiting van. It didn't feel like it was happening to me. All those nights I had nightmares about being the next kid snatched away. I never thought it would be me. I couldn't even cry out, my body felt paralyzed. I was dragged backwards through snow, and then I was on my knees on the ice-cold flooring of a van jerking left to right, staring at shutters being pulled down like I was an animal. I dived forward, but I was trapped. "I'm sorry, Finn." Charlie's voice pricked the silence. The back of the van was so cold, and the smell was already there, potent, a thick, rotting decay. "But you're the perfect body and shape for my father," he said, his voice deadpan and wrong. "I hope this doesn't change things between us," he whispered. His voice was different, taunting and cold, sending shivers down my spine. "We're still friends, right?" I fucking screamed at him. That bastard. He played the role so well, I should have fucking applauded him. I slammed my fists into the shutters, but the ignition came to life, and the van jerked forward, sending me stumbling back. I dropped to my knees, choking on the stink of decay. I didn't want to look. The light was too bright, too invasive, scorching the chill from my skin. I stayed on my knees until the smell got so bad, I had to fucking look. In front of me were bodies. Most of them were faceless, with no features, skin already crumbling from bones jutting out. One of them caught my eye, lying at the bottom of the pile. Ben. His skin was gray, dried blood staining his face, painting his clothes. I was already trying to roll him onto his front, so I didn't have to look at him. His eyes were open, like he was still alive. I shoved him onto his stomach, and something sour crawled up my throat, my stomach revolting. I thought I was seeing things, but no. When I reached forward, my fingers touched them, the twisted, feathery appendages protruding from twin slits cruelly sliced into a jutting spine. I shuffled back, a cry clawing from my throat. Wings. They were rotten, decaying, the wings of a bird, or something else, spliced with his flesh. I could see where his back had been cut open, all the way down his spine. Ben was dead. His wings were dying, festering inside a body that was ice-cold and alone, where he would never be found. That thought was quick to hit me. Just like me. Carly's short brown curls were buried under another corpse, a much younger kid. I could still see the pale blue of her coat, her yellow hat still frozen to her head. Carly had one singular wing sticking from her back, while the rest of her rotted away. I tripped over something, Carly's backpack. I could glimpse Jason's kicks sticking out from the pile. I couldn't look. They had names. They were real kids. Carly, Ben, Jason. They existed, even if this world was so obsessed with fucking erasing them. Finn. Charlie's whisper slipped through the shutters. I held onto his voice, willing it to be him. "Charlie, do you believe in angels?" He asked me once again. He still had that voice, that innocent, chipper tone I fell for. But there was an unmistakable twisting madness clinging to every word. I didn't respond. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. After a while, his voice stopped trying to get my attention. I just sat, freezing cold, my arms around my knees. I was gonna fucking die. I kept looking at the kids who vanished, their bodies twisted and contorted into a cruel fantasy. The van stopped when I was falling asleep, jerking me awake. I heard footsteps outside. The shutters slid open, and in front of me, to my surprise, was a middle-aged woman. Her smile was kind, despite the gleam in her eye. She held out her arms, gesturing for me to come toward her. "It's okay, honey," she told me. "You're okay now." Charlie was standing next to her, his arms folded. "Careful," he muttered, nudging her. I saw his lip curl in disgust. Illuminated in the van's headlights, I saw who really was, a spoiled, psychotic kid playing with his toys. Charlie mockingly stepped back. "He might attack you." Behind him stood a towering man, holding a gun, pointing it between my eyes. I had no choice, letting them pull me from the van. The man was quick to slip a shot into the back of my neck, which turned my body to lead. I was lifted into someone's arms. I remember they were warm. The last thing I remember is a bright light getting closer. I don't know how long I was out for. Long enough to get an actual, proper sleep. When I opened my eyes, I was staring at the sun peeking through gaps in a wooden door, my head turned at an awkward angle. It looked like I was in some kind of farmhouse. I could see piles of hay and horse shit in the corner. I was lying on my stomach, my wrists pinned down. The pain crept in slowly, at first a dull thud, before slamming into me, agonizing lightning bolts striking down my spine. So fucking painful, my vision blurred and feathered, losing focus. I've had sensory issues since I was a kid, and I could feel the entirety of my upper back had been split open. I could feel my own blood dripping down my skin, and something cruel and sharp forcing flaps of flesh apart. The thought of being cut open was enough to send me into fucking hysteria. I remember screaming until my throat was raw, until I passed out again. This time a mercy. The pain wouldn't leave, pulling me into agony, and then letting me go. When I came around for the second time, I felt the ice-cold scalpel slicing into my back, but I didn't feel like I was cut open anymore. I felt a painful tugging when I tried to move. Stitches holding me together. "That's all finished," the man's voice sounded. "The body is almost ready." But when? That voice sent shivers creeping down my spine. "Charlie, you said that last time, and the last 3 angels died, Dad." I could sense his rolled eyes. "Admit that you're just killing them, and you actually have no idea what you're doing." "I said he's ready," the man grumbled. "So let him fly." Charlie groaned. "Come on, Dad, I want to see the angel fly." I was aware I was gasping into the cold surface of the surgical table. "His stitches are still fresh," the man said. "When he's ready, you can play with him." I was left alone after that. Hours. Then a full day. But I wasn't hungry anymore. I was thirsty. I didn't sleep. I was trying to find the best position to lie in, on my side, when footsteps startled me. "Hey, Finn." Charlie's voice was an excited whisper. I felt his warm fingers tiptoe down my back before reaching for my restraints. He pulled them apart, helping me up, and I immediately dragged my hand down my back, where I was sure I'd touch my ugly, protruding spine. But instead, I felt smooth skin. Slowly, I lowered myself off the table. Charlie was holding my backpack. "Here," he said excitedly, shoving it into my chest. "Dad says I'm not allowed to let you go yet, but I'm too impatient." His eyes never left my back. Without responding, I took my backpack, shoved past him, and broke into a sprint. I pushed through the doors of the farmhouse and kept running. I expected to be grabbed and pulled back, but I wasn't. Charlie just stood there watching me, grinning, an inhuman grin stretched across his face. I didn't stop until I couldn't breathe, until I was on my knees, on some unfamiliar road in the middle of nowhere. I was picked up by a woman who offered to take me to the sheriff's station. She gave me hot tea and food, but I declined both. I wasn't hungry, and my body didn't feel like my own. When we got into town, and I was sure I knew where I was, I dived out of her car. I went to the restroom, pulled off my shirt, and ran my fingers down my back. I could feel them. Something was moving under my skin, twitching, like they were alive. When I gingerly touched my skin, I could feel tiny stitches all the way down my spine. Part of me wondered what would happen if I ripped them open. After a single restless night on the street, I realized I couldn't fucking do it anymore. I ended up asking for help when the pain in my back kept me up at night. I could feel them physically trying to push through my skin, straining against my spine. I couldn't sleep on my back or my side. The best sleeping position was lying on my stomach. Winter moved into spring, and I felt like I was dying. I couldn't eat, and I was weak. I think it was luck, maybe a miracle. I walked into one of my old teachers, Mrs. W. She didn't ask about my situation, but she did offer a place to stay. That was the best thing about Mrs. W. No matter how much I knew she wanted to ask, she never invaded my privacy. She saw the scars on my back, saw me puke up everything I ate, but she didn't speak. Mrs. W. asked me if I wanted to share anything with her, and I said, no. If anyone knew what was inside my back, I'd be sliced open again. I was 19 at this point, and I was tired and in too much pain to care about accepting handouts. Mrs. W. let me sleep in her spare room. She offered me food, but I could never eat it. I could only drink water, and even that was hard to stomach. She took me to the emergency room to get my back checked out, but after I suffered a panic attack at the thought of opening up to a doctor, she promised no hospitals. The pain got worse. It fucking laughed at medication. It got so bad, one night, I stood on the roof of Mrs. W.'s house and let the pain take over, ripping through me, until something was splitting my spine, sending me to my knees. I could feel them coming through, breaking through my skin. They felt wrong and awkward, like additional limbs. I panicked, and with shaking hands, forced the twitching things back into twin slits. That did relieve the pain. I still couldn't eat or drink, but I started to feel human again. Mrs. W. offered to send me back to school, and I did. I went back to finish high school. The eating/drinking thing got easier. I think my body just got used to it. After school, I got into community college, and Mrs. W. helped me buy my first place. I grew up with the gnawing feeling that something wasn't right with me. The pain was still agonizing, and at times I would have to rip open the stitches and let them free. I've never once tried to figure them out, because I'm fucking terrified of them. I'm 29 now. I live far away from my hometown. I have a boyfriend and an apartment, and I finally feel human again. Last night, I was waiting for a train home. It was freezing, and already I could feel my back twitching, pain starting to gnaw at me. It's worse these days. Not just the pain. I'm sleepwalking. I'll find myself blocks away from my house, with no recollection of how I got there. I don't know why I'm no different from my teenage self. I still don't want to ask help, because whatever is inside me isn't fucking human. So, I kept my mouth shut. There was a homeless girl slumped in the corner of the platform. I've made it my goal. Whenever I see a homeless kid, I point them to the nearest shelter. And when they roll their eyes at me, I offer to take them there myself. I don't leave them until I know these kids are safe. Yes, they can be difficult. They're a lot more vocal these days. Kids hate authority figures, especially authority figures that failed them. But I want to make it clear to them that they can ask for them. And there I ask help. I was already halfway across the platform when I glimpsed familiar brown curls nestled under a green beanie. I knew it was him. He was wearing that exact same jacket, clinging to a wider frame. He was taller, his face more matured, with a 5 o'clock shadow, talking loudly on an expensive phone. I took my eyes off of the girl for 1 second. 1 second. I turned back to her, and she was gone. Just like that. When I searched the crowd, I caught her blonde ponytail behind her. A man pulling her through strangers. I started forwards when someone pulled me back. No, Finn. Charlie's voice was in my ear, suddenly. She has the perfect shape and body for my father, he murmured. His voice kept me paralyzed, while the girl was getting further and further away, before becoming a speck, and then bleeding into nothing. I want to see you fly, Finn, Charlie whispered. I twisted around, and he was gone. When I left the train station, sitting on a bench was his old threaded backpack. Nothing inside, but I know why he left it. He's telling me he's watching me. Charlie is bragging that he's taking more kids right in front of me. I've looked everywhere for the girl, and I can't find her. When I asked a group of street kids, they were defensive, clearly not trusting me, before I warned them someone was kidnapping them. They told me 3 guys and a girl, the blonde, have all vanished. I asked when, and that's when they started getting suspicious. They left without telling me, and I've spent the last week looking for these kids. The only way I'm going to find these kids is to find the sick bastard who took me. Before he does to them what he did to Ben, Carly, and Jason. And me. Daryl grinned, opened his mouth, and planted a second 3-inch needle onto his tongue, rolling it around the surface like a cherry stem he was preparing to tie into a knot. Left to right, right to left. Right to left, left to right. I followed the needle, helplessly transfixed by the rhythm of the movement. After a few seconds, he let the needle rest, now sticky and shimmering with saliva. I met his gaze, shaking my head no. Wordlessly, I pleaded with him, begged him to move out of the doorway and let me leave. He tilted his head back slowly, letting the golden barbs slide to the edge of his throat. All the while, he stared into my eyes, savoring the panic. Please, Daryl, I don't understand. For a moment, he seemed to come to his senses. Pivoted his jaw forward, placing his hand palm up in front of his mouth like he was going to spit the damn thing out. At the same time, the wildness in his features waned. The grin melted down his face like candle wax, and his lips stopped quavering. I saw the tiniest hint of fear behind his eyes, too. It's okay. Just give me my phone back. I can call an ambulance dash. Before I could finish my sentence, he winked, licking his lips playfully, cradling the needle in his creased tongue as he did. In an instant, Daryl's mania returned at a fever pitch. When I realized he had only been toying with me, pretending to hear reason, my heart sank. He flung his thick jowls towards the ceiling like he was throwing back a shot of whiskey, and the needle disappeared down his throat. His mouth sputtered, coughing and choking violently as the needle tore into his esophagus, blood rising up and pooling in his cheeks. The emotion driving his expression seemed to flicker, quickly swapping from hysteria to fear, and then back again in the blink of an eye. I couldn't help but imagine the sharp tip of the needle dragging down the inside of his throat like a rock climber digging their axe into the downward slope of a mountain, trying to slow the speed of their descent. Now I'll ask you again, Lenny, do you dash? His sentence was interrupted by a bout of coughing so vicious that it caused him to double over, creating slightly more space between his body and the door that he had been blocking. I bolted, reaching for the knob. Right as I was about to grasp it, he snapped his hip back, sandwiching my wrist between his waist and the metal frame. A series of audible crunches filled the air, and agony detonated in my wrist like a pipe bomb. I wailed and fell backwards onto the floor. The pain was unlike anything I'd experienced up to that point in my life. A vortex of fire and electricity churning in my forearm. Trying to stabilize the pulverized joint, I wrapped my other hand around my broken wrist, staring at it in disbelief. Daryl stepped forward from the doorway. Looming over me, he bent down and gently put a meaty finger to my lips, shushing my howls. Reluctantly, my gaze lifted from my wrist to his eyes. When I finally quieted completely, he started anew. You want to know why I'm doing this, Lenny? In his hand, he held out a black tin about the size of a matchbox, making a spectacle of showing me the details of the case like he was about to perform a magic trick. Golden stars and spirals covered the lid, forming a hypnotic pattern that straddled the line between purposeful and anarchic. He flicked the tin open with his thumb, revealing rows and rows of golden needles. They were thin, but that only made their ends appear sharper. Please, Daryl, I don't understand. Just stop. We can figure this out, please, I whimpered. His pace accelerated. 3 more needles onto his tongue, swallowed, fingers back into the tin. 5 more needles onto his tongue, swallowed, blood and saliva oozing over his trembling lips. On his last handful, Daryl didn't even bother to lay them all in the same direction. Some were parallel to his tongue, others were horizontal. A bramble of tiny golden harpoons that fought back every step of the way as he attempted to force them down his throat. He gulped, coughed, and wheezed, never looking away from me. So, I finally gave in to his game. I asked him, why are you doing this? Before he buckled over, blood spilling into the empty spaces in his abdomen from his stomach-turned pin cushion, Daryl whispered the 4 words that have haunted me for the last half-year. Words that played on an endless loop in my mind at the police station, in the courtroom, everywhere. He wheezed and laughed. Because you made me. Daryl and I were born on the same day, thousands of miles apart from each other. Cousins with very little in common. But the coincidence of our births connected us. Because it wasn't just that we were born on the same day. We were born on the same day, in the same hour, with the same minute listed on both of birth certificates. It may have been the same second, too. Of course, that's impossible to prove. Despite that bizarre synchronicity, our deliveries were quite different. I was born full term as planned, without a single complication. 38 weeks and a day of gestation, exactly as the doctor predicted. From what I'm told, my labor only lasted 15 minutes. I was alive and breathing before the morphine could even be brought to the room to help my mother weather the contractions. Painless, punctual, and healthy, Daryl was not blessed with my good fortune. My cousin was born 3 months early, practically out of the blue, and substantially underdeveloped. The doctors were baffled. My aunt had no risk factors for an extremely premature birth. Normally, there's some identifiable reason for it, whether it be placental abnormalities, drug abuse, or infection. But in his case, they couldn't find a single thing. He just appeared, exact same time as I did, down to the minute. Materialized from the pits of creation a whole season early, so that we could cross that threshold together. As you might imagine, babies born at 26 weeks of gestation don't enter this world healthy. He was physically underdeveloped for the demands of reality. Lungs don't fully develop until at least 36 weeks, so he only existed for about a minute before a breathing tube needed to be placed down his throat. His blood vessels were exceptionally fragile too. It was like blood was being transported through overcooked penne rather than strong, fibrous tubing. Because of that, he bled into his brain 12 hours after they put the breathing tube in. I was born 6 pounds, 2 ounces. Daryl wasn't even born with a pound to his name. Spent the first 5 months of his life in the neonatal intensive care unit, tethered to the location by the IVs and the feeding tubes like a dog leashed to a bike rack outside a bodega, waiting patiently for their owner to come back out with a pack of cigarettes so their life could continue. Despite those hurdles, he lived. No long-term issues other than blindness in his left eye. No biologic issues, at least. The synchrony of our births became a family legend overnight. A story told over Thanksgiving dinners, in grocery store parking lots, during the coffee break after Sunday service. Over and over and over again until the flavor had been drained from the story. Gum that had been chewed tasteless without being spat out. Because of that, no one treated us like cousins. When Daryl and his family moved into my town, we were treated like twins, which introduced an element of competition between the two of us. An inevitable game of comparison perpetuated by our parents. A game that I consistently won. Not that I was looking to beat him at anything. I was just living my life. My cousin never saw it that way, though. As a kid, Daryl was quiet, reserved and a little socially awkward, but overall considered polite and well-behaved. That disposition was a mask that he put on for everyone but me. In mixed company, my cousin was a bashful titan. Despite his bumpy start in this life, he well surpassed my lanky frame before we were even toilet trained. But when we were alone, he dropped the act, and I got to see the strange hate that festered behind it all. "Why did you pull me out?" he said, shoving an 8-year-old me to the floor of his bedroom. I shrugged my shoulders and swiveled my head side to side, tears welling in my eyes. I don't get what you mean," wiping the snot under my nose with the sleeve of my sweatshirt. "You know what I mean, Lenny. I was floating in the jelly, minding my own business. I wasn't hurting you. I wasn't hurting anyone. But you pulled me out, reached inside what wasn't yours and pulled me out. And now I'm wrong. I feel wrong all the time. My heart beats backwards, not forwards. Part of my head is still in the jelly, and that hurts. The ink follows me. I can see it with my blind eye. Wakes me up at night. Why did you do it?" Every interaction I had with Daryl, with no one else around, was like this. Nonsense accusations paired with threats of physical violence. I dreaded the occasions where he'd be capable of getting me alone. Holidays, birthdays, family reunions. They all inspired a burning, unspeakable worry that would smolder in my chest like a hot lump of coal. Thankfully, as we aged, I gained agency over my life. If I didn't want to be alone with Daryl, that was my choice. Once I was in high school, no one would just plop us in a room, close the door, and ask us to play nice. Eventually, my unhinged cousin became a distant trauma, fading into the white noise of adult life. I moved out, went to college, then to law school. Got a good job. Paid for a nice condo with the money from that job. From what my mom would tell me, Daryl still lived at home. Worked at a car wash. Still reserved, still quiet, still pleasant enough. Got in with the wrong crowd, though, apparently. Nothing to do with drugs, violence, or sex. It was something else. Despite being a notorious gossip, Mom never gave me any details. All she ever told me was that it was really scaring my aunt. After all that, she'd tell me how proud of me she was, and how she would brag to her friends about how much I made of myself. She'd never directly say it, but Mom only ever told me she was proud after expounding on how much of a fuck-up Daryl was. The implication was loud and clear. I was great, but I was especially great compared to my cousin, and that meant she was better than our aunt. I hated my mom's toxic pride. I pursued a career as a lawyer because I liked it, and it fulfilled me, but that didn't make me any better than Daryl. Life is not a game of prestige. It felt fucked up to enjoy my position, that much more on account of Daryl being seen as societally deficient, even if he tormented me as a child. I hoped that, whatever he was doing, however he was living his life, he was happy. More than that, though, I hated the comparison because it linked me with him. I just wanted to be my own person, left alone. When Daryl arrived on my doorstep with the tin of needles in his hand, I hadn't seen or heard from him in over a decade. Once he lost consciousness, I reached my uninjured hand into his jacket pocket to retrieve my phone. 911, what's your emergency? Minutes later, the EMTs rushed into my apartment and took over the resuscitation efforts, which was a tremendous relief. Between the shock, the terror, and the broken wrist, I'm sure my one-handed CPR was piss poor at best. As I was stepping out the front door, escorted by one of the EMTs, I noticed something violently peculiar. Next to Daryl's body, face now pale and blue from the blood loss, I spied the lid of the black tin lying next to his hand, but it looked different. What I saw made no earthly sense. Initially, I attributed the discordance to a false memory, but I know now that what I noticed had significance, even if I still don't understand exactly what that significance was as I typed this. The golden design that had been present on the tin only 10 minutes prior was now gone. Vanished like it had never been there in the first place. Hours later, discharged from the emergency room, wrist newly casted, I thought it was all over. I felt like I was free from him. He was dead, so the link was broken. Finally, I'd be left alone. I was sorely mistaken. Whatever Daryl had done, it continued despite his death. Maybe even because of his death. A sacrifice for a curse. A day later, I opened my apartment door to find two detectives standing outside. They instructed me to follow them to their car. I needed to answer a few questions about my cousin's death, and they requested I answered those questions at the police station. Truthfully, though, it wasn't a request. I was going to the station one way or the other. It was just a matter of how I was getting there and what shape I wanted to arrive in. I elected to avoid whatever force they had in mind if I refused, and accompanied them to their idling sedan. I wasn't sure what they planned on asking me. Daryl arrived unannounced to my apartment, pulled my phone away from me before I could call 911, and then proceeded to ingest handfuls upon handfuls of sharp needles until he died from the internal bleeding. I didn't know much more than that. To my complete and absolute bewilderment, I was placed in an interrogation room when we arrived at the station. I was the prime suspect in Daryl's murder, and the detectives were looking for a confession. "Listen, we know you did this, Lenny," one detective shouted, slamming a hairy fist onto the metal table. "What the fuck are you talking about?" He swallowed the goddamn needles. "Yes, but," started the other detective. "You made him do it." I leaned back in my chair, wide-eyed, stunned into silence. These detectives were lunatics. A second later, the hairy-fisted detective parroted the statement. The same statement that Daryl had made right before he died. "Yes, you made him do it." Initially, I wasn't worried. Disturbed by the outlandish accusation, sure, but not worried. I went to law school. They had zero evidence, and I had no motive. None of it made a lick of sense. What was there to be concerned about? That changed when I called my mother from the station's pay phone. "Lenny," she sobbed into the receiver. "I can't believe you made him do that." Numbly, I hung up, listening to her tiny static wails as I placed the phone back on the hook. The judge considered me a flight risk and therefore refused to offer bail. So I remained there, trapped in the county jail, indicted for Daryl's murder, with the only evidence against me the unanimous belief that I made him do it. The trial was a sham, an absolute fucking travesty of justice. I watched in horror as the prosecution called friends and family to the stand, who all had the same thing to say. An unending parade of baseless insanity. He made him do it. I just know it. When it was the defense's turn, my lawyer didn't even bother to call me to the stand. He just ceded to the prosecution. "Even I know Lenny made him do it," he claimed. The judge then denied my request for self-representation. "I'll save you all the details of my attempts to fight back. It's unnecessary and will only rile me up." I think at this point, it would be obvious what the response was. After 3 days of that, the jury didn't even leave the room to deliberate. They looked at each other, shook their heads in near unison, and delivered their verdict. "We find the defendant guilty." Without a second thought, the judge handed down his sentencing. 20 years to life. May God have mercy on your soul. The gavel banged against the wood, its sound reverberating around the room like church bells before a hanging, and the bailiff ushered me out the door. That was 2 months ago. Since then, I've spent my days adjusting to the nuances of a maximum security prison, appealing my verdict, and attempting to figure out what the hell Daryl did to everyone. So far, no luck on any front. Courts have universally denied my appeals. Prison has been a near impossible adjustment. I still don't understand the mechanics of what my cousin has done to me, not one bit. Then, there was what happened a few nights ago. A loud tapping jolted me awake. The familiar sound of a baton rapping on the closed window at the top of my cell door continued as I rubbed sleep from my eyes. One of the correction officers then pulled down the cover, revealing only his chin. He called my name, demanding I report to the door, despite the fact that it must have been 2 or 3 in the morning. I dangled my feet off the top bunk, lowering myself carefully onto the floor below, hoping not to incur my cellmate's wrath by waking him up. He was a light sleeper. In my groggy state, I misjudged the distance to the floor, rattling the bunk beds as I fell. My cellmate didn't wake up. Not to the tapping, not to me falling, not to the miniature earthquake that traveled through the metal bed frame as I attempted to soften my fall. Something was off. I pulled myself up and tiptoed towards the door. As I approached, I couldn't see the particular CO that was standing outside. There was just a disembodied jaw smiling at me through the partition. When he spoke again, it wasn't with the same voice he had used to call me over. "You do understand now, don't you, Lenny?" I'd recognize that terrible melody anywhere. It's a tune that bounced against the inside of my skull like a pinball, day in and day out. "Daryl, how?" I stuttered. "One more chance, Lenny. Do you understand?" In an instant, my heart raced and my blood began to boil. Sweat poured down my face. A veritable supernova of anger was rushing to the surface. Fury that I had suppressed while I pleaded my innocence, trying to appear harmless. When it bloomed, I had no hope of controlling it. "Fuck you, Daryl," I screamed, battering my fists against the steel door until they bled. I couldn't help myself. That sentence exploded out of my mouth, again and again, hoping my undead cousin on the other side of the threshold would suffocate on the steam my screams created, killing him a second time. When he responded, I think he said something like, "All right, Lenny, let's try this again," but I can't be 100% sure. I was lost in an endless maze of pain and confusion. Whatever was on the other side of the door closed the window latch and walked away. As it clicked, my cellmate began to yowl, gripping his stomach with both hands and falling out of bed. It took about a minute for the real prison guards to hear his agony. During that time, I was confined in a small concrete box with the shrieking man. As I watched him curl up into the fetal position and roll around the floor, I found myself imagining something strange. I looked around my cell, and I imagined that I was trapped inside Daryl's black tin. If I squinted, I could even see the golden stars and spirals that had disappeared from the lid of the tin, littering the walls like an intricate mural or the incoherent scribbling of a madman. My cellmate died that night, ruptured ulcer in his stomach, acid exploding over his intestines like a water balloon. Naturally, the prison decided it was my fault. They told me I made it happen. Looks like I'll be sentenced to another 20 years, maybe more. I'm posting this from the prison's computer lab to see if anyone outside my immediate orbit is unaffected by whatever Daryl has done. What's happening to me? How do I escape it? Or the next time Daryl appears, do I just tell him that I understand? Even though I don't. And God, I don't think I ever will.